Welcome to Ember and Echo Audiobooks, where every word ignites desire and every story lingers like a whisper in the dark. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss a chapter. The passion begins now.
Prologue. Let me start by saying that Lake and my relationship never had a chance at normal. I blame my mother's generosity. Growing up, she let Lake stay at our place while her grandmother cleaned, so for as long as I can remember, she was at my house Monday through Friday, from after school till Elena went home at night. I didn't care when we were little. I could ignore her if I wanted to. But as we got older and Lake grew beautiful, my mother's fondness multiplied. She paid for her ballet lessons. She brought her on family vacations with us to Paris, the Hamptons, St. Bart's. She went out of her way to hunt down anything Lake ever mentioned she wanted or liked or so much as fucking looked at. Maybe it wasn't my mother's generosity so much as her undying need for a daughter. A stunning one, at that. Lake's honey-brown waves were just a shade darker than her smooth skin, and she had a raspy voice that lilted out between perfect heart-shaped lips. I probably hit puberty early because of her. Sprung countless hard-ons that had her name written all over them. So for the height, build, and sexual appetite that landed me all those older girls in high school, I should have probably thanked her, but I vacillated between lust and cold, hard resentment my entire adolescence. Because everything I worked hard for, Lake was simply given. It was like that from the start, but got to its worst in high school. I'd spent 3 hours a night for half a year applying to the Mercer School, but when Lake was 16, she said she liked our uniforms, so my mother bought her way in. She had Lake's casual stays at our house turn into something permanent when Elena got sick. She tore down a wall so Lake's new bedroom could fit a walk-in closet, because every drop-dead gorgeous 16-year-old girl deserved a walk-in closet the size of a railroad apartment. She had me look after Lake at school and report back on how she was doing. I forced myself to lie and pretend that she was just being the perfect girl my mother dreamt of, instead of telling her that Lake had every boy in school and half the teachers lusting after her with the way she walked around, back arched and tits pushed halfway out her uniform. All verbal warnings with that girl. I got written up for taking a piss without permission, but Lake walked around Mercer with her nipples an inch from showing, and the teachers only smiled and motioned for her to pull her shirt up. I fucking hated going to school with that girl. She'd already infiltrated my home life, and I'd known from day one that it was only a matter of time before she wormed her way into my social circle. It took barely a week before she was a fucking staple, despite the fact that she played no sports and was a proud Christian virgin, for Christ's sake. She had nothing in common with any of us. But she did have a tight little body and the face of an angel hiding a dirty secret. Whenever she felt mischievous or had some sort of impish thought, basically every 15 seconds, those big hazel eyes would narrow into this cat-like bedroom gaze that was what my dad wound up blaming when he confessed to my mom before the divorce, but that's a whole other story. Plain and simple, I hated her. I hated the way she dated my best friend and formed an unbreakable bond with my girlfriend. I hated that she heard things about me that I didn't want her to know. I hated that my friends hit on her every chance they got and became horny, bumbling idiots if she was home when they came over. I hated that I eventually lost my best friend because I had to kick his ass for pressuring her for sex. Because of my mom, this random girl became my damned responsibility, and I wound up hating her as much as I fucking loved every inch of her skin and every goddamned word she spoke. Like I said, we had no chance at normal with the way we grew up. While she worshipped my mom like a goddess, Lake was smug and cheeky to me. She was a teenage girl and all too pleased with the fact that she was beautiful enough to control people. with the fact that she got a yes for every request of mine that was met with no. So, I grew to enjoy tormenting her as payback. I liked how her cheeks looked flushed pink. I told our friends all the stupid, self-conscious things she said after ripping from my bong. In class, I picked her for every question on the book that I knew she couldn't answer. Since she loved to tease, I locked her out of her room in just her towel. I did anything I could to piss her off. In return, she worked her charm harder. She customized the way she behaved around everyone in my life so they were thoroughly enchanted, catering to her every whim. She acted like a sweet, innocent angel to them, but to me, she was a smirking, lilting devil. Until the day she shattered me to pieces, we kept at our game. It started when Elena got sick and Lake's Aunt Paula came to take over cleaning. Unlike fiery Elena, she was boring, presented no challenges. She did whatever we asked, gave us whatever we wanted. She was so dim she reached right up to hand us whatever we pointed to, too absent to realize she was giving, say, a full bottle of Kettle to a pair of fifth graders. So, we started the game of truth or dare. What naughty little thing would finally get Paula's attention? Stealing the joint from her purse? Lake dared me to swipe it, and I dared her to take the first hit. The next year, our dares graduated to sneaking out of the townhouse with Paula's cash, running down the street to buy soda and candy and condoms just to see what they looked like. Years later, I'd let her watch me put one on. I dared her to give me something to look at, to get me hard enough to show her how a rubber worked. And Jesus fuck did she come through. The challenge had most definitely taken a turn by high school. It had nothing to do with getting in trouble anymore, but pushing each other past our furthest physical, emotional, and sexual boundaries, the lines of which grew fainter with every minute we spent together. It helped that we always picked dare. Because for every truth you uttered, the other person could pass a turn for free, and that made for a boring day with no scandal or shame, which was everything Lake and I grew to fear. We needed those things. Thanks to each other, we grew up fucked in the head, living off the daily adrenaline of shocking, arousing, and one-upping each other. I dared her to streak down 61st Street in just her school skirt. She dared me to jerk off in front of the window. I dared her to flash Mr. Price her tits. She dared me to start an affair with Miss Kane. I said she couldn't seduce my girlfriend. She proved me more than wrong. By mid-college, we had a handful of threesomes under our belt. But I always favored having Lake to myself because that was how it was meant to be. I was the first to see her body naked, the first to touch it, the first to show it pleasure. I was the one who took her virginity when she was finally ready, and the one who knew every part of her, inside and out. That body belonged to me. Growing up, that was my truth. By the time we turned 21, I'd fallen in and out of love with Lake at least 1,000 times, and she knew it. But she still chose to disappear one day, without a word to me or my mother, who took only a couple months to turn gray and spiral into depression. She had invested love and time into Lake, chosen this exceptional girl over her husband, over me. And Lake had shown her gratitude by vanishing into thin air one rainy Sunday morning. She had taken several things of ours with her, things worth a small fortune, but we didn't blink twice over that shit. All we wanted was to find her. But after she sent that one message asking us to stop, we did. And I went back to hating her, with a passion 1,000,000 times deeper than anyone I'd ever loved her with. On top of that, I went on to accomplish every last goal that, depending on her mood, she said I would or would never achieve. I broke all the hearts she claimed I was going to, and I became the cruel, powerful man she declared I'd be when we were only 13. And I managed to do it all without missing her once. I wouldn't let myself so much as think of her. Lake was a bad lifestyle choice, an addiction, and I had to stay sober to build my empire, make my fortune, and care for my mom, which is exactly what I did. I found a way to love my life stripped of the twisted girl who made me, who I made. But as of this morning, she's back in Manhattan. And despite the war I went through to forget her, I have to have her in every way that exists. Chapter 1. Callum. I probably looked like an asshole just standing there outside the restaurant. I was at the greenhouse at the top of the Victorian Hotel. It was bursting with her favorite blue flowers and all these other bright colors that mocked my shitty mood. My mother had rented out the garden because there was apparently no better place to host what she'd nicknamed her no questions asked dinner. Flowers represent a new start, and that's exactly what she's come back for, which is why we are all going to be respectful, no questions asked tonight. We don't care why she left. We only care that she's home, correct? She didn't wait for an answer because she knew mine would be along the lines of a flat no. I had questions. I had tons of them. I'd spent years of my life beating them to death so I could finally move on, but now they were wrestling their way back to the front of my spinning head because it was really happening. Lake was back. My Lake. The Lake I fought tooth and nail to push out of my brain because once upon a time I'd been dependent on whatever toxic brand of pleasure she breathed into my lungs. We'd grown up together, and our minds had grown fucked up together. We worshipped and loathed one another. She pissed me off to no end, but I started to like how she drove me insane. The more she worked me up, the better it felt when she brought me back down, and I fucking loved the way she brought me back down. It felt like I was rolling on ecstasy. My skin would still be burning hot and tingling when she'd murmur an inch from my face and tease me for getting so mad. The sound of my name drifting out from those pretty lips was always enough to get me hard as a rock. Take your time, man. Coming out the doors was Logan. I turned away when I caught the smirk on his face. I had 2 best friends in high school, and he was the one I didn't end up nearly killing. After 12 years, I was pretty familiar with his smug looks, and I knew exactly what this one was about. You're gonna need all the time you can get. My eyes told him that I was already tired of his shit. I know she has to look good, Logan. Better than good. It's kind of fucked up how good she looks right now. I mean, she had to have beat like 50, 60 guys away with a stick just to get here. She probably has a collapsible baseball bat in her purse. This is your idea of a pep talk? He grinned. You know you can't wait to see her. I haven't thought about her once since she left. Yeah, minus the dreams. I don't really count things that happen in my sleep. It's only your subconscious reflecting your thoughts. I gave him a look. I can't remember if you're here to help or annoy the shit out of me. He laughed. And have those 2 things ever been mutually exclusive? Fair. He'd always been the one to slap joints out of my hand back in school because of the random drug tests from our AAU wrestling team. All right, I'll leave you alone. Logan surrendered. Just thought I'd give you a heads up. Yeah, thanks. I spent another few minutes outside after he went back in. 5, maybe 10. I couldn't get this one memory of Lake out of my head because it was the epitome of our love and hate. It was ages ago, the first summer back from college, but I still remembered the day in my old bedroom, rolling my eyes, clenching my teeth, and cursing her out while I jerked myself off. I'd told her to stop, that I'd catch her if she stole from my old room again. The first time had been with cufflinks I didn't care about, but I couldn't overlook it when, nights later, the Rolex Submariner disappeared from my dresser. I knew it was Lake, but my suspicions were shot down. You've always had a habit of misplacing things. My mother said it as quick as she could because we both knew the opposite was true. I needed things neat, uncluttered. I had a system for everything and a habit of cleaning during shitty moods. Elena used to joke that she should piss me off if she ever wanted me to do her job. She dubbed me a neat freak, and my mother agreed, but if it supported her image of Lake, she was happy to flip-flop on her opinion. "She would never steal, Callum. She has her own credit card." A quick summary of how blindly she loved and spoiled that girl. I was pissed, and Lake faked innocence, as usual, so I installed a camera in my room and genuinely hoped that she'd try to steal from me again. A week went by before the third strike. A tie. Ivory satin brioni. I never wore it, but it was the first one in my pull-out rack, and I'd seen it the night before, so I practically fucking salivated when I noticed that it was gone. I knew it had to be Lake, so I dialed back the footage from my camera and practically sprung wood when I found the exact moment she snuck in my room and took it from my drawer. I had her. I had everything I needed to prove that she was behind that string of missing shit in the house. I could expose her, invalidate every other time she'd pinned the blame on me. But instead of sneaking my tie out of the room, Lake took it onto my bed. I watched her lay it down, put her hands on her hips, and narrow, playful eyes at every corner of the ceiling till she guessed the spot where I hid the camera. I sneered when she blew a kiss. Kneeling on the bed, she tossed her hair behind her shoulders and hooked her finger into her V-neck. I stared. I stopped blinking as she started pulling down slowly, till the V was just above her navel, the cotton straining thin against the shape of her perfect tits. They were threatening to burst out, and, pissed as I was, I prayed to see them spill. Fucking Lake. I had my face inches from my screen now, my lip curled, but my dick hard. I couldn't remember when I'd whipped it out and started stroking. All I knew was that I couldn't stop. A minute ago, I was seething, waiting to humiliate and expose Lake as a liar. But suddenly, I was living for her little striptease, every hot second of it. I breathed heavy when she turned around and got on all fours. She lowered herself slowly, her stretched-out T-shirt sliding up her gorgeous, toned back. I stroked faster when she pressed her cheek to my mattress and stuck her ass in the air, using two hands to wiggle slowly out of her terry cloth shorts till they were down her thighs and around her knees. Her wavy hair fanned out in a dozen heart shapes over my sheets. I wanted to feel them entwined in my fingers. I wanted so bad to suck on her bottom lip. The whole time she peered over her shoulder at the camera, biting it back and looking at me with such wicked fucking mischief that my muscles flexed with a physical need to find her, grab her, and pin her to the bed. "See, asshole? You like it." Her eyes had such an uncanny way of expressing her thoughts, it was irritating. I could practically hear Lake saying those words, and I hated how vividly I could picture her voice. Of course, at the same time, I loved it. "Come for me, Callum, all over me." I imagined Lake saying it, her full lips wrapping tight around every lusty and adding a please, since I so rarely heard that word coming out of her mouth. When she was down to her panties, she reached into them. I gripped the edge of my desk. I watched her touch herself, her eyes squeezing tighter shut with every stroke. I knew she was close when her jaw dropped wide open. I could see the bliss twisting in her face, and I was fucking high on it. I loved the way she looked, every expression she made. I loved how deep her fingers dug into my mattress, how tight her toes flexed as she got closer. She was almost there, and I was just waiting for it with the purest, hottest lust in the world. The second her knees clamped shut, I came like an animal, pleasure churning through me as I grunted a string of profanity dedicated solely to her. And the next day, the white tie was back on the rack. I had to give it to her for that one. Because Lake could fuck with my head in ways I never knew possible, and it wasn't even like she was trying. It was just instinct, the way she naturally was. Thanks to her, I'd found out early on that some women were just designed to drive men up the wall and leave them standing around, clueless, angry, and hornier than hell. Just like now. Fuck. I rolled my neck, trying to tell my body it was calm when it wasn't. I did my best to neutralize my thoughts, knowing better than to walk into a formal dinner with a racing heart and throbbing cock. All right, Callum. I inhaled deep, exhaled hard. You're good, I lied to myself. And then I went in. Why so damned serious, Cal? Colleagues asked the same question all the time, and I never had an answer for them till now. I had a poker face. I was guilty of being stoic. I was told it came off as unfriendly, but it certainly came in handy for moments like these. Not that I had these moments often, and thank Christ for that, because laying eyes on Lake De Palma for the first time after 6 years clean felt like being hit by a concrete wave. The second I walked in, her big eyes locked on mine from well across the room. A little glimmer in that pool of hazel, and I was done for. My senses sparked. They heightened to take in her every move. Twitching at my side were my fingers, aching to run over her skin. I used to crave that soft skin. There were nights, whether we were studying or watching TV, that I found myself mindlessly running my mouth along her bare shoulder, up the curve of her neck. She had been candy to me, and I was already craving the taste again. Christ. Shaking hands with old friends, I obliged the social instinct that fought through my lust, multitasking the way Lake was. She had turned back to the guy she was talking to, someone whose name I should have probably remembered, but I knew her attention was still on me. We watched each other while looking at others. We always had. So as I carried on small talk, I continued taking her in. I eyed that hair I used to bury my face in. It was longer, darker than I remembered, and it fell in loose curls around cheekbones that hadn't been so pronounced last I'd seen her. Every feature on her gorgeous face was accentuated, every dip and curve on her body exaggerated, pinched and flared for my viewing torture. I was losing it, hyper-aware of every little thing about her. But it was the wrinkles across the tits of her dress that were getting me particularly hot. 6 years later, her body was still giving a hard time to every piece of clothing she stretched over it. Might as well walk around naked. I imagined her doing it. The second my brain gave me a moment of weakness, my dick pounced. Yeah, fuck it. I gave in. I needed to put my hands all over her. I needed a break. That was what I told myself, at least. I'd been working hard, so I deserved to indulge in something as irresponsible as forgiving Lake and riding the high that came with simply being near her. I needed some real gratification. Go ahead. Take her back. The mental whirlwind rocked inside me, but I didn't show it. I casually adjusted my cufflinks, revealed my plans for Labor Day. I'd gone secretly to hell and back while chatting about the weather with old friends, and now I was ready. Fuck it. I was going to forget that Lake had ever left, and just thank Christ that she was really back. I was ready, relieved with my decision. But then she flashed me the look, and my pulse spiked. That old signal. Holding her gaze, she tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. My shoulders went rigid. The switch flipped in my brain, and I was ready to swing the fist I'd already made. Callum, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I went back to the first time Lake used the look on me. Her boyfriend was spitting words an inch from her face when I caught the signal we'd devised. If she gave it, I'd rush over, and that was exactly what I did that night. Minutes later, I had a split lip and a dozen shards of broken glass in my back, but at least I was conscious, still standing. Theo couldn't say the same. As best friends, not our greatest night. But it was downright peaceful compared to what happened a few days later.
Earth to Callum. Babe, are you okay?
Snapping me back to reality was Cass, the hot but slightly crazy-eyed blonde who always ended up at these dinners. I blinked at her and said something in reply, but then went back to pinning a hard stare across the room at Lake. I glared at her, forcing my body down from the high alert she'd reeled me right into. The fuck, Callum, I cursed myself. I was still her dog, still trained to perform her tricks. Lip curled, I held my ground, unclenched my abs. I wasn't about to save her from whatever harmless guy she was talking to. She didn't need to be rescued from their dull conversation. She was just testing to see if, 6 years later, she still had me broken in. Fury ripped through me, but I hid it well as I tore my stare off of Lake and gave my full attention to Cass Vaughn in all her bubbly blonde glory. I knew who she was because she'd been greeting me with,
"I bet you don't remember my name,"
since we met in senior English. I rose instinctively to challenges, so she'd effectively mind-fucked me into knowing who she was, which I figured she deserved some credit for. That and the fact that she'd been chasing me since high school. Logan used to call her Queen Groupie for figuring out my schedule every year. I found that shit completely off-putting, but tonight I didn't care. Lake was back, and she'd effectively pissed me off without saying a word because of course she had. That was just what she did. So Cass was a welcome distraction, especially wrapped in something too small and short to be called a real dress. She gabbed excitedly at me, higher-pitched with every word she spoke. Her voice reminded me of a child pinching her nose, but I trucked through it, half because I knew it wouldn't last long. Lake was never one to stand and stare either, so I waited for it. For her to lose what little patience she ever had for being ignored, especially by me. Cass was pouting for a Friday night reservation to the Pike when I finally heard it.
"Excuse me."
There it was, her crisp but raspy voice. I stiffened to the sound, the pitch lower, mature, but still completely familiar. When I turned around, I was slapped in the face with a close-up view of Lake's head-to-toe beauty. Jesus. I kept a straight face despite feeling my muscles wind so tight it hurt. She had become a woman in the years she'd been gone, and I was fighting my primal instinct to just grab her, take her. In that half-second, I'd already pictured her up on the wall, dressed down, nipples nice and hard in my mouth. I was so fucking turned on it was brutal. Still, I managed to return Lake's cordial smile. Her eyes were pinned fiercely to mine, but she was outwardly casual because we both knew better than to show real emotion. Not in front of this audience.
"Callum, it's so good to see you again."
Her words were formal and measured. It wasn't the way we spoke to each other. Still, my name off her tongue drove me fucking wild. It's been a while. I gave a short chuckle, as if this were something I found lightly amusing. For Christ's sake. She leaned in to kiss my cheek. Her lips on my skin had a rush of blood threatening me below the belt.
"God, Callum, you look—"
She trailed off and pulled away to study me. A tilt of the head, and her hair was tumbling over her bare shoulder. Suddenly I was fantasizing about watching her get ready, helping her zip the back of a dress.
"You look like a man, Callum Pike."
Cass cut in with a big laugh.
"That's because he is a man."
She slapped a hand on my chest. Lake's cat-like eyes flicked to it.
"And what a man, right? Like this six-pack? Oh, my God."
Lake blinked at her.
"Yeah, girl."
She lifted her gaze from Cass to me, flashing me a little laugh that I refused to return. I wasn't going to join her in ridiculing Cass, even if Cass couldn't distinguish pecs from abs. I'd seen Cass about 100 times in the past few years, and Lake a good 0. Cass found her way into every party I threw to raise money for the Scotch distillery. I spent years renovating a family business abandoned decades ago. I revived the Pike name to world recognition and built my own business from the ground up. Cass had some crazy in her, but she'd spent the past several years throwing all her support into the biggest project of my life that Lake didn't even know existed. If anything, Cass knew me more at this point. And by the middle of dinner, in the bathroom, she was getting to know me even better. She white-knuckled the sink and held on for dear life as I fisted her waist. I gnashed my teeth, trying my best to fuck Lake out of my head. One brush of her bare leg against mine, and I was turning into a fucking menace at the table, remembering every inch of how good I once felt inside her. "I need to talk to you in private at some point," she murmured the question to me, and every soft word seeped into my skin like venom. It didn't help that she was touching my knee. She looked at me like I'd spit on her when I said, "Sure," and removed her hand. It was cold of me, and I knew it, but I didn't want to feel her touch. It was all I needed for it to start all over. And I couldn't let her take over my entire life again. So I peeled off Cass's dress in the bathroom. It was a ring of elastic, squeezing her thighs tight for me as I pounded her from behind, taking in her reactions through the reflection in the mirror. I got off on the untamed faces pretty girls made when I fucked them. That eyes squeezed shut but mouth wide open thing. Bonus points if she gave me those real throaty noises instead of the exaggerated moan you get in porn. Cass was giving me all of that and more. She breathed jaggedly, made sounds I'd never heard before in my life. Her lip was still swollen from how hard I'd sucked on it, and it quivered in a way you couldn't fake. She was everything I loved to look at during sex. But it was doing nothing for me. Grabbing 2 handfuls of her, I pumped my hips so fast I could feel a deep burn in all my muscles. I'd gotten her to come, but I still needed to, badly. But no matter how hard I went, how deep I sunk, I felt nothing building, and I knew she was getting self-conscious when she started giving me the porn moan. Fuck. I stared down at her insane body. Her ass was rounder than any girl I'd slept with, her waist smaller, her legs longer and easier to prop up on the sink so I could plunge every last inch of myself inside her. But it wasn't doing shit for me, and though it never happened before in my life, I knew I wasn't going to come. Worse, I knew exactly why.
Wait, please, Callum, I need to know. Please just tell me, please.
It wasn't long before I was squeezing the condom off my fading hard-on and dealing with a naked girl crying in front of me in a hotel bathroom, refusing to get dressed till I told her what was wrong with her. If only she'd asked what the hell was wrong with me. I could have given her a 10-page thesis with citations. Fucking ass, I cursed myself, wishing I could muster up some sort of emotion in my voice or think of words besides "it's not you" while getting dressed again. But I couldn't, and at this point Cass was streaking her mascara and bawling beyond the point of consolation. Another few seconds of my silence and it was a full-on wail. And here we go. The mess was sudden and ridiculous, but that honestly seemed about right because Lake De Palma was back, and whenever she came around, so did the beautiful chaos that followed her everywhere she went like a stupid, love-struck puppy. But who could even blame it?
Chapter 2. Lake. I could feel the tears coming, and for what would sound like the most idiotic reason, when I finally told Isabel. She was hustling me out of the dining room and into the hallway for one of her signature pep talks, picking up right where our friendship left off, as if I hadn't ditched her 6 years ago, right before our trip to Paris. She had, in distinct Isabel fashion, written out a 16-page itinerary for the 8-day trip, and bought an entirely new wardrobe. I disappeared the day before the flight, and yet she was still pulling me aside tonight and saving me because she could still tell when I was 2 seconds from crying. And in front of a dozen people I hadn't seen in ages, whom I really didn't know that well. I'd lost most of my friends from high school before even disappearing, and it looked to me like Caroline had just invited people who she deemed the nice boys and girls. "It's stupid," I warned Isabel when she asked what was wrong. "I know what it is. The way he pushed your hand away." She smirked when I looked at her with surprise for nailing it like that. "Like, you act like I didn't date Callum in high school. He can be rude without even realizing it. I remember. And you should remember, too. We used to sit in the kitchen with Caroline and bitch about it. Just us girls. And she'd pour us a little bit of wine and pretend we were all drowning our sorrows. I don't think she was pretending, girl." Isabel cupped my cheeks when I frowned. "Oh, that was such a bad joke. Like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel bad." "It's okay. It's not you," I murmured, still thinking about how much Caroline had been hurting even before I left her. "It's just everything coming back to me at once." "I know, girl. Just keep the waterworks to a minimal, or I'm going to cry, and I got my mascara so friggin' perfect today." I laughed. "Oh, God, not the mascara." Isabel wiped my tears and gave me something that was partly pout, but mostly smile. "Seriously, Lake, you knew this was going to take time. You haven't been back more than 2 hours and you're already expecting Callum to get over the fact that you ever went away? I told you, girl. I don't know if you read any of the emails I sent you after you left, but he was in bad shape for a while. Really bad. Both him and Caroline. They missed you worse than any of us did, and I missed you bad." She stuck out her lip. "You're my buxom buddy." We both snorted. I had first bonded with Isabel in high school when she took it upon herself to fix my bra strap and tell me that I didn't have to wear those chunky-ass bras just because I had big tatas. Our boob comparison had been a completely genuine conversation, full of good advice about well-fitted bras, but it had fascinated the boys at the lunch table so much that Isabel instantly recognized our power that day as a titillating twosome. We were juniors in high school, and not yet immune to the lure of constant attention, so from that moment forward, to Callum's chagrin, we became inseparable. Sighing, Isabel pushed my hair back. "Pretty girl. It got even wavier." "It did? Like beach hair. I pay like $30 for Bumble's surf spray, and you have this naturally? Fuck you." I tried to crack a smile, knowing that Isabel was trying to get me to laugh. She shook my shoulders. "Lake, it's day 1. Give it time with him, okay? It's gonna take a while. I know. It'll just hurt in the meantime." "I say this with all the love in the world, babe, but you deserve to know some of that hurt." I breathed out hard. I know. Whatever rejection I felt now was nothing compared to what I hit everyone else with that Sunday morning I left. But it hadn't been some painless decision for me. I hadn't wanted to leave Callum or Caroline. I just didn't want them to get hurt. After my grandmother died, they were the only 2 people left in the world that I loved. Callum especially. We had a complicated relationship, but no matter what, he was always there for me. He could tease me and argue with me, but no one else was allowed to. Growing up, he never took anyone's side but mine. For all the times my biological mom tried to bring me down and remind me that I was nothing, Callum unknowingly confirmed my worth. I'd grown up strong because of him. Twisted, but strong. And from the looks of it, he'd gotten strong too, in every kind of way. Callum was under 6 feet tall when I left him, but now he looked about 6'2". He'd always been lean and defined, but his body was now carved with beautiful lines that deepened with every move he made. His muscles were unreal. I'd felt them in the split second that I touched his leg, and I could see them pulling his sleeve tight around his bicep when he reached for his whiskey. But most of all, I could see in his face that he'd gotten harder, colder. He used to be mischievous, and at least smirk if not laugh, but now I didn't even see that. His expression was severe, intimidating, and the angles of his face had changed to match that. His cheekbones were striking, and his jaw was sharper than a weapon. I had forgotten how to breathe when he first walked into the room. But I wasn't surprised. Of course he'd grown up to be devastatingly handsome, the kind of man who didn't need to say a single word to convince a girl that they'd just had a full conversation. Callum had always been gorgeous. When we were younger, he'd been that all-American jock who wrestled, played football, and looked way too cute in a backwards cap. His hair was dark blonde and long, grown out past his ears. Despite Mercer school rules, he'd worn it messy, surfer-like, and it drove the girls crazy. That boyish look was gone now. His hair was the same length, maybe an inch shorter, but now he wore it slicked back. It was a neat, clean look, but to me, it made him look mean, ruthless, irresistibly sexy, too. But that might have also been thanks to the perfect amount of scruff on his sculpted jaw. That was definitely new. I couldn't pinpoint which of the changes were best. But what I did know was that Callum looked painfully good, and it was about to make my long fight back to his heart 1,000,000 times harder. "Incoming," Isabel murmured when we heard a door fly open. I spun around to see Cass Vaughn running out, her hair a mess and her makeup smeared. She stormed past us before we could so much as open our mouths to ask if she was all right. "I wonder what the hell that was about." Isabel's mouth snapped shut the second Callum came out the same bathroom Cass had run from. My jaw dropped and tightened in a matter of seconds. Couldn't wait till the end of dinner? Of course not. I had to shake my head. He was unapologetic, casually looping his belt when his eyes met mine. His stare was blank, remorseless, and he kept it pinned so hard to me that even Isabel stammered. I'll let you guys, yeah." She disappeared back into the greenhouse. I crossed my arms when he slowed to a stop a good 2 yards from me. "Really, Callum?" "What?" "You're acting like I'm the walking plague," I bristled when he didn't reply. "Why did you even come here tonight if you didn't want to see me?" Callum's blue eyes hardened like a layer of ice. He took his time to reply, as if I weren't worth the effort of his words. At least that was how it felt. "What do you think?" Another long pause. "I came here for her." Caroline. I'd always loved the respect he had for his mother's wishes. Of course, tonight, it stung like hell to know that he wouldn't have even come to say hi if it weren't for her insistence. "So, what? We're just never going to talk? We're going to just ignore each other like we never knew each other?" "What's the point in talking?" Callum asked, his tone cold. "I don't know you, not anymore, and I don't care to know who you've become since you left." His words carried an easy confidence that dug deep into my heart. My lip trembled, and I could have broken down right then and there. Callum could never take it when I cried, but I fought the emotions ringing inside me because I didn't want my first time back with him to be like this. I didn't want to force his affection by bursting into tears. I wanted to earn it back. I wanted Callum to touch me because he missed me. because he remembered that he once loved me, not because he couldn't stand to hear me cry. So you don't care to speak to me at all?
No. I haven't thought of you in 6 years. I don't intend on starting again now.
I swallowed the knot in my throat. I hated that he had to look so grown up, so handsome and sure of himself, as we had this conversation. I tried to give the night a last shot. I came back to see you, I murmured. You don't know how much I missed you, Callum. I don't think I went a day since I left without thinking about you. I still dream about you. Always. I cupped my elbows. The words felt pathetic leaving my lips, but I needed to get them off my chest, and I could see them shaking him. Nothing in his expression showed it, but there was the briefest waver in his frosty glare, and I knew Callum well enough to know that it meant something. You had to have known that I didn't want to leave. I loved my life with you. Every day, I felt like the luckiest girl. I woke up and you were always the first thing I thought of. You were my world, Callum.
You were mine.
His low mutter shocked me. I looked up to see him standing closer. I had to stop myself from reaching out to touch him. My hands were trembling. They ached to calm themselves by pressing against his chest, brushing down every section of his abs and tracing the deep lines the way they used to. But I stopped myself. I wanted him to touch me first, and I felt like he actually might. I could finally see some sort of life in his expression. He was wearing the faintest, most handsome frown between his eyebrows, and it made me wish he'd just go ahead and let it all out. Unload 6 years of anger and fury on me so I could at least know that he still felt something, and we could finally start cleaning up the mess. But he threw me a curveball.
Tell me right now where you went, Callum challenged me. What you did, why you left, why you came back now, every detail. I know exactly what you look like when you lie, so don't try it. Tell me everything right here, Lake, right now.
I tried. My lips stumbled over themselves. I tried to think of a version of the story that I could tell. I tried to make up a new one. But I knew that lying would get me into deeper trouble than I was already in, so I breathed out nervously and shook my head. Callum, I can't tell you, but it's purely out of...
Bullshit!
Enraged, he stormed 2 steps forward, but stopped himself short. The breath he sucked in was short and sharp, and it cut like a knife through the thick air between us.
If you're not going to tell me now, then I'm done with your bullshit, Lake. I am. I was productive without you. I did good shit without you. So why don't you take a page from my book and just forget me now? Erase me. Pretend I never existed, and none of the shit between us ever happened.
I trembled from the heat of his body so close to mine. I finally got a smile out of him, but it was cruel.
It's hard at first, but I can't even tell you how damned good it feels when you finally get rid of the poison in your life.
Chapter 3. Lake.
Another round?
Nick Spencer didn't wait for my reply before rapping his knuckles on the bar and signaling for another round. He tossed his black card onto the counter, letting it skid across the marble surface and onto the floor for the bartender to pick up. God, I hated him. Everything about him, from his cheesy smile with neon white veneers to the way he treated the waitstaff. I had bartended for a little after running from Sunstone, right before getting caught and dragged back. But even if I hadn't, I'd know not to treat another human being the way Nick Spencer felt entitled to. But I wasn't too surprised, considering who his brother was and what those two had done to me and Callum in high school. There was never proof, but I didn't need that to know it was them.
Theo still thinks about you, you know,
Nick said of his brother, handing me a shot of something amber-colored. I wasn't sure what it was, but I downed it. Isabel narrowed her eyes at me from afar, but she let me be, giving Nick the time for a private apology, as he'd requested. Several of us had gone straight from dinner in the greenhouse to drinks at the bar, and to my chagrin, someone had taken it upon himself or herself to invite more of my former classmates. It was becoming the high school reunion I'd never asked for. But I sat there and drank, because what else did I have to do? For once, I had nothing but time, and I had to find ways to kill it. Besides, I was kind of amazed that Nick Spencer even had the nerve to speak to me after everything he and his brother did to humiliate me, posting every last one of those horrible pictures that I had never wanted to take for him anyway. I wished I could just look at it as high school drama, but I couldn't, because the whole thing wound up changing the course of Callum's life forever. He was on a good path. He'd won 2 junior Olympic medals by senior year, and he was beyond set to follow his father's Team USA footsteps. But I set him on a different one. My chest still got tight when I thought about it, and I'd fantasized so many times about punching Nick or Theo in the face if I ever got the chance again. But now that I had it, I forced myself to hold it together, because I was kind of curious as to what Nick had to say. And, of course, Isabel had gone and married the oldest Spencer, Alec. So I had to show at least an ounce of respect, if only for the fact that this insane jerk was now my best friend's brother-in-law. I managed to give him a look of amusement. Theo still thinks about me? Yeah. I mean, everyone thinks about their high school sweetheart, but with the way you guys ended, you know, he's grown up. He feels bad about it. He always wanted to reach out and apologize to you, but you went and disappeared on all of us. Nick laughed, which sucked, 'cause, you know, we always kind of wondered what you'd look like when you got older. Oh, I remember. The boys used to bet during lunch on whether or not Isabel and my boobs would get any bigger as we got older. Advantage Isabel on that one. Mine had stayed the same, but on the bright side, they still sat about as high on my chest as they did when I was 18. I caught Nick observing that. Sorry, he grinned. Couldn't help it. Never could. But you remember. I smiled, though he was bordering quickly on creepy. As usual. Nick had been a senior when I first entered Mercer School as a junior. I remember the way he looked at me on my first day, wandering through the dining hall and doing my best to find a table to eat at, since Callum, the night before, had banned me from sitting with him and his friends. I had spent 5 minutes floating around and being stared at, until Nick's hand shot out and grabbed my thigh for my attention. I spun around to see him grinning at me with a table full of senior boys, their bodies hunched over the table, too small for their height and size. I agreed to sit with them, only because I could feel the heat of Callum's stare from across the room. I knew he had imagined me sitting with some table of harmless girls, fellow virgins, perhaps, and I found it funny. But even if I didn't feel like pissing him off, those girls didn't want to sit with me anyway. "Hope you don't mind the giant sausage fest," Nick said when he had me sit between him and his friend, neither of them giving me much space on the bench. And when I say giant, I'm talking about myself. Can't speak for these guys. Nick Spencer had a talent for turning everything into a dick-swinging contest. All the Spencer boys did. I'd find that out later, though. Nick was asking which school I'd transferred from when Callum finally came, looking thoroughly annoyed. He muttered something to them and then dragged me off to his table at the other end of the room. "Good thing Cal changed his mind. I was about to beat his ass if he wound up sitting with my brother's friends." Theo and his twinkling brown eyes smiled at me the second I took the seat across from him at Callum's table. "You don't want to sit with those guys. They're all a bunch of pervert assholes." "Isn't that all guys?" "No, we're all perverts, but we're not all assholes." Callum had clarified that statement for me that night at home. Yeah, Theo's an asshole too, he warned me, since I'd spent our entire lunch period talking to him. He's been the horniest bastard since we were like 10, and he's demanding with girls. But if you're going to date someone, you might as well keep it in the circle. Why? So you can keep an eye on me? I had been so smug because it was obvious that Callum was fiercely protective of me. He just never acknowledged it. I'm telling you, your proud Christian virgin thing isn't going to fly with Theo if you end up with him. He's a good guy, but he's also a guy, period. If you think I need sex all the time, just wait till you get to know him. He had warned me. I had to give him that. And I knew I should have known the lack of sex would be a problem. But Theo was so cute, and I liked him enough. I liked Callum more, but back in high school, everyone considered him my brother, so I couldn't have him like that. Not that I didn't have him anyway. We were in a relationship of our own, and we'd always been. It just wasn't the kind that was normal enough to have a name, or be something that you could tell other people about. I tried explaining it once to my roommate in college, but came up empty. She sniffed and said that if Callum and I were anything real, we would know what to call each other, how to categorize each other. Boyfriend, girlfriend, friends with benefits. I disagreed, but I didn't argue. There was no point. I never thought to put Callum in words because he was just so natural to me. Like air. There was no need to describe it. It just was, and we just were. You know Theo's turning 28 this Saturday? I'm throwing him a surprise party at 13 in Chelsea, Nick murmured, his gaze drawing a straight line up my thighs. You should come. You'd be the biggest surprise of all. Thank you, but I shouldn't. Why not? Nick frowned. We're all grown up and you're both single. It's time to bury the hatchet. Nick, I know we're adults now, but some things that happened in the past are still hard pills to swallow. Well, you can't just leave it in your throat, right? This is our chance to put all the bad shit behind us. Life's too short to hold on to grudges. Everyone deserves a second chance. Am I wrong? My gaze fell as I considered his words. After leaving New York, I'd spent so many sleepless nights telling myself that I didn't deserve a second chance with Callum. But that was mostly thanks to the hate and vitriol spewed at me on a daily basis. Trash. That's what you are. That awful woman loved to tell me. But as much as my surroundings confirmed it, I refused to let the idea sink into me. I told myself I was worthy. It was a mental battle I mustered the strength to fight every day because while I lived waist-deep in misery, I refused to sink all the way in. I had a life I loved at some point, and I was determined to find it again someday. What? Am I wrong? Nick read the change of heart drifting onto my face. You're not wrong, but then pay it forward, Lake. You left 2 days before your best friend's 21st birthday, before you guys were going to go on this big trip together. And she forgave you because you were basically sisters since you were 16 years old. And the fact that you disappeared didn't erase that. It's not like you never had any good memories with Theo. It's not like Theo didn't spend a decade having Callum's back and bailing him out of trouble before all that shit went down. There's good and bad to every relationship. And the ones that have a lot more of the bad to get past only end up being more rewarding. Tell me I'm not right about that. He was. Shockingly so. I thrust my hand through my hair. Nick Spencer somehow saying all the right words to rip my heart right open. Of course, Theo wasn't the one it was bleeding for. Okay, I'll go to the party, I finally blurted. Shit, yeah? Nick pumped 2 fists in the air. Yeah! I stared into space as he burst out of his chair and celebrated by gathering everyone and ordering a giant round of shots. I went with the toast and knocked it all back. But underneath my smile, I entertained a bad thought. A slightly evil thought. I had agreed to go in earnest because I believed in second chances. I lived on the idea of them. But even if I didn't, seeing Theo Spencer still might not be the worst idea. Because all those years ago in the dining hall, Callum hadn't brought me to his table till I'd lit a fire under his ass by sitting with Nick. A decade later, I wondered if Theo's party might have him feeling the heat once again. It was a call to his bluff. I needed to know if I was fighting for anything, if second chances did exist. So I clinked my glass to Nick's. "Cheers to a new beginning, Lake De Palma," he grinned. I did like the sound of that.
Chapter 4. Callum. I knew something was wrong, based entirely on the fact that Oz was being quiet for once, and there was rarely anything quiet about Osborne Tate. He was a lumbering 6'5" giant of a man who shook the floor when he walked. The sound of his footsteps and the boom of his voice announced his arrival before he ever stepped into a room. I had met him 5 years ago at a bar in Scotland, and with similar interests but opposite demeanors, we got along quickly. Shortly after, we'd renovated the Pike Distillery. A few years later, we'd made the Pike name something every whiskey drinker would recognize at a bar. But I still had a constant hard-on for branding, which was why I opened the Pike last year. It was my 80-seat cigar lounge on 51st and Park, serving only my whiskey and a handful of other spirits owned by the conglomerate that acquired our company. The club was members only, but we offered Scotch tastings every other month, open to the public by reservation and the purchase of a ticket priced just under $300 a pop. Oz and I made sure to be present at every one, because they used to be full of fat cats in $1,000 suits, all of them waiting to approach us at the end with some sort of business pitch. But as we got popular, the trend of our audience changed. We didn't complain. Now the tastings were half filled with gorgeous women in short skirts who crossed and uncrossed their legs while eyeing me and coating their lips with my scotch. They were perfect, generally coming straight from the office, too busy with their careers to think about anything beyond a quick fuck and a good orgasm, which I was good for. Oz eventually started calling tasting nights the reaping. They were guaranteed sex. Even our waitresses started taking notice. "They call him the Viking and you the Greek god, which I think is fitting," one of them murmured as she dropped off my third round. I always sat with Oz at the far leather booth while the tastings went on. It wasn't till the end that we had to speak. Of course, Oz usually shouted across the room to pitch in with random facts and corrections, none of which were true because he'd just made them up. I was fine with it because everyone laughed and hardly understood what he was saying anyway. After 5 drinks, his accent surfaced and he started rolling his Scottish R's like 12-pound bowling balls. But tonight, he wasn't drinking or speaking. He was preoccupied with his phone and occasionally glancing at me but not saying shit, which definitely meant no good. I tried to ignore it and focus my attention on the new girl who kept accidentally brushing her chest against me while dropping off our drinks. "See one you like?" She peered over her shoulder at the women in attendance. "A few," I lied. My eyes were naturally drawn to a certain type, and I didn't realize till tonight that that type was any pretty girl who resembled Lake. Average height, glowing skin, and thick, wavy hair, light brown and darker, would do the trick. I spotted 3 of those tonight, and they all had their eyes glued to me, but my mind wasn't reacting the way it usually did. At this point, I usually had my choices narrowed down and started picturing the one I wanted in my bed with her hands bound by her panties. But I had none of that in mind tonight, because, despite having her coloring down, none of these girls were Lake. And I had seen Lake again. Recently. Witnessed her beauty up close in person, so now my own type was ruined. They looked good, but they weren't Lake, and I was apparently fucked, cursed to spend my life holding every woman I looked at to her standard of beauty. I wasn't happy about it.
Well, let me know if none of them make the cut. I'm not doing anything after work, and I'm too nice a girl to let you go home alone.
I blinked over at the new girl, wishing I remembered her name. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
She didn't bother to lower her voice.
And I may or may not have heard about the way you like it, but that works perfect for me. You weren't the one who did my interview, but I did tell them that one of my greatest strengths was taking orders.
She winked.
So keep me posted on tonight.
Her long blonde hair was in a high ponytail, and suddenly I could imagine it wound around my hand as I told her how to suck me off. I'll be sure to do that. I kept my eyes on her as she walked away.
No fucking the waitresses. I thought that was a rule.
I turned to Oz. That was a rule for you. I'd had too many good servers go batshit after sleeping with him and being shocked that he didn't remember their special night a week later. Unlike me, Oz made women feel as if he were in love with them, even when he didn't know their name. It rarely ended well for him, but he was too jovial to give a shit.
You're right, fair enough, but I still don't think you should take her home.
Why?
I think you've got other business to take care of tonight.
All right, what are you talking about? Oz heaved a sigh and tossed his phone on the table with a clatter.
Logan's been texting me with some concerns.
Logan? What concerns? Oz and Logan were my two closest friends, but they existed in two separate worlds for me. Logan was the friend from my childhood who went to Yale like a good Upper East Side boy and then graduated to work at the same hedge fund as the likes of Theo Spencer. He followed the rules, and were it not for me, he'd never spend time with a lunatic like Oz, who had whiskey and cereal for breakfast and wore women on his arms like they lived in his wardrobe. They only had drinks together when I was there as a buffer, so I couldn't imagine that Logan was texting Oz for any reason that wouldn't eventually mean trouble for me.
He was asking if I thought he should tell you.
About what, Oz?
That girl of yours. River?
Lake.
That one. She's at a party right now for a...
He checked his phone and muttered with a laugh.
Theo Spencer? Fucking posh name that is. Apparently his friends are trying to get her shit-faced before he even gets here.
My blood boiled in a second flat. Oz made a face like I'd performed a magic trick.
Holy shit! Look at you giving a fuck about another human being for once.
What else does it say?
I'll tell you, after you tell me who the girl is.
I took a drink, pacing myself to finish it within the next 10 seconds. I'd rather not. Oz was a part of my world after her. He knew nothing about her, and I liked it like that.
But you don't even know where she is, and you aren't going to get the information from Logan because he's just decided not to tell you about any of it.
Oz tossed an arm over the back of the couch and leaned back with a satisfied grin.
Now go ahead and give me the best summary you got, and then we'll save the loss together.
My fingers gripped my glass tight enough to crack it. I needed to go now, but there was no getting past Oz, so I told him what he wanted to know. She lived with me growing up. We were close. I left it at that.
That's a good story. That explains it.
Oz chucked a chewed-up olive pit at me, which thankfully missed.
Fuck, man, I mean, were you together a long time? High school sweethearts?
We never dated. She was just a spoiled little thing my mom took into our home, and she had everyone wrapped around her pinky.
Ah, she's beautiful then.
Perfect. And manipulative.
She must have been the one who turned you into a fucking animal.
Oz laughed. I wasn't sure if he was referring to my sexual appetite or pitiless business tactics, but either way he was right.
Give me your best story, and we'll go.
I tried to think of a way out of it, but couldn't. Fine. I didn't have a best story, but I gave Oz the one he'd already reminded me of because it had jump-started my business inclination to use whatever I had to get exactly what I wanted, moral or not. The incident was from senior year, on a particularly shitty Monday. The entire week had been rough, and it was topped off by the fact that I'd gotten not a blink of a sleep, having spent all night and morning listening to my mother cry into her pillow. She muffled it well, but I knew to look for the sound at night. It was like clockwork, and she refused to ever talk to me about it, so I always laid in bed, half pissed off, half miserable with her. On top of that, Lake was being a nightmare herself. I didn't know if it was my mother or Theo or whatever issues she was having on her own, but she, like my mother, refused to talk, and it felt like I was drowning in fucking mood swings and estrogen. So I smoked a joint in Mercer's second-floor bathroom that morning to take off the edge. It was 2 hits in when one of the ruddy English teachers barreled in, sniffing hard, nostrils flaring. I'd never had him before, but I knew from my friends that he was a hard-ass who lived to write us kids up. And that was exactly what was coming to me when he laid eyes on the joint still dangling out of my mouth. I didn't immediately cower in fear, so the threats started pouring in fast. "I'll have you suspended, Callum. I hope you know that." "Sorry, I won't do it again." "That's it?" He waited for me to grovel or burst into tears or something. Whatever he wanted, I didn't give it, so he sneered. "You're not nearly as scared as you should be right now, Callum Pike. I know you got into Hodgson on a wrestling scholarship. I know the Junior Olympics are coming in August. I'm fairly certain you could lose all of that when they find out about this. Can you let it go with just a warning, then?" He laughed in my face. I suppressed my urge to do the same. "You've got to be kidding me. That's not exactly how I conduct business around here, Mr. Pike. When you break the rules, I make it known." "Oh, but you didn't tell anyone when Lake flashed you her tits." His face was priceless. I must have looked like the smuggest bastard alive, and I should have left it there. I knew I should have, but I couldn't help egging him on. It was just so satisfying to see him huff and puff and turn beet red while trying but failing to think of any sort of defense. "I'm pretty sure that falls under inappropriate conduct. Unwanted sexual advances, probably." I grinned. "Unless you wanted it. I wouldn't blame you. She's got nice ones." Lake shrieked when I told her the story. "You did not say that last part." "That you have nice ones? You do, and I did." "Holy shit, Callum, you are so bad." "You're the one who flashed your teacher." "Because you told me to." "You said you wanted to." "I didn't say I wanted to. I said dare. There's a difference." She smirked. She was sitting on my lap at this point, casually rubbing my hands all over her chest. We did that often without thinking about it. If we weren't fighting, we were talking or hanging out, and every once in a while when we did that, I mindlessly stroked my favorite parts of her body. She did the same to me, taking my hand and running my fingers over her lips, her neck, whatever parts she wanted felt. The benefits of living together. We were teenagers with sexual cravings, random needs to rub, squeeze, and be touched. Lucky for us, they could be fulfilled at any time, like raiding the fridge when we were hungry or getting water when we were thirsty. It was just a regular part of the day. I laughed. "Don't try that with me. You don't ever have to do it if you don't want to. You know that." "Of course I know that. I mean," she tightened her hands over mine, "that I wouldn't just volunteer to flash Mr. Price on my own. I like doing it if it's a dare, because then it's really for you. And it keeps our streak alive." "Yeah." I was squeezing her tits at this point, my thumbs drawing circles over her tight nipples in the same casual way someone might tap their feet. She was grinning because she felt my dick swelling under her. It's a good streak. "And it all works out because now you're not going to lose your scholarship." She laughed.
And in a couple years, you'll get Olympic gold for being the best at stuffing your face in dude crotch. That had always been her choice interpretation of wrestling. Christ, shut up. Make me. I really would if it was my turn. Would you? She lifted her eyebrows and gazed down at my heart-on. I grinned. I wasn't sure who started it, but we were both thinking the same dirty thought, and it was pumping the blood in my head straight down to my cock. She was on one of her million breaks with Theo at this point, and I prayed to God that she'd tell me to do something downright filthy to her. They'd broken up because he wouldn't stop pressuring her for sex. Well, she wasn't ready for that. I knew she was curious about everything else, just too scared to explore it with him because he had no control, wouldn't know when to stop. I knew the ways Lake wanted me to touch her. But while she teased me all the time and put my hands on her body, she never outright dared me to pleasure her. I never did either. It felt like cheating. I always figured I'd eventually have her, in every way I ever dreamed of, but outside of our little game. It would happen because we both wanted it to, because I loved her, not because it was a dare. I had a hunch she felt the same. But that day, I was painfully hard and wishing that she'd be the first to break that unwritten rule. What do you want me to dare you right now? She read my mind and tried to make me the one to say it. I dare you to tell me. First rule. That one was written. No daring out truths. It was a slippery slope and it would ruin the game. Lake pushed my hands off her breasts and down her stomach, stopping them at the top of her shorts. I waited for her to dare me to take them off and taste how sweet I knew she was. But she didn't. I'm going to save my turn, she said suddenly. Then she got up off of me and went into her room. I didn't need to see to know that we both spent the next few minutes masturbating behind closed doors. That last part of the story I left out, obviously. Oz was already wearing that dirty grin of his anyway, just from the bit I told about Lake flashing Mr. Price.
All right, I'm very ready to meet this girl.
If you try anything on her, I'll bury you.
Still love her?
I gave him a tired look.
Ah, you still love her.
He laughed and jumped to his feet with a thunderous clap.
All right then, let's get her.
Chapter 5. Lake. It was past midnight and neither of them had come yet. The birthday boy's flight in had been delayed several hours, which gave me hope that I might not actually have to see him, and that Callum might whisk me away before I even had to decide if I ever wanted to forgive Theo Spencer. But 3 hours in, there was no sign of Callum, and I was starting to realize that there might not be for the rest of the night. Maybe not ever again. My shoulders slumped and I went from 60 straight to 0. My hope didn't even have the decency to fade slowly. It disappeared all in one shot and made the full bottle of Grey Goose on the table look suddenly like a single serving. I wanted to pour it down my throat, but I stopped myself. If I was going to drown my sorrows, I'd wait to do it in the safety of Isabel's apartment, where I'd been staying. Theo was going to show up any second, and I needed all the balance in my heeled feet to run if he decided to get handsy. He had little control to begin with, but after a few drinks, it was gone. The behavior I had let him get away with when I was a teenager still made my stomach turn. Sometimes I wonder how the brain in my head right now is the same one I had when I was 16, I said to Isabel. Nick had been harassing me to do a third round of shots when she came over, brought me wordlessly to her table, and then hooked an arm into mine as if locking me down. From that point on, we sat there nursing club sodas, our heels off and heads resting on each other. I feel you, girl. I used to wear nude leggings. I kept dating a total asshole because I didn't want to lose my friends. Call it even. I bumped her fist. Sure. I'm sorry I went and married into your asshole's family. Isabel gave me a little cringe. My Spencer boy's a doll, though. I swear Alec took all the good and left none for Nick and Theo. That has to be it. Alec was the firstborn Spencer, and had long graduated by the time I was in high school with his brothers. I knew he had a good heart if Isabel chose him for a husband, and I could see it in the fact that he was the only brother who agreed to look after their father when Mrs. Spencer unexpectedly passed. Mr. Spencer's memory had deteriorated since then, and sadly, the fact that he didn't recognize me was the only reason I could stay at Isabel's. He didn't like me at all, back in the day. The parents never had. The entire Spencer family eventually had some sort of problem with me, save for Alec, who was never around. Unfortunately, he still never was, apparently away on business all the time. Having him at the party tonight would have been a nice form of security, since Isabel claimed that he had the most luck keeping his asshole brothers in line. Well, props on scoring the good apple, Iz. Thanks. Speaking of the bad ones, though, Isabel held my hand tight when we both spotted Nick coming toward us holding as many shots in each hand as he could fit. The shiny pink tie that had been so perfectly knotted an hour ago was already undone, and his swagger had quickly become more of a stumble. I could tell he was on his way to being wasted. "No, thank you, Nick," I said, before he could even offer. His face fell. "Seriously, Lake? I let you say no to the last round. You can't say no to this one." I couldn't tell if he was faking his anger or not, so I tried to joke, lightly. "I don't think that's how drinking works." "No, that's exactly how it works, sweetheart. I dropped 10 grand on reserving this table and bringing in the catering, which I did see you shoving into that mouth of yours before." Isabel rose in shock from her seat. "Nick!" "But you can't take the stick out of your ass and have a few fucking shots before my brother gets here? On his birthday?" I pulled Isabel back. "First of all, Nick, calm down." "You don't tell me to calm down," he laughed bitterly. "Who the fuck are you?" "I'm a grown woman who makes her own decisions, including when and where I want to drink. So I do get to tell you to stop harassing me to get plastered because you think it'll get me loose enough to give your brother some birthday action," I snapped, losing my temper. Isabel's jaw dropped. I hadn't told her that detail in hopes of keeping the drama at bay. But here we were, in the thick of it, because Logan had stopped me on my way out of the bathroom and revealed what he'd overheard Nick telling his friends, that Theo would owe him big if he could pull out this surprise party and get Lake drunk enough to finally give him some pussy. I was ready to leave that second, especially since Nick started thrusting more booze in my face. But then Isabel came to get me. She was ready to go, but was obligated to stay and say surprise to Theo, since Alec couldn't. I figured I'd do the same. I would say hello, do my part in giving second chances, and then go the hell home with Isabel. But now, I was positive I couldn't hold out any longer. "Oh, fucking sue me, Lake," Nick snapped. "It's not like Theo's a stranger. You used to date him. And to be honest, he was a saint for putting all that time and money into you when you weren't giving him the only fucking thing he wanted you for." "Nick!" Isabel swiped at him. "Are you kidding me? You're such an asshole." "God, what are you going to cry to Alec now and make this another family drama?" Turning his dark eyes back at me, Nick sneered. "Honestly? You should be fucking honored that any of us even give a shit about you." "Oh, really?" I laughed bitterly, knowing exactly where Nick was going with that one. I got up and grabbed my purse. I knew he was baiting me, trying to get me to get sensitive and demand what the hell he meant by that, but I wasn't going to give him the pleasure. "I'm going home. Good night." I slid out of the booth and waited for Isabel to put on her shoes,
but she was fuming as hard as I was and her fingers were stumbling over the straps. Nick used the time to grab my wrist and yank me away. "Nick!" I cried out as he nodded for his friend to contain Isabel. "Let go of me!" "Quiet," he growled, pulling me into a corner and muttering an inch from his face the way his brother used to. "Why don't we get something straight here, Lake? When I invite you to a nice party and you come and you eat my food and drink my liquor, you should probably have the fucking decency to give something back. You do realize that you're nobody, right? You may be friends with some of us, but you're not one of us. So if you're here with us, you need to earn your keep." "Oh my God!" I walked away with a true laugh. He caught my wrist and jerked me back. "Listen to me. I told my brother I had a very big surprise for him, and I didn't mean this party. So don't fuck it up for me. I'm not some stripper you hired to jump out of a birthday cake," I hissed, wrestling out of his grip. "You might as well be. You've always been a fucking tease." "I was a teenage girl who wasn't ready to have sex yet, Nick. Grow up." I tried to push past him, but he shoved me into the wall. "I grew up. We all did. We're all successful, but look at you." I knew from the way he laughed that he was going to say it. "Lake De Palma. Still trash." There it was. Trash. The word rang in my ear, and as hard as I tried to keep it from happening, it sunk me back into the dark place I was in every day at Sunstone with that miserable woman and her miserable family. Trash. You're trash. I squeezed my eyes shut and fought the urge to believe it, to succumb to what so many people had told me. But closing my eyes made me see her. It flashed memories before my eyes of the day I walked in on her, strung out and naked in bed. I heard the crackle of her smoke-singed voice. "Like mother, like daughter, baby girl." No, never. I shook my head and breathed deep, refusing to let the thought settle into my brain. "You're not like her," I repeated, over and over. But it was barely working, and when I opened my eyes, Nick was grinning at me, reading my face with satisfaction. "Glad you at least know it," he smirked, walking into me and palming my hips. "Now come with me and let's give you the chance to be something special." He murmured in my ear. "Maybe Theo'll take you back if you give it to him good enough." His sticky tequila breath coated my lips. "What do you say, Lake?" I didn't respond. My head was spinning. I saw Sunstone. The couch, the bed, the needles. Between those vivid flashes and the words leering out of Nick's boozy mouth, I was feeling nauseous, sick to my stomach. Still, I tried to muster the strength to push him off me. I needed to. His hands were starting to slide to my backside as he whispered into my ear. "Who knows? Maybe I'll bring you to the bathroom and let you do a test run on me." He squeezed my ass. My insides lurched. "Get off!" I shoved Nick so hard to the floor that he let out a cry as he landed. I ran as he writhed on the ground, my wild eyes searching frantically for Isabel. Instead, I found Callum. The look on his face took my breath away. He was across the room, but the second his stare landed on mine, he had a muscled shoulder angled into the crowd, parting his way to me till he was in front of me, eyes blazing. "Where is he?" he demanded. "Where's Theo?" "He's not here. It was Nick." I feel a wave of guilt as I watch the switch flip in his beautiful blue eyes. I turned him into an animal, and I knew he hated it. Under his fitted suit, I could see his muscled frame expanding, rigid with anger. "Callum, you don't have to defend me. Let's just find Isabel and follow Oz. I'll be out in a minute." Before I could ask who Oz was, a looming giant of a man gathered me and said, "I don't bite," before parting the crowd for us both. I turned back to look for Callum,
But he was already out of sight, so I hiccuped and wiped tears the whole way out of the club, down the elevator and out of the building. Oz, a wall of a human being with a full beard and man bun, watched me in wary silence the whole time.
"Did someone hurt you tonight?"
He dared to ask once he had me seated in the back seat of a shiny black SUV. He closed the door and spoke to me through the open window. I couldn't bring myself to answer.
"Whoever did it, they're in for a world of hurt right now."
That's what I was afraid of. 2 days back in New York, and I'd already returned Callum's life to chaos. How could I even blame him for being wary of me?
"You good?"
When Oz called out, I snapped my head up to see Callum exiting the building with Isabel and Logan, both of them looking rattled to their cores. One glance at their faces, and I knew to look down at Callum's fist. His left. My hand covered my mouth when I saw his knuckles dripping a neat trail of blood onto the sidewalk.
"We're good."
His voice was tight as he replied to his friend. We made eye contact, but he fell back to let Isabel run to the window. Oz opened the door for her, and she threw her arms around me. "I'm so sorry," she breathed. "I shouldn't have let you come. I thought it'd be okay for you to see Theo. I swear he's gotten better, but Nick—" "It's not your fault," I assured her, albeit shakily. I grabbed her hands. "Isabel, tell me what happened in there." "I didn't see. I only heard the screaming and the glass breaking, but it's over. The whole party. Security shut it down. We just need to leave now before Nick and them come out. Callum says you're going home with him tonight. Okay?" I blinked with surprise. What? That's okay, right? Of course, I'm going to call you tomorrow. Okay, babe? Okay, I blinked, letting her kiss my cheek and say sorry a dozen hasty times more before leaving with Logan. Then, in silence, Callum got into the front seat of the car, leaving me alone in the back as Oz drove us away. Chapter 6. Lake. Oz dropped us off in front of a polished black building in Tribeca. It looked at least 12 floors, its penthouse wrapped with a sleek glass balcony. Through it I could see peaks of garden flowers and saffron umbrellas. It looked nothing like it but reminded me of the penthouse across the street from the townhouse I grew up in with Callum. It was atop one of those shiny new condos, and as kids, we used to stare longingly out the window at it. It had a similar balcony and was owned by some older, obscenely wealthy bachelor. At least twice a week, we'd watch him throw lavish parties with cocktail servers handing out flutes of champagne and beautiful people splashing in his enormous pool. One night, we watched him go into his apartment with 2 willowy girls and leave the blinds open as they climbed into bed. "I'll have a penthouse like that someday," Callum had said. When I snorted, he challenged me. "Want to bet I will?" "Sure." "What do you want to bet?" I didn't actually doubt that he'd become rich on his own and buy a penthouse someday, but the reality seemed so far away that I just smirked and said, "Infinite dares." His eyes had lit up like he'd won the jackpot in Vegas. "I'm holding you to that." "Go ahead." I wanted to smile when I thought about how long ago that was. His voice hadn't even changed yet, and he was the same height as me, our eyes at the same exact level. Riding the elevator in silence, indeed to the penthouse floor, I studied Callum. He was still rigid, drying blood off his knuckles. He was decided about avoiding my gaze. I couldn't help wondering what was about to happen, whether he remembered that conversation we had in 7th grade, and how much of us he had really managed to forget. I didn't stop wondering, especially as he led me out of the elevator and directly into his sprawling apartment. It screamed of his taste, spacious, neat and modern, with dark hardwood floors as polished and shiny as the floor-to-ceiling windows that made up most of the wall space. He clicked a button on a remote to bring the blinds down. My breath shortened as I watched him lift his chin and pinch the knot of his tie. His eyes finally settled on me as he loosened the black silk. A chill licked over my skin when he yanked it off his neck with the sound of a whip.
You're not staying at Isabel's anymore.
He broke the silence evenly.
You're staying here from now on.
I wasn't going to argue. I just wanted to know why. And the reason for that is?
It's not a good idea for you to be there. I know Nick and Leo, and they're both going to want to talk to you after tonight, whether it's to harass you or apologize. And they have all the access they want to you if you're there. They'll waltz right into that apartment with their dad living there. So to keep you out of the line of fire, you're staying here.
I nodded, watching him lay the tie out on the back of a leather chair. I take it we're nixing this whole forgetting that we ever existed thing? Callum's eyes were none too amused as he looked at me.
Yes.
I waited for him to elaborate, but he didn't. I took time to muster up the courage for what I was about to say. You know I want to be near you, Callum. All the time. But I won't stay here if you're not actively trying.
Trying what?
To forgive me? I don't want to stay and be a burden that'll make you increasingly bitter. I want to know that while I'm here, you'll be trying to give me a second chance. I'm still me, Callum. I'm still the same girl you grew up with, and I know it's going to take time for us to be us again, but it's better than giving up before we start. We'll just have to work on it. Actively. My tone was steady despite the nerves ravaging my stomach throughout my speech. I was confident in what I had to say. It was just the way Callum looked that was making my heart pound. His blue eyes burned through me as I stood in the very middle of his sprawling apartment, smack dab in between the foyer, the kitchen, and the living room. The longer the silence went on, the more I felt like I was stranded at sea, floating farther away from him, losing more and more hope. But then his voice echoed through the room.
And what do you suggest we actively do?
I sucked my bottom lip in as I thought about it. I wasn't sure if he was mocking me, but I was in too deep to be self-conscious, so I went for it. We can play the game.
The game,
he repeated as if I were a child. I refused to lose confidence. Yes, it's the epitome of us, and it's obviously going to take time before we can just talk to each other the way we used to. But at least this'll help us slowly chip away at whatever's between us right now. Whatever it is, I know I put it there, Callum. I take responsibility for that. So I'm telling you right now that I will do whatever it takes for you to trust me again. But that requires you try too.
Fine.
He agreed all too easily.
Truth or dare?
Dare. The hollows of his cheeks flexed.
Tell me everything that happened between the day you left and the day you came back.
I paused, almost too afraid to correct him. It was silent for a moment. First rule, Callum, I murmured. No daring out truths. You know that. But I'll do everything else. He was silent, livid. I locked my knees as flames burst behind his eyes, and I waited for him to tell me to get out, that he had tried to give me my second chance, but I'd made it impossible for him by choosing to keep the biggest wall up. I waited to hear that he was done with me, truly and officially done with me. But then he spoke again.
Fine.
He kept his frosty glare pinned tight on me. There was no expression on his face, no tone in his voice, but I could almost feel the spite fill the air as his lips parted to speak.
Then you're going to take your clothes off for me.
I blinked. What?
That's your dare. You said you were still the same Lake. Take your clothes off and let me see.
I stared at him. It was my turn for silence, but he stood there resolute, waiting for me with intimidating patience. I refused to let myself hesitate for more than another second, so reaching behind my back, I found the zipper of my strapless dress. I kept my eyes on him as I pulled it down, sucking in a sharp breath as I felt the cold air of his apartment blast the skin on my back. His eyes dipped to the tan lace of my bra as my bodice fell forward, crumpling to my waist. I pushed the rest of it down my hips and my thighs till it fell around my nude heels. Stepping out, I lightly kicked my dress aside. My heart was slamming in my chest as I looked back up at Callum, standing for him in just my bra and panties, as he leaned back on his heels. His expression was controlled, but his glinting eyes devoured me. He slid his hands in his pockets with a short demand. Go on. I wasn't naked enough for his liking. Reaching behind my back for my bra, I tried not to look turned on for fear that Callum would be sick enough to cut this short if he knew I didn't hate it. Because I didn't. I went as far as to enjoy it, because I could see the flickering in Callum's eyes, and it reminded me of how we grew up answering our questions by exploring each other's bodies. It started with innocence, but ended with anything but. We bared our skin and souls for each other. It was what we always did. His patience wore thin as my fingers caught on the hooks of my bra. Faster. His tone awakened my attitude. You do it then. He came right to me. I held my breath as he stood in front of me, eyes locked on mine as he circled a hand behind my back and unsnapped the clasp with ease. He made no contact with my skin. I barely felt him, but I felt my breasts tighten as my bra fell to my feet. Callum's stare remained on mine as I pushed my panties down and stepped out of them too. Shoes? Keep them on, he said, holding his stare for a moment. Then, finally, he took a step back to take me in. I breathed jaggedly as his hungry eyes traveled unblinkingly across my shoulders and down to my breasts. My hair covered them, and I waited for him to tell me to move, but he didn't. Instead, his gaze moved slowly down the line of my stomach, before settling on my right hip bone, my scar. I blushed as he came forward to study it. It was faint, but it was still there, and I felt my lip quiver as I watched Callum remember how I got it. I told you to jump to the left. I know. We were silent, the same pictures of blue sky and clear water running through our heads. I knew we were both recalling exactly when and where I'd gotten that scar. It was during a vacation in St. Bart's, with Callum, Caroline, and my grandmother, Elena. We were 15. Callum had just dislocated his shoulder during wrestling, so when he spotted a gorgeous 30-plus foot cliff, he dared me to jump off of it for him. My pride refused to let me back out. I always ached to prove that I was just as good as he was, just as good as any of them. But I psyched myself out on the edge, and because of that, I forgot Callum's advice to go left when I finally jumped. Every second in the air had been pure, exhilarating bliss, but I shrieked in pain when I landed, not from the impact with water, but from the jagged rocks scraping my entire right side. I muffled the sound with my hand, but Callum heard it, and in seconds, against doctor's orders, had jumped right in after me. I told you to jump to the left. I could hear him shouting it again, so angry but worried about me, as he wrapped his bad arm around my waist and swam us to shore. I could have limped back to the villas, but he refused to let me. He carried me the whole way, and as I bled on him, he went back and forth between cursing me out and murmuring into my hair that I was fine, that I did awesome, and everything was going to be okay. He took the fall when both my grandmother and Caroline screamed at me for doing something so dangerous. I cried my eyes out because while I was used to it with Elena, Caroline never yelled at me. I was her perfect girl. So Callum spent that night with me in the villa, taking care of me, and keeping me distracted with funny stories about Theo and Logan, and the shitty things they did to the other guys in the locker room after wrestling. By the time we were home, the only scar I had left from that ordeal was on my hip, and in the years that I was away, I grew kind of grateful for it. There was something oddly comforting about looking down and seeing a memory of Callum marked onto my body. I liked carrying it with me wherever I went. It was my reminder that we once existed. See? I stared at him. Still the same lake. Callum caught my look as I recalled the memory. My eyes were wet, brimming with tears for the way we were, but I didn't let them fall. I stood there and waited for his next request. "Move your hair," he finally said, standing squarely in front of me. I did as I was told, the backs of my hands brushing my thick waves past my shoulders. As I cleared the view for him, Callum's eyes fixed on my breasts. I watched his mouth part just slightly, the tip of his tongue wetting the inner part of his bottom lip. His gaze traced the shape of each full mound, his head shaking so slightly, I barely noticed it. I knew he was mesmerized, yet he still wouldn't let himself touch me. He hadn't touched me once since I'd come back, and it was starting to drive me insane. I'd missed it so much. It felt like I'd been waiting a couple different lifetimes to feel it again. "Lift your hands in the air," he demanded. I didn't question. I arched my back and crossed my arms behind my head, my elbows pointed at the ceiling. I was a million times more naked in that position, tits lifted up and pushed out for Callum's eyes to feast on. It felt vulnerable, erotic. I was bare naked for him, my breathing short and ragged, bouncing my breasts in a way that demanded his unyielding attention, no matter how hard he tried to fight it. Callum was silent, but I knew he was swallowing hard, his Adam's apple bobbing as my bare chest rose and fell with each hard breath. I could taste the thick air between us as he came forward to me, his eyes filled with intent. The closer he came, the tighter his body stiffened. I wet my lips, watching his shirt stretch taut over his broadening chest. And then he touched me. I let out a faint moan as his warm hands brushed my skin to cup the bottoms of my breasts, his fingers spreading wide to form over their size. I soaked in the heavy sound of his arousal as he let himself squeeze, soft at first, but then harder and harder, till he let out a throaty groan. "Fuck," Callum hissed. He bounced the weight of my breasts in his hands. His tongue lolled as he watched my nipples pebble for him. They ached to feel his lips wrap around them, and he knew it, so he stared for a predatory second. Arms still over my head, my fingers dug into my hair. "Take it, please. Take what you want." I was ready to tell him, but he did it without me. I gasped as he jerked my waist, arching my back like a bow. My hair spilled like a waterfall as he presented my tits for his mouth. They begged for him, as close as they could possibly be without touching his lips. "Please, please, pretty please." The hot air he breathed onto my peaks blasted me with sensation that shot straight to my core. My skin spread with unbearable heat as I waited for the relief of his mouth, his lips, his tongue. I could see it, practically feel it ready and watering, just waiting to claim me. I didn't need him to be gentle. I just needed him to take my body and treat himself to whatever he wanted, however he wanted. But with a curled lip, he tore away. Fuck, my eyes fell shut. I shattered to silent pieces as his hands promptly went elsewhere. They traveled with a purpose to my rib cage, running down my side and stopping at the third bone down from my breast. Yes, I opened my eyes, and the breath hitched in my throat as his right thumb ran over the little tattoo, usually covered by my arm. I watched his wolfish gaze move over the black ink, the promise I had made to him a year before I left. We were 20 years old and so fiercely in love. So we'd decided to get tattoos of each other's names on our bodies. Mine on his on mine, both in the same spot. They warned me how it would hurt, but I liked that it was the rib right next to my heart. So they started, and 10 seconds into the needle on bone, I passed right out. Embarrassingly enough, the pain was too excruciating for me to get past the letter C, so Callum left his at just L, but not without teasing me. When I said I'd have it finished someday, he laughed and said he didn't believe me, so I made the promise that on my next birthday, I'd have the tattoo completed. Yeah, no matter how much it hurts, no matter what happens, even if I lose consciousness. He laughed. That's crazy, but I dare you to do it. I know, and I accept. It was appropriate. My love for him was crazy, and his love for me was the same, so I swore I would do it, and he followed suit. I'd already disappeared from New York by the time I turned 21, but at a parlor near Richmond, despite the fact that Callum had no clue where I was, I'd gotten the remaining 5 letters inked. They hurt like hell, so I felt a sense of pride as his fingers traced them now. C-A-L-L-U-M. Every letter burned into me forever, just like the scar on my hip. The only difference was that this scar had been a choice. The balance represented us well. Neither Callum nor I chose each other. We were thrust into one another's lives, but we loved each other so hand in hand, we chose to fight every hurdle flung our way. We'd been apart for a while by the time I had my tattoo finished, but I'd sat through it, convinced that it was part of my fight to stay close to him, to prove to myself that when it was safe, I'd return to him. You really did it. I promised I would, I murmured, as he touched the letters. I felt so damned satisfied about the disbelief in his eyes that I forgot about his end of the promise. Suddenly, I backed away. Callum gave a quizzical look, but I stared into him. Let me see yours. Standing straight, his lips became a hard line. Take your shirt off, Callum. I shook my head at him because I already knew. Let me see, I demanded, the words barely escaping my tight throat. At least let me fucking see, I pleaded angrily, the tears coming back. He finally obliged, and naked before him, I did my best not to sob. But as he shrugged off his jacket and undid his shirt, I saw the body he'd built while I was gone. I saw his carved chest, and the lines of his abs 100 times deeper than the last time I'd seen them. He looked so distinctly different, and so strikingly beautiful, it hurt. Ink coiled and lashed over his smooth skin, curling around his thick biceps and forearms. It was completely unfamiliar. Once upon a time, I'd been the only tattoo on his body. Lift your arm, Callum. My voice trembled hard. I hated how it sounded. Hated that it would only sound worse once I confirmed it. The tears spilled when I did. While I'd turned the C on my rib to his full name, he'd had my L covered up completely, turned it into a set of Roman numerals to effectively erase me, eradicate any signs of me from his body. I proudly had the scar on my hip, the tattoo on my rib. Callum had nothing, and he had nothing for me as I cried in front of him. For once, he was able to stand there, firmly unaffected by my despair. The back of my wrist tried shutting up the pathetic sounds coming out of my mouth, but it failed. It wasn't just the ink now. It was everything. Every hurt and ache and fruitless fight of the past 6 years hurling at me like rocks. The pain of the needle all those years ago was nothing compared to what I felt now. Blake. Callum finally started, but I didn't want to hear it. I need to go to sleep, I exhaled fast. I was sinking into that quicksand again, returning to that dark place where it was true, where I was worthless. A burden and a curse who loved people more than they ever loved me. As I followed Callum to my room, I tried to tell myself to sleep it off, that I was fine, and I somehow had the strength in my fractured heart to do this, to stay not just in New York, but in the home of the man who'd gladly forgotten me, when I only lived because of his memory.
Chapter 7. Callum. Heads up, Theo's looking for her. Logan's 7 a.m. text made for a sufficiently rude awakening. I'd fallen asleep just a half hour before, having tossed and turned all night like a restless grab bag of guilt, fury, and irritation. I hated seeing her cry. I hated that I was the reason for her tears. I loathed myself for being an unfeeling prick, yet I indulged myself in jerking off to the memory of how she'd stripped down naked for me. From head to toe, Lake was the most beautiful thing I'd ever laid eyes on, and I couldn't stop wondering who'd been lucky enough to touch her in the years she was gone. I wondered if he had treated her right, and I knew that whatever job he'd done with pleasing her, I could have done it 1,000 times better. It took hours for my blood to stop rushing, for my cock and my mind to come down enough to get some rest. But then Logan's text came, and I was wide awake and seething. I jumped out of bed, suddenly compelled to make sure Lake was still safely tucked in her bed in my guest room. My heart jumped damn near out of my chest when I opened the door to see her bed empty. But then I heard the water running downstairs in the kitchen. I found Lake there in the t-shirt I'd given her to sleep in. I watched from the top of the stairs as she stood before my glass front fridge, staring at the contents that I had neatly lined up like inanimate soldiers. She kept grabbing the handle of the door, only to let it go, over and over without opening the fridge, though I knew she was desperate to eat. She used to bounce on her toes and sigh when she was hungry. Apparently she still did. "You're kidding me, right?" I finally asked, making her jump. She spun around and looked all over before finding me at the top of the steps. Her morning hair was so fucking sexy it was annoying. "What?" I got down there and started the espresso machine. "Take what you want. Since when were you apologetic about that?" Falling quiet, she tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. "I don't live here, Callum. This isn't my home. My grandma and your mother raised me, so I do know what manners are, and I'm pretty sure you don't just go taking things that aren't yours." "Well, that's rich coming from you." Her shoulders slumped. I expected her to retort with something smart, but she said nothing. I was almost disappointed. "Lake, I'm giving you permission to eat whatever you want in my kitchen." "Thank you." The quiet relief with which she spun around and opened my fridge actually depressed me. Drinking my coffee, I watched, predicting she'd go straight for the Fayet. She did. Peeled it and gave one clean lick of the yogurt stuck to the top before tossing the wrapper in the trash. Some things never change. "What?" She frowned when I smirked. I ignored her question. I grabbed my coffee, then slid a spoon across the table. "To counter what you said before, you do live here." "Right, but it's not my home." "And why do you say that?" She paused, looking at me with true confusion. "I don't pay rent here?" "Neither do I. I own." She rolled her eyes. "That's great, Callum, and not my point. I mean, I live here in the same way I'd live in a hotel on vacation. I would be staying there, it would be my home base for that time, but it wouldn't be my home. The same way this is not my home." I laughed without smiling. "So you have intentions of leaving?" I took a drink. Again. She was instantly defensive. "No, If you're not going anywhere else, you're not living with anyone else. I'm the closest person to you in this city, and this is as permanent of a situation as you're going to have. You're moving in, and you'll be living with me. Unless you have other preferences, that's what I've decided." My morning had been sleepless, but not unproductive. I leaned against the counter and studied the way she slowly wet her lips. "Would you like to consider this your home?" She didn't answer right away, playing with the neck of her t-shirt, rather my t-shirt. My favorite one, that she was actively stretching the collar of, but I let her do it. "Yes," she finally muttered. "More than anything." "Then it's settled," I said. She nodded, but sucked in her bottom lip, which meant she was being quiet about something. I rolled my eyes. Lake, whatever you're thinking, just say it for Christ's sake. She exhaled hard and put her food down. Fine. What is this? Yogurt. Not that, Callum. I laughed inwardly, taking too much pleasure in the way her voice sounded between her gritted teeth. This, me living here, this being my home. We have a history I can't exactly put into words, but I would go as far as to say that we were romantic, so... What, are we together right now? Am I going to be sleeping in that room and listening to you bring other girls home and fuck them down the hall for me? Or are we trying to do something here? The two of us. I took a moment, soaking in the sudden heat that flushed her gorgeous face. I hadn't expected for her to snap back as quickly and truthfully as she did, but I liked it. It was the Lake I knew, and it made me want to grab her and suck her bottom lip into my mouth. It also made me wish I had some sort of clean-cut answer for her, but there was none. I hadn't put much planning into that aspect. She shot daggers. Christ, Callum, talk to me like I'm a person, not a business pitch. I know you grew up and got all fancy while I was gone, but I'm still me. I do recall proving that to you yesterday. I glared, but otherwise didn't show my irritation at her accusing tone. I answered you as truthfully as I could, Lake, I replied. Plain and simple, I didn't think about it. What I thought about was making sure you had a good, comfortable place to stay. I thought about what a piece of shit I felt like for making you cry. I thought about how fucking beautiful you were and how much I missed every inch of you, that it was probably pointless for me to try and ignore you or resist you. I took a sick satisfaction in how instantly quiet she went, how she shrunk back when I stepped forward. I spoke slowly, evenly, watching my every word sink into her skin. Trust me, I'm still pissed at you. I still hate with all my heart that you're keeping these secrets about why you left and where you went. But it's physically impossible for me not to care about you when I know you're back and close enough to me that I can touch you if I want. So this is where we're at, Lake. You're living here. I know you're safe. I know you're provided for, and I'm actively trying, like you asked me to. I'm trying to get us back to us, but I don't know exactly how that works, and unless I'm mistaken, neither do you. So I'd venture a guess and say that this is called taking it a day at a time. Lake's mouth snapped shut halfway through my answer and pursed tight. Now it curled just the slightest at me. She swallowed what looked like a bit of pride. It got me strangely hard. Fine. I crinkled my brow. Is it fine? Yes, Callum, it's fine, Lake enunciated. She finally took her spoon and started at her breakfast. It was silent for a good minute as she avoided my stare. Stop looking at me, she finally said. I'm making up for lost time. Okay, you can't do that every day. She pointed her spoon at me, and the corners of her lips quivered as we straddled the line of a light or tense moment. I cracked a smile, and she let out a laugh filled with relief. Callum, you cannot guilt me every day, please. That's not fair. It actually seems pretty fair to me. No, stop it. She stared decidedly back into her yogurt. Stop looking at me. Fine. But I think it's time for me to remind you that you once bet I'd never buy my own penthouse. I grinned as Lake lifted her head slowly. Something about the doe-eyed look she gave me revived my morning wood from 0 to 60, or rather 40 to 60. If I'm not allowed to guilt you, maybe I'll take you up on those infinite dares, just to get out my aggression. That would be dangerous, Callum. We've always been into that. She bit back her dirty smile, and suddenly that need to suck her lip was painfully strong. Like you said, Lake, let's play the game. Well, it's my turn,
I don't think you get one anymore. Oh, God. She groaned up at the ceiling, but I could see her sexy mouth curving up with amusement. Fine dare. I haven't thought of a good one yet, I smirked as my phone rang. What's up, Oz?
Who's the hand?
The volume of his voice assaulted my eardrums. I looked down at my hand. Forgot about it till now. I'd been happy to bruise my knuckles on Nick's jaw all night till he called Lake a whore, at which point I stupidly went for a mouth shot. He stayed on the floor after that one, which was probably better if he was interested in looking for his teeth. But it wasn't the greatest move on my part in terms of keeping my skin intact. It's fine, I said, assessing the damage. Not my worst.
Good. We need your handsome whiskey grip camera ready tonight.
What are you talking about?
Just got a call from the Times. They're sending a photographer to the Pike tonight. They want some pictures of us for the article. Dressed nice with friends, they said. Laughing, drinking, having a grand old time. I'm sure we can give them at least an hour of sober smiles.
I can swing that. I have my doubts about you.
If I'm going to put on a suit and act sober for anyone, I figure it'll be for them.
Good to hear. It was a big opportunity for us. The Times magazine was set to run an article on Oz, myself, and Pike Scotch. One of their writers had reached out after attending a tasting. They wanted a story behind the company and the 200-year-old distillery I'd renovated with Oz. It was the type of mainstream exposure that could turn a brand into a staple, and I was hell-bent on making sure it went perfectly. "What's up?" Lake asked when I hung up the phone. "There's a thing tonight." "Vague." "At the Pike. You don't know what that is because you've been gone for 6 years." "Again with the guilting." I smirked. "I'm going to need you to wear a nice dress." "I don't have one that isn't covered in tequila and Nick Spencer drool." I winced as I finished my coffee. "There are solutions to that. Once you're done with breakfast, I'll be taking you shopping." She lifted her eyebrows with surprise. "You always hated shopping." "I always hated finding what I needed and then waiting 4 hours for you and my mother to. That's not the kind of shopping we're going to be doing today." "No?" "No." My eyes slid up her body as she leaned forward on the counter. Whatever look I had on my face made her grin. "I have a feeling today is going to be a lot more fun for me."
Chapter 8. Lake. I was a ball of tension by the time we arrived at his lounge in the evening. I wasn't sure if Callum had picked out an exceptionally tight dress, or if I couldn't breathe because I was still wound up from our afternoon together. Somehow shopping with him had turned into 6 years' worth of foreplay without the sex, and I was in such need by the time I walked into the Pike that the blast of air conditioning felt erotic against my skin. No one was there yet except Oz, whose eyebrows ascended halfway to his hairline when he saw me. "Callum dressed you," he declared. I laughed as Callum grinned and said, "He knows me well." Judging from the decor of the lounge and the dress he'd picked for my body, Callum had developed a distinct aesthetic. Bronze and hazel tones glowing throughout a room of dark brown leather and redwood. I matched, carrying a suede clutch and wearing a golden bronze mini dress with long sleeves and a short skirt. It was one of many pieces I'd picked at the store on Madison that required an appointment to enter. They were booked, but all Callum needed was to pass by the window before the doors were thrown wide open by a living Ken doll named Tucker. "Bless you, Callum, you finally brought me a girl to dress," he gasped, and it was over from there. I had a flute of champagne thrust in my hand before Tucker waltzed me around the showroom, plucking hangers off the wall and bemoaning the fact that Callum spent so long being so annoyingly single because he had so many great dresses to match all his beautiful ties. "Now that would look unbelievable on your skin tone," Tucker said, stopping us mid-skip when he spotted Callum holding a dress across the room. It was the golden bronze one, the same color of my deepest tan. I used to get to that shade back when we spent whole summers in the Hamptons. Maybe Callum remembered.
You have to try that on immediately, Tucker decided, dropping his armful of dresses onto a chaise.
It looks a little small?
I will shove every gorgeous curve of yours into that thing. They don't call me Tucker for nothing.
I laughed like it was a joke, but he totally did. At the same time, Callum tried on shirts in the fitting room across from mine, but he ripped his curtain aside the second he heard mine open. I stopped breathing. He looked like a prince in his crisp white shirt, and he looked at me in a way that snatched the air out of my throat.
And it just got too hot in here.
Tucker ran off before we knew it, breaking Callum into a sexy laugh. God, did I miss that laugh. It was low, content, and it rolled over my skin like a sensual massage. That, combined with the way his stare traveled so slowly down my body, had me flushed with instant, tingling heat. I bit my lip and cocked my head. Like it? His reply came at once, and with ease. You're beautiful. 2 words, and I was filled to the brim with gratification. Then I guess it's the one. Probably. Callum unbuttoned his shirt, giving me a peek of that muscled chest.
But that shouldn't stop you from trying the rest of those on.
He nodded at all the designer pieces hanging around me. I was surrounded by dozens of colors and textiles. Leather, suede, and silk. Coral, saffron, and sage. There was an array of stilettos and strappy heels that Tucker had picked out and lined up at my feet. I felt spoiled, drowning in luxury, and I was thoroughly enjoying every second of it. So it took me by surprise when my chest tightened suddenly with a pang of guilt. I blinked away her face. My mother's chapped lips and ugly laugh.
Lipstick on a pig, baby girl.
I always found Trish's voice so odd. It was high-pitched and babyish, but at the same time it sounded elderly, reedy and constantly gasping for breath like someone on her deathbed. It was a thing of nightmares, and the memory never failed to freeze me in place for a few seconds. I shuddered when Callum broke me out of it.
Not a fan?
I heard his smirk before I saw it. When I looked up, he was in a light gray sweater that clung to his long, tapered torso. Just tight enough to give a hint of the deep line down the center of his pecs, the sleeves wrapped snug around his broad shoulders and biceps, and pushed up nicely above those thick forearms. It was basically the best thing ever. Buy it. Done. Just like that, he whipped it off. Jesus, I breathed. It felt like I was in a museum of the most beautiful specimens on earth as I just stood there for a bit, watching Callum sift shirtless through his other pics, his jeans hanging an inch lower than usual, and his body like a sculptor's masterpiece at every angle. He was impossibly chiseled and gorgeous, and I was getting way too hot in such an expensive dress. So as he pulled on a blue shirt, I picked a thin, flowy piece to try next. He was adjusting shiny cufflinks when I reached for the curtain. Leave it. He didn't look up as he said it. I stared at him with a second of surprise until he peered up with a wickedly sexy look in his blue eyes. Keep it open, he said, his tone mischievous but firm. It sent a ripple of hot need straight to my core. I knew that being naked in front of him was going to be torture if we were in public and supposed to be behaving. Still, I obliged. I kept the curtain open and he watched me undress, offering no help as I bent, arched, and twisted my body to reach zippers, buckle, and straps. Callum simply stood there, knotting silk ties at a languorous pace and sliding his eyes with such lust over my body that I could barely tell when I was naked or clothed. The arousal in his eyes never wavered. It was thick, steady, filled with visible appreciation for the 3 hours we were there, occupying the only 2 dressing rooms with our back-and-forth strip-tease and eye-fucks. I was practically sweating by the time we got into his car to go back to the apartment. To my disappointment, we showered and got ready in our separate rooms. But like an asshole, he left his door cracked open. So I did the same, and we spent the next hour catching half-second peeks of one another in various states of undress. My favorite had to be the glimpse I snuck while he stood completely naked in front of his dresser picking out boxers. One glimpse of his V-shaped back and sculpted ass was enough to keep me writhing the entire car ride over. It was the kind of absolute torture I enjoyed. At least, up until the Times crew swung by the pike. There was a lady with a camera and a couple guys with lights. They had just begun setting up when a black-haired woman in a brilliant, white dress pushed through and passed me to greet Oz. From the way they spoke, I could tell they'd met before, and it took only a minute of Oz's booming voice for me to gather that she was the writer from the Times. Anna Hale. Her name sounded like a comic book heroine, and her body had the sharp curves to match. I noticed when she pulled Callum aside to talk. I could tell from their body language, the way she spoke, that they'd met at least once before. He sat on a leather chair and nodded for her to take a seat at the one across, but she perched herself on the edge of the table. He laughed, leaning to one side. I watched Callum's stare drift briefly from her eyes to her pinched waistline, right in front of him. And all at once, my insecurity flared. The day's foreplay seemed suddenly like 1,000 red flags. Callum had had ample opportunity to finally take me and claim me the way he once lived to. Our sexual tension had gone from thick to so rock-solid you couldn't stick a knife in it. But maybe that was a bad thing. Maybe it meant that he had no intentions of resuscitating that part of us. The sex we once shared had a life of its own. It lived and breathed like an animal that wrapped around our brains and numbed out any thoughts that had nothing to do with one another. It overtook us, and Callum had been goal-driven, hungry for independence even before starting a business that thrived at his touch. So maybe he was done with being consumed. Maybe he was done with me. The room around me spun even before I took a sip of a drink, and I knew I was losing it to paranoia when I jumped to the conclusion that Callum planned to use me as his human foreplay. We got each other hotter than anyone else could, and we both knew that. But maybe he'd take our fun to its furthest limit, but then fuck another girl to keep his head straight, his thoughts neat and gathered with which to still complete his work. The theory was far-fetched and screwed up, but that was exactly what convinced me that it might be right. I thanked God when Isabel arrived because I needed someone to talk to, and I needed to know I wasn't imagining the dramatic positions Anna's body took when Callum came around. No, that's borderline pornographic, Isabel confirmed as Anna arched her back like a cat, bending over a table to write something down for Callum. He said this writer tracked him down for the piece? I wonder why. I watched her take her bun down and shake it out, cooing and rubbed Callum's cheek when she accidentally smacked his face with her lustrous hair. This chick, Isabel clucked. I turned in search of a lowball. I'm gonna go ahead and start the drinking now. With help from Logan, Isabel and several of Oz's lady friends, we killed 2 bottles of 10-year-old fine oak, and luckily, by the time we were too drunk to pose, the crew had gotten enough shots to pack up and call it a day. But the more than sufficient buzz was doing little to help my mood. I couldn't alleviate my own disappointment. I'd been hoping to be the one Callum touched this evening, the one whose knee he put his hand on. I had held out for it all day and for some reason took our flirty looks and flat-out gaping of each other as a sign that tonight was it. But now he was ignoring me to let Anna Hale stick around longer than everyone else and murmur into his ear. She sidled up next to Callum, while Logan cleaned up, crossing her legs so that her skirt slid up her thighs and her foot hooked behind his leg. I could feel my insecurity rise as I watched, leaning over the balcony of the VIP mezzanine, where I'd escaped to indulge my negative thoughts. Callum hadn't said anything this morning about being exclusive. He had said he'd try to get us back to us. But there had never been a name for our relationship, so I didn't even know what that meant.
Don't worry.
Oz scared the shit out of me by coming up out of nowhere. I clutched my racing heart, but managed a reply. If you're telling me not to worry, it means you see it too.
That he's letting her flirt with him. He's only being nice so she'll write good things about us.
Oz leaned over next to me. He was so tall the railing only reached below his belt, and I feared he'd topple right over.
I'm sure I'm breaking some brotherly code by telling you this, but I've never seen Callum look at anyone, anything, the way he looks at you. He doesn't give a shit about anything besides Caroline, work, and if I'm lucky, me.
He cracked a little smile.
Sometimes Logan, when he isn't being a shitebag. Point is, you came back, and it's all changed.
Yeah?
You don't believe me?
Maybe if you go into more detail. The 2 low balls of whiskey had my voice sounding low and jaded, but that worked well to get Oz to talk. He shrugged his wide shoulders.
I've just never seen him like this before.
He ran a hand through his long hair, quite possibly silkier than mine.
I know I've only known him for about 5 years, but I've seen him the most in that time, and I know that when he cares about someone, he doesn't show it, unless it's you. Then he can't fucking help it, and trust me, he's trying. But I can still hear it in his voice. I can see it in his eyes. I've seen more expression in that face of his these past few days than I have in the past 5 years combined. So if I were you, I wouldn't waste my worry on little Anna over there. If Callum wanted her, he'd had her over the sink in the bathroom right now.
He could have me there now, but he won't make a move. I was either too drunk or bitter to censor myself. It was one or the other. Oz grinned as we gazed down at Callum.
Matter of time. I'm his business partner, and I know that Cal's used to being in control, but he's got none of that around you. He doesn't want to give it up, so he's just taking it slow, and you should take that as a good sign. He values his time. He's not the type to stand and stare and wait around for fun. The Cal I know usually sees her, fucks her, and carries on the next morning.
Oz wagged a long finger at me.
But not with you, lassie.
Charming, but as flattered as I am, I'm not sure I can wait any longer. I really couldn't. The time preceding my return to New York had been, in an understatement, hell on earth. I'd had the occasional fling or one-night stand in my 6 years away from Callum, but the past year had seen nothing. I hadn't planned it that way. I barely even noticed while I was at Sunstone because sex was the last thing on my mind. I was just trying to keep myself positive enough to keep fighting, to keep battling that quicksand so I could stay above, just enough to breathe, to keep myself from drowning completely in the misery. Pleasure was a foreign concept when my daily goal was to survive long enough to get away. It wasn't till the flight into LaGuardia that I tallied up the months of my dry spell. 13. 6 years away from Callum, 13 months since I'd had sex, and a world of torture as I finally let myself think about how badly I needed it.
Christ, woman.
I must have been wearing the need on my face, because Oz's green eyes were suddenly staring in awe.
He's lucky he's my best mate, or I'd already have your dress on the floor and you naked on that wall.
My eyebrows flashed. Wow, Oz.
Just a man of truth.
He laughed, and apparently loud enough to get Callum's attention because suddenly he looked up at us with narrowed eyes.
Oz looked. Oh, look at the poor man. He thinks I'm telling you things I shouldn't be.
You are.
That is true.
I smirked down at Callum, taking too much pleasure in his sheer discomfort. I liked that he shook his head at me, looking pissed off when we locked eyes. It was twisted, but that familiar expression got my blood rushing to all the right spots. Suddenly, I'd decided that I was going to get exactly what I wanted from him tonight. I needed it. I really did. Soon, deep and hard, and I was willing to be a little ruthless to swing things in my favor. Callum was the one I'd picked up that trait from. Keep going, Oz. Tell me things he doesn't want me to know.
Oh, I'd love to, but
Just pretend. I want to get him a little angry.
oh, you're a sick little puppy, aren't you?
Oz wet his lips with wicked fascination. When I shrugged, he laughed.
That's okay. I'm good at this game. Let's start with a little whispering to get him nice and worked up.
He murmured, leaning in so close his long hair spilled over my arm. He grinned when I whispered gibberish in his ear.
Ah, you don't like that, do you?
He called down to Callum.
I bet you like this even less.
He draped a long arm around my shoulder, his forearm resting heavy on my breast. My mouth dropped and I looked at Oz, who let his tongue loll visibly behind his parted lips as his fingers stroked the side of my ribs. Callum's stare followed Oz's graze on my skin, looking a second from doing something. But then he sneered and laughed.
Fuck. He's trying to be good in front of the reporter lady.
Oz muttered to me before leaning into my neck. He pushed my hair back and inhaled with deep exaggeration.
Like roses, she smells.
Across the room, Logan paused in the middle of cleaning. I feel like you should stop.
Oh, shut it, you ball bag.
With that utterly romantic phrase, Oz grabbed me, smashed a hot kiss on my lips, and pulled me clean out of view. I gasped, pressed to his massive chest, our whiskey breath mixing as I heard table legs skidding violently downstairs. Then came the footsteps. My heart beat fast. They belonged to Callum.
Oh, I'm gonna get it.
Oz whispered giddily into my mouth. Once we heard Callum reach the top step, Oz squeezed a handful of my hair. And just like that, it was on. Oz cackled the entire time as he dodged and swung with true force. They were fighting the way I'd seen Callum do with Logan over the years, both kidding and serious at the same time. I had no idea how it worked. I just chalked it up to boy behavior, and tonight it had my hand shoved over my mouth, stifling laughter and the semi-real fear that turned to excitement when Callum finally cast his hot, angry stare on me. Panting against the wall, I felt our eyes lock like magnets. I felt the words I wanted to hear at the tip of his tongue, and I waited what felt like ages for him to speak them.
We're going home.
Thank
God.
He pulled me away as Oz laughed and shook the Tarzan hair out of his face.
Fucking right. Now quit being a cunt and give that poor girl what you both want.
Chapter 9. Callum. I didn't touch her on the way out. I didn't touch her during the ride back, or in the elevator up to the penthouse. I barely looked at her. Wouldn't let her come near me either. I had every intention of claiming her. She was just going to wait for it. It wasn't entirely out of my need to punish her for what she had me watch at the Pike. It was partly to give her a chance to breathe, take in all the air her lungs possibly could, because once I sunk into her, there'd be no stopping till that body had come twice and sweated out every man's touch beside mine. Gone. I had Lake walk ahead of me into the apartment when the elevator doors opened. She didn't hesitate, but I could see her body tightening with every neat step across the marble foyer. At the lounge, she had a clear idea of what was going to happen when we got home, but I could tell now that she'd lost grasp of the situation. I'd reclaimed her comfort, taken back the controls. She got us to this point, but now her body would wait for my prompt, respond only to me. It had always been a decadent back and forth with us. Watching her, I thought of where I wanted her, which part of the penthouse best suited the way I needed to claim her tonight. When she paused and looked over her shoulder at me, her flushed lips parted and her hair spilling down her back, I knew.
Where to?
Upstairs. My stare raked up her smooth thighs as she walked ahead of me. She was walking sex. I suppressed a groan because just when I thought my arousal had pulsed to its ceiling, it found a second wind. I undid my belt, having swelled an inch for every one her skirt hiked up before my eyes. For Christ's sake, I had never felt bigger in my life. I slid the poor condom out of my wallet. The steel between my legs was about to put it to work. Where now? Left. A grin tugged my lips when I saw her hesitate. She hadn't seen this room before. It was the only one in the apartment to which I kept the door shut. Before tonight, it was because it was a shame to the rest of my home. It was big, empty, undecorated, a blank slate despite the fact that I'd moved in more than a year ago. I just hadn't had the vision for it. Save for 2 pieces, it was bare. No tables, no chairs, no paintings or shelves. But tonight, it was the room I needed Lake in. She gave the sexiest laugh I'd ever heard upon stepping into it. Let me just guess where you want me. There was an irresistible mix of surprise and arousal in her voice as she took in the room's twin pieces of decor, 2 antiqued glass mirrors the size and shape of my enormous windows. Lake chose one and walked up to it, hitting me with those bedroom eyes through the reflection. Once she was in front of the mirror, she looked at its counterpart to our left. Her tongue ran over her lip when she realized my intention, to drink in her beauty from head to toe, and at every angle, because anything less was a shame and a waste. If I had a view of her gorgeous back, her spectacular front, and her perfect side, I had everything I wanted. Well, almost. My eyes were set. My cock was getting there. Lake gathered her hair and looked over her shoulder at me as I pulled the zipper down her back. I didn't realize what a fucking weakness that was for me until tonight. Stepping back, I undid my shirt and zipper as she slid the dress down her mouth-watering shape. I wet my lips. I was never going to get tired of watching her heeled feet step out of puddles of cloth. I was never going to get sick of seeing her back arch as she unclasped her bra. Her body was an entire world of grace for me to admire. Off. She lifted an eyebrow through the mirror. You know the answer to that. Once her breasts sprang free from their confines, my cock followed suit, and aggressively, as if asking what the hell had taken so long. Before I could even tell her where to put her hands, she flattened them over the glass. She leaned forward, curving her back and peering behind, presenting herself to me in a way that seized my last ounce of control. In one motion, I slid the rubber over my shaft and thrust every inch of myself inside her. Holy fuck. My fingers dug in her hips, her sex ripping a ferocious growl from my throat. Her own sharp gasp breathed back out in the form of a long moan, my name lost somewhere inside it. Jesus, Lake, you're so fucking tight. My eyes squeezed shut as I reveled in her wet heat wrapped around my cock like a glove. I was so fucking lost in instant pleasure that I went 50 full, deep strokes before remembering to take in her reflections. I opened my eyes to see her hair entwined in my fingers. I faced the mirror, relished her lip bit hard between her teeth. I thrust harder just to see her mouth fall wide open. God damn did I like it like that. Getting greedy, I took in the view of her side, the dip of her back, the curve of her ass, and the tantalizing bounce of her big full tits. One look, and she had me in sensory fucking overload. Christ, you have no idea how beautiful you are, I rasped in her ear. Look at me. With a moan, Lake opened her eyes. I fisted a handful of her thick waves and stared into those deep pools of gold and green. Our lips curved in slow, pleasured unison. Fuck, yes. I took pride, full-on satisfaction in the way I made her look, savored the paradise that glinted nonstop in her eyes as I pushed and pulled inside her, in tune with her, reveling in every twitch of her building orgasm till it gushed over my cock and rocked her whole body. I took in every view of it. I watched her curves jiggle, her eyes squeeze shut. I fed on every second of it as I held her trembling sex tight over my cock. When she went limp against the mirror and gasped for breath, I pulled her head firmly back and gave her mine, parting her mouth and sweeping my tongue against hers. Her breath deepened with my kiss. I was still inside her, still hard as a rock, but I moved slowly, waiting for her to come back to earth. And when she did, a new and sultry fire lit her eyes. "Let me," she murmured, grabbing my flexed thigh and slowing me to a halt. I panted. I was throbbing inside her, but I hung on to what fine thread of self-control I had left and stood still for Lake, who flipped her hair to one side and turned to look in the other mirror. Watching herself, the sexiest look on her face, she moved slowly forward on my cock, straightening her back, sliding herself all the way up to my pulsing tip. She clenched around me, squeezing till all the sensation in my body rushed to that singular spot. I let out a brutal groan. It was torture and bliss. I was in heaven and hell, and just as I couldn't take it any more, she rammed back down to the base of my shaft. Christ, Lake! Fuck if I recognized the sounds that came out of my mouth. They were savage, guttural, as she circled her hips, grinding backwards against me. I growled every filthy word under the sun as I stared down in awe at her pussy fucking my cock. Her unreal body was showing me the true meaning of pure ecstasy, and all I had to do was stand there and watch. I stared down at Lake, hips flexed, abs tight, and fingers thrust in my hair as she downright fucking spoiled me. It was unreal. Sight, sound, and sensation as we figured out a new favorite position together. She was turning herself on, and I had no idea I could be so still yet feel so good. I could stand there and watch all day. Hell, I tried. I was ready to come ages ago, but I staved off my orgasm to buy all the time I could because Lake was giving me a fucking show, the most incredible one I'd seen or felt in my life, and I wasn't going to be the one to end it. Only when she came again did I finish with an explosion inside her, breathing deep into the back of her neck with every hot burst of pleasure that pierced through her. Our bodies pressed against each other as we panted. Her breasts shook in my hands as I squeezed them, both of us trying but failing to come back to earth. When we finally did, we lay on the floor. I watched her doze off on my chest, the only time she ever looked like an innocent angel. I smirked, and she pouted something incoherent but defensive because she knew I was laughing at her. But then, of course, she fell asleep. And as I watched her, the empty space felt 1,000 times fuller than any other room in the house.
Chapter 10. Lake. A week later, I was still riding the high of being with Callum. It carried me so far off my feet that I barely understood how I'd gotten from his building in Tribeca to the Flatiron District. It felt like I'd left the house 5 minutes ago. Maybe I floated there. Whatever it was, I didn't care. I was just happy, and I didn't remember what it was like to feel this way. That first night in the empty room with Callum had been the kind of perfect that I had to keep reminding myself was real, and when I did, I'd feel my heart actually lift with the thrill of knowing that it was. The next day, we walked around FIT, where I went to college for 3 years. We had lunch before going fabric shopping and leaving the store with yards and yards of silk, leather, and jersey. As we passed by my old dorm, we looked up in unison to stare at my old window. I could have sworn I still saw his initials written in my nail polish on the fire escape. That fire escape. It wasn't any ordinary one, and I knew Callum remembered why from the way I looked back down to find him grinning. I was guilty but grateful when he rescheduled work meetings for me. "Don't worry, Oz is due to work some overtime," he laughed. The amount of time Callum made for me had me feeling so pampered. And important. What time we didn't spend together still served the purpose of us being together. I went shopping for lingerie to surprise him with. We went through the measures to lose the condoms. I booked my first Brazilian in ages. Despite the fact that I had my own bed, I found that he topped his own with some of the down pillows I preferred to his hard ones. On Friday, Isabel delivered my things from her place and helped me unpack in my room down the hall from Callum's, but she kept laughing as she hung up what little clothes I had in the closet. "It's just so silly to keep all your things here when you don't even stay here." It was true. I stayed with him. It had been a wordless agreement between Callum and myself. The night after having sex in the empty room, we'd finished a few bottles of wine on the balcony, and I'd ambled drunkenly to my own bedroom to brush my teeth, change, and pass out. But the second I turned off the light and got into bed, it switched back on, and I saw Callum shaking his head at me, eyelids heavy and smirking with amusement. He climbed onto my body, kissed me deeply for several minutes, and then smiled as he murmured, "This isn't where you sleep." Then he lifted me out of bed and carried me down the hall. I'd slept every night of the week with him since. And it honestly felt too good to be true. Better than even my imagination. While I was away, I'd lived on the fantasy of what things might be like when I came back. When I returned to Callum. The first year I was gone, the fantasies were just being with him on that fire escape again, wrapped in his arms and my blanket. But within a couple years, I knew to imagine something post-college, since we were getting past the age. I could see Callum being so devastatingly gorgeous now, but I could never picture what he was doing. All I knew was that he was never going back to anything related to wrestling, and that always washed me with the darkest guilt. So I stopped trying to imagine his life. After a while, my fantasies consisted mostly of being simply near Callum, imagining how time had changed his voice, his laugh, his body. It was the best survival tactic I could think of while I was living where I was. At night, on the ripped couch, it was my joyful fantasy land to drift into. But the reality was so many million times better, to the point that I could hardly bear to part ways with Callum this morning. I had a feeling, despite the fact that neither of us acknowledged it, that he felt similarly, because he popped back into the kitchen after saying goodbye, just to make sure I had money, knew where I was going, etc. He didn't leave till Caroline called to remind him that he was meeting her. I didn't take offense to the lack of an invitation. I was having some fancy dinner with Caroline soon, and knew her well enough to know that she was using this lunch alone with Callum to freely grill him about me, how I was doing, whom I'd been talking to, and if there was anything she could do to make me more comfortable. I'd reveled in that kind of attention when I was younger, but toward the end of high school, I'd begun feeling apologetic about it, declining her offers of mani-pedis at our favorite spa, or a girls' weekend to East Hampton. So Caroline's solution was to ask Callum what I needed, how I was doing. I knew that today's lunch with him would be no different. So to kill time, I decided to load up on t-shirts, jeans, pajamas, socks, whatever Caroline would buy in excess for me if she found out I didn't have. Earbuds in, I played music from an iPod shuffle they didn't even make anymore. It was from high school, metallic pink with all the songs I listened to when I was 16 to 17. Caroline had kept it all these years and given it to me the night of my welcome back dinner. Little blast from the past for you. She slipped it into my clutch with a giggle. Figure you can save it for a nice stroll down memory lane. It did the trick. My brain was sufficiently launched back to junior year, as my ears filled with old Alicia Keys and Maroon 5. I had some oldies stuff in there, too. '50s jazz I used to listen to with Caroline. I was practically skipping by the time Cheek to Cheek came on. It was the simplest pleasure I'd felt in a while, combined with the fact that I was already floating on cloud 9. I was having the time of my life, practically waltzing down the sidewalk. But with a sudden lurch in my chest, I stopped dead at the corner of 19th Street. My ears rang, and I choked on instant panic. I was being watched. I'd spent enough time being followed to know what it felt like. I froze, my eyes scanning the street, my heart half convinced I'd somehow see him. My stepbrother with his straw-like hair peeking out of a dirty Marlin's cap. My pulse was still racing by the time I realized that it was impossible. He wasn't here. Trish wasn't here. I was in New York, not at Sunstone. I'd left that all behind. I was certain of that. But then a hand gripped my shoulder. "Lake!" I thrashed. "Whoa! Whoa! Easy!" Fear pressed my back into the limestone building behind me. 2 women rushed defensively between me and whoever grabbed me. "Do you know him? Are you okay?" They asked their questions several times before I heard them. My lips stuttered something as my eyes focused on the man standing behind them, cringing over the scene and trying desperately to explain himself. "Theo." "Oh my God," I exhaled, the muscles in my chest relaxing. I never imagined I'd be relieved to see Theo Spencer. But between him and my stepbrother, I was sure I preferred to see him. I thanked the women who stepped in, apologizing profusely until they hesitantly left my side. Looking over their shoulders as Theo, holding his hands up, said a dozen versions of "I'm sorry." "I didn't realize I was going to scare you so bad. I'm so sorry, Lake," he said, his light brown eyes flicking all over my face, up and down my body as he apologized. "Wow, just..." A breath whooshed out his lips. "Wow. Lake, it's crazy to finally see you." I could only nod, still stiff and wide-eyed. "What? Were you following me?" Theo loosened the collar of his blue polo shirt. Technically?" He laughed sheepishly, running a hand through his dark hair, ruining the gelled style he'd been wearing since we were teenagers. I heard you were staying with Callum, and I went to the apartment to see if I could find you. You were just leaving when I got there, so He nodded at a silver Audi parked behind him. "Followed from there." "Oh." My voice was far away, my gaze floating off behind him. "Christ, I'm so sorry. You must be sufficiently creeped out." I blinked. I probably should have been, but I was still recovering from the startling thought of my stepbrother being in New York. The rest of my body was still taking its time to loosen and abandon that fight or flight mode. "It's okay," I said hastily, trying to concentrate on the fact that I was standing in front of Theo Spencer, my high school boyfriend turned bully, the brother of the scumbag who told me I had to earn my keep around his rich group of friends. "Lake, I heard about what happened at my brother's party, my party, technically, though it got shut down before I even got there." He tried a nervous laugh to lighten the mood. "Right," I nodded, coming to. My instinct was to say sorry, but I realized I didn't actually want to. Whatever Nick got that night, he had deserved. "I'm sorry you didn't get your party," I finally said. "That's quite all right. I didn't actually want it. Nick's just trying to get on my good side because he wants to borrow my house in Ibiza for a couple months." I blinked at him, unable to relate at all to what he was saying. Theo quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, I was hoping to buy you lunch, or a drink, or whatever takes the least amount of time for you to consume, since I'm sure you'd like to limit your time with me." He tried that nervous laugh again. "I just really need a moment to give a proper apology for what happened with Nick and what happened back then." Theo Spencer was being self-deprecating. I'd never seen it before. I tried to process that and tell myself that everything was still perfectly fine. My panic before had been a product of my imagination. Nothing was wrong. I'd just had the best morning of my life, and now I had the opportunity to put one part of my past officially behind me. It was clear to me that I was in need of burying the bad memories. "Okay," I finally said. Theo's shoulders dropped with relief. "God, awesome. Lunch or drinks? Coffee. Whatever you say." I managed something like a laugh as we headed for the closest cafe. I'd never heard Theo say those words before.
Chapter 11. Callum. It was going to take a while to get used to my mother's new look. She was always strikingly beautiful, with the kind of sharp cheekbones and bright eyes that shone through even her worst depressions. Her episodes were bad after Lake left, but never bad enough for her to stop smiling for me. Her blonde hair went gray, and she didn't often leave the house, but when I let her see me, she always gave me the most dazzling smile. The same one she wore when she woke Lake up on Sunday mornings and waltzed her down the hall hand in hand, cheek to cheek, their little pre-brunch tradition to celebrate homemade waffles, danced to the tune of old jazz. It took every ounce of her energy to give me that smile, but she mustered it up for me every time, because she knew that whatever pain she felt with Lake gone, I was feeling the same. It was the reason I distanced myself and saw her less as the years went by. Then again, I distanced myself from most people who knew Lake. People who would talk about her, remind me of her in some way. My mother was the biggest offender. She couldn't resist reminiscing about Lake as if she were just some daughter who'd traveled across the world on vacation. She still talked about adopting another girl. She'd look at a necklace in a window and muse about how nice it'd look on Lake, and it drove me insane. So I took care of her from afar. After my dad divorced her, I'd sworn to myself that she'd never want for a thing. I kept to that promise. But it was by sending her money, paying to have the bathroom redone, booking her lavish vacations. I saw her on occasion, usually with others, because that gave her no chance to tell me that she wanted to try looking again. She'd done it once before, confessing that she'd spent the past week searching for Lake on Facebook and every other social media platform that she taught herself how to navigate. So I stopped seeing her. It wasn't something I felt good about. I hated avoiding my mother. I missed her, and it felt as if I had been since Lake disappeared. She hadn't been the same person since that morning, but I told myself that the distance was for the better. We were saner without our combined memories of Lake. I justified the way I skirted her and ignored her calls. I sunk myself into work. I rearranged my values and morals, my thoughts, my heart, and my entire life after Lake left. And I'd never felt guiltier about it as I walked into Broome Street Kitchen to meet my mother for lunch. I realized it was the first time in 8 months that I'd seen my mother one-on-one, despite the fact that we lived in the same city. I laughed and shook my head when I reached her table. She was already beaming because she knew she'd been aging rapidly backwards since Lake's return. Her hair was down and flipped to cover the gray, and her skin glowed in a way I hadn't seen since I was a kid. She'd stopped wearing jewelry when Lake left. I'd just figured Lake took it all. But now she was adorned with all those bright, sparkling pieces I grew up seeing her wear. She looked practically in her 30s again. "You look just as happy as I do," she said as she hugged me tight. "See the effect she has on people? I even saw it at dinner. She was a star, the belle of the ball." I gave a strained smile as I took a seat at our booth. There were 2 cappuccinos and no menus on the table. "You've already ordered?" "Of course. I want to get straight to talking about her. Is she having a wonderful time?" Mom's blue eyes gleamed hopefully at me, but she frowned fast when I laughed and shook my head at her. "Callum Pike, you promised you'd report back with every detail. Now tell me what's going on with my girl. I want to be briefed on how it's been before I meet her for dinner." She smoothed the napkin on her nap and pursed her lips self-consciously.
I'm very nervous. I'm afraid we won't have anything to talk about anymore.
That's crazy. You've always been best friends.
You two have always been best friends, so you know everything. She touched the back of her hair and lowered her voice. No one's been mean to her or anything, right?
You do realize we're all adults, right? It's not high school anymore.
I'm well aware of the time that's passed, Callum, but time doesn't always change feelings, and you two did make a few enemies together. Enemies who still live in Manhattan, she said, raising her eyebrows as she sipped her espresso.
I'm keeping her away from any of that.
Good. We need to keep all the negativity at bay, because I don't think I've been this overjoyed in... She threw her hands in the air, manicured. They hadn't been in a while. Oh, I don't know how long. It's immeasurable. But I can tell you that I'm no longer taking any of the... She lowered her voice. You know.
I looked up from the cocktail list. Meds?
Shh. 10 years she'd been taking antidepressants, but she still acted like it was some shameful coke habit. But yes, I've quit them, she said with a flutter of her fingers.
Really? Cold turkey? That's incredibly dangerous, Mom.
I decreased the dosage over time. I talked to my doctor about it, Callum. I'm not an idiot.
Fine. In that case, that's amazing, I relented, though I felt my throat tighten instantly after. As grateful as I was for the news, I couldn't help being uneasy about the fact that my mother pinned all her hope for joy on Lake being home. I clenched my jaw, shifting in my seat as the salads arrived.
I didn't realize till that moment that I still believed she could do it again. Disappear. She'd spent most of her life by my side before leaving the first time. I wasn't exactly sold on the fact that the past 2 weeks with me would keep her from doing it again, and it was making it harder and harder to enjoy the way my mother gushed and sighed and laughed the way she hadn't for so long. She went on and on about the reservations she'd booked at spas, shops, restaurants from Manhattan to Hudson Valley, all for Lake. I tried not to let my mind dip into my negative thoughts, but I caved. I imagined how hard my mother would crash from this high if Lake ran off again. I had no doubt that a second time would officially break her. Imagining it shot my mood straight to hell. Leaning in my chair, the distrust for Lake crawled back like a disease. I touched my hand to my mouth, nodding, thoughtful and reactive to every giddy thing my mother said, but under the table my drumming fingers moved faster as my fury rose again. Lake had promised not to leave again, but there was little guarantee in words. I wasn't going to blindly believe her, and for that reason I couldn't bring myself to enjoy my mother's smile, which I found a little fucking depressing. There goes that. The last week with Lake had been phenomenal, and the morning capped it off. I'd felt a strange ease with her, moving around the kitchen, having breakfast, talking about our plans for the day. I'd enjoyed the hell out of the simple pleasure of it all, but it was only one step forward, and with the realization that I still doubted her, I'd just taken 2 back. I ran the water scalding hot when I got back to the apartment. Lake was going to be home soon, and as tempting as it was to unload on her my every dark thought and suspicion, I knew to instead find a way to calm myself down. Nothing productive would come out of my accusations. It was my distrust versus her insistence, and that was a pointless conversation, so I tried to just wash away my anger before she returned. I didn't want to lash out the second she walked in. I knew it probably wouldn't be fair. So I breathed in the thick steam and reminded myself that Lake had loved my mother, too, with all her heart, and as much as I did. As I ducked my head under the raining water, I heard the whisper of her 17-year-old voice. We should cancel the beach trip, Callum. I remembered her climbing into my bed that one night. She did it often, but I was particularly annoyed that time because I'd actually fallen asleep. Get out of my bed. Did you hear me? We should stay home this weekend. Stop
talking to me. Go to sleep." I tossed away from her. She ignored me and climbed under my sheets. "In your own bed."
"I can't sleep. She's crying."
"She's always crying. Take her Ambien." Lake was quiet for a second, and that made me hopeful that she was going to leave me alone. I had wrestling practice before school and after, and I'd gotten about 8 combined hours of sleep all week, thanks to all the late-night sobbing. But Lake only cuddled her body into my back.
"Can I tell you my dream from this morning?"
"Are you fucking kidding me, Lake?" She fell away from me, quiet again. I could feel her about to go back to her room, but at the last second she changed her mind and said it all in one breath.
"I dreamt I woke up and there was this really cute baby girl at the foot of my bed, and she had this perfect pink crib with little bows tied to it. And it felt so real, 'cause in the dream I knew her name was Ella, and when I went to hold her, she was—"
"Fuck off, Lake." It was harsh. I knew that. But now she was touching on a nerve and about to make it impossible for me to fall back asleep. At this point, we'd figured out that my mother had been bugging my dad for another baby. Through adoption, unless some miracle happened. I'd overheard her on the phone with my aunt, saying she didn't get enough time to be a mommy to a little girl. She'd gotten the briefest taste of it with Lake, and that only made things worse because now Lake was 17, with a boyfriend, and bound for college in less than a year. My dad was rarely home, but I knew he was irritated by her desperate pleading. On the rare occasions that he got drunk at home, he muttered about how my mother took a teenaged girl in without giving him a chance to say no. As much as his eyes flew to Lake the second she walked into a room, as much as he couldn't help staring at her with the most thinly veiled lust, he resented her. He was bitter for being put in a situation where he had to father this beautiful stranger, and he was bitter at the amount of attention she sucked from my mother. He saw Lake as the reason his wife was suddenly begging him for a child when he'd already agreed to have me 18 years ago and then basically adopt another. Wasn't that fucking enough? He was rarely ever home, but Lake's increasing sex appeal and my mother's baby fever kept him more often away from the house. There wasn't a whole lot I could do about the situation, and I knew Lake would feel insanely guilty if she ever found out, so any mention of the baby thing from her had me bottling my thoughts and stewing in silent irritation.
"I'll leave you alone if you promise to stay home with me this weekend. We can wake up early and make her breakfast and take her to see that fashion exhibit at the Met. And then at night we'll just chill and make dinner and watch, like, Ghost or Dirty Dancing."
"Do you want to chop my balls off while we're at it?" She pulled me onto my back and held my face, giggling into it and waking me officially up.
"We're staying in with her this weekend," she said an inch from my lips. "Tell me you'll do it, Callum."
I tried to ignore her, but then I let out a breath. "I'll do it."
"Thank you."
She kissed my forehead, and my anger dissipated too easily for my liking.
"Can I sleep here tonight?"
I stared blankly at the ceiling as she climbed onto me. Yeah. I slid my fingers through her hair and stroked the way I knew she liked. To my irritation, she was out like a light in a minute, and I stayed wide awake because that was just how it went. Lake woke me up when she heard my mother crying. I'd say something to eventually ease her heart, and then she'd conk out while I spent the rest of the night sleepless and annoyed. I knew I was doomed to this fate every time her sharp whisper stirred me from slumber. A night of memorizing every inch of the ceiling and counting her soft breaths till I saw the sun rise. She was damned lucky I loved feeling her asleep on my chest.
Chapter 12. Lake. I realized I wanted to go home before the conversation even started. Maybe because Theo had made it weird the second we got into the cafe. He held the door open for me, and after I walked through, put a hand on the small of my back and flashed me a big smile.
Let's rewind this whole thing and start over, he suggested with that big, gallant prince laugh he always thought sounded so charming. Lake, it's so good to see you again, and I have to say, you look incredible. With that, he did his version of the Spencer family kiss on the cheek. His parents had always been big on greeting their guests with it, so Theo and his brothers adopted that way of saying hello. Of course, they only insisted with girls, and Theo, every time, loved to press his kiss closer to the mouth than the cheek. That hadn't changed, despite the fact that we once dated. I flinched when I felt his lips on me. He noticed, looked annoyed, and muttered, "Sorry," as the awkward air started floating in. He and I had been together on and off from junior to senior year. We broke up whenever he got too pissed that I wouldn't have sex with him, and our group of friends, knowing it would be temporary, would begrudgingly split with us every time. Everyone still spoke and got along, aside from Theo and myself, but our lunch tables would be separate. Callum, Isabel, and Logan always sat with me, and we'd have to carefully arrange our plans so Theo and I didn't both show up. I was generally the one to bow out. Caroline always got pissed at Callum for not boycotting social outings with me. So whenever there was a party I was skipping for breakup reasons, she'd make pumpkin shakes and homemade whipped cream, and we'd sit at home watching chick flicks till we fell asleep on the couch. "I just don't get what your hang-up is," Theo said one day while we hung out in his bedroom. We were on our longest streak without a breakup, a whopping 4 months. "It's gonna hurt the first time for every girl, and then you get used to it, and it's fine." "That's not the issue, Theo." "Then what the hell is it?" "Don't curse at me. Then what is it? I've been dating you for 2 years, Lake. I know there's something. Did, Ethan do some messed up shit to you or something?" "Ew, what? No." I wrinkled my nose. Caroline and Ethan Pike had just separated and were talking divorce. The kids at school were only whispering about it because their parents were. But apparently I was thrown into the mix of rumors, despite understanding nothing of their roots. Ethan was barely ever home, and when he was, he hardly spoke to me or Callum. "It's not that. And don't talk about that shit with anyone, please. She's going through a really hard time right now." "Fine. Just tell me what the issue with the sex is, or I'm not going to be able to fix it." "Why do you have to fix it? I don't want to have sex yet. I told you. I'm trying to hold off for as long as I can. People do that, okay?" "Weird people do that. No one who looks and acts like you ever gets to 18 without getting fucked." "Ugh, you're crass." "Stop pretending to be all innocent." "I'm not innocent," I spat. I still remembered the things I'd seen and heard before my grandma took me away from my mom. I was 5 years old then, but I still knew how much worse things got when Trish didn't have a man in her life. The house would stink, she wouldn't eat, and I'd be hungry day and night. I didn't like her and I didn't like them, but at least when she had some semblance of a special friend, she'd go out and come back with leftovers from McDonald's. She'd have more patience with me when I asked her to help me turn on the shower. The knobs had fallen off forever ago, and it was broken, rusty, and confusing. The one time I tried to finagle on my own, I cut my finger open and she got pissed that I needed a tetanus shot. Theo rolled his eyes. "Well, if you're not innocent, have sex with me. Do it with me tomorrow at Logan's house, at his party. We'll find a room." "How romantic." "Who cares about romantic? We're just getting the first time over with so you can stop being such a pain in the ass." "Oh, you're really selling yourself by talking like that." Theo groaned to the ceiling. "I'm sorry." "I thought you said you'd stop bothering me about this if I did the thing." "What thing?" "The pictures." "Christ, Lake. I can't jack off every day of my fucking life." I stared with true amazement. You're an asshole. And you're a fucking priss. I went to leave at that point, but he pinned me to his bed and laughed at how I couldn't move. He was a wrestler, he and Callum both. And while Callum was the one going to college for it, Theo was still very much strong enough to immobilize me. I cursed him out when he finally let me go and stormed out of his house, in tears, by the time I got home. Caroline freaked out, of course, and when she couldn't get anything out of me, she sent me to Callum. He flew into a rage when he saw that my wrists were still red. "I'm going to kill him," he said, eerily calm. He was halfway out the door when I stopped him. I refused to let him go, and his stare seared through me. "Are you going to break up with him?" "Of course I am." I had every intention of breaking up with Theo. I just couldn't figure out the best time. I wanted to not think about it for a little, but Callum was so worked up, I knew that answer wasn't going to suffice. "If you give him time, he's just going to put his hands on you again." "What? You want me to dump him the next time I see him? At Logan's party?" "Yes." "No." "I dare you." "It's not your turn." "Fine. Dare me something now so it is my turn." I dared him to cut in the second Theo went crazy on me when I ended it. I was scared about how he'd react. He could get mean in a way I didn't know how to handle. Callum was often brusque and blunt, but Theo's brand of anger had him falling still and quiet and lashing out when I least expected it. He'd gone crazy on me that day for not having sex with him, so I had no idea what kind of reaction he'd have to being dumped. As far as I knew, he'd never been before. So we devised a signal. If Theo got in any way threatening, I'd look at Callum, tuck my hair behind my ear, and he'd come right to me. And that was exactly what happened that night. I told Theo it was over, and he lost it. He was the one who always broke up with me. The fact that it was me this time seemed to make it more of a reality for him, so he immediately got in my face and said every awful thing under the sun. It made me wish I'd never told him about Trish's existence. I never even talked to Callum about her, but Theo saw me messaging her on Facebook one day. I never did it at home, and looked through her photos. He was delighted to know that I'd come from trailer park trash. It was the only thing he had on me that no one else knew about. He saw her provocative pictures and guilted me into taking some for him. "It feels bizarre, bringing it up now," Theo said as we sat in the cafe, almost a decade removed from the 3 big incidents in high school. The fight, the posts online, and then that other horrible thing. I didn't know what to call it, but it was way too lopsided to be labeled a fight. When I thought about it, I hated Theo all over again, and wondered what the hell I was even doing there with him. He could see it in my face, so his apology came hastily, all at once. "I'm sorry about everything, Lake. About the way I treated you, about making you take the pictures and then fucking posting them. For Christ's sake, I can't even believe I ever did it." Callum came between us when my breakup with Theo got predictably hostile. Theo had thrown the first punch, but after Callum pinned him easily to the wall, he begged for a truce, only to slam Callum into a big frame or mirror or something made of glass that ended up slicing up his back. I tried to pull Theo off, but the back of his hand smacked me sufficiently away, and for that, Callum knocked him out. He took one look at the blood on my face and then beat Theo so endlessly that none of us could tell exactly when he fell unconscious. Our families fell out after that night. Caroline stopped going to as many charity functions. She was already losing her place post-divorce, but this was the nail in the coffin. Her son had sent a Spencer boy to the hospital, and all because of that Lake girl. I was liked until I had the gall to break up with Theo Spencer and get him beat up. After that, I was trash. Theo had seen the way I smarted at the word, He'd seen the message Trish sent me where she called me worthless, a burden. He knew it would hurt, so he spread it around. And to really sell his point, he posted the naked pictures I'd taken for him the year before, online, for all to see. I was humiliated, obviously. I felt dirty. But the worst part about that situation was seeing how embarrassed Caroline was. She distanced herself from me for a couple days, but it felt like an eternity. I knew she didn't want to think of me as anything but her perfect girl, and I felt like the biggest disappointment to her. I imagined that she was sitting in the dark on her bed and regretting the fact that I ever came into her life. She gave up so much for me. She should have sent me away when my grandma got sick. She was just too good of a person to start something and quit halfway. That was the only reason she kept me around. I tried tallying up how much money she'd spent on me over the years and figuring out how long it would take me to pay it back. But it was impossible, and I was so filled with true shame that I couldn't leave my room. I spent the weekend shut in and skipped Monday at school. I wouldn't even let Callum in. If I had, I'd have stopped him from seeing Theo before school that morning. He was through with him but agreed to meet because he wanted the pictures taken down. Tears still burn my eyes shut when I thought about what happened that day. Damn it. I stared into my drink, drowning once again in that guilt and shame. My trip down memory lane had been so nice before Theo showed up. It still weighs on me, Lake. I can't stand for you to think that I treat women like that. I was just a teenager then, and what I did was classless, to say the least. So I wanted to get this apology off my chest. We should have never ended that way. I was barely listening. His words floated meaninglessly through my head as I realized something. When I looked up suddenly from my coffee, my stare big and unblinking, Theo cocked his head and smiled at me. "What is it, Lake?" he asked, looking charmed. I just realized it was never the pictures that bothered me. What do you mean? Of course it was. No. I didn't care about me. I only cared about him. What you did to him that morning. Lake, he chuckled tensely. I was still in the hospital, where he sent me, by the way. It wasn't just some random crime. Don't deny it, I said hotly. And suddenly the air shifted. Theo's smile started to sag. It melted like candle wax into a smirk. He studied the anger on my face, and from the way he finally rolled his eyes, I could tell he'd given up on his gentleman act for the afternoon. Glaring, I remembered exactly why I hated this man. I could have forgiven him in some way if he'd just come clean, but nearly a decade later, he was still denying it. Everyone knows you were behind it. They just don't talk about it because of who you are. But you know it yourself. You, your brother, and whoever was there that day. You guys did that to Callum. Even if you weren't one of the ones who hurt him, I know you planned it. You made it happen. You changed the course of his life. Forever. Oh, Christ. Theo laughed. His whole demeanor transformed before my eyes as he leaned back and took his time to speak. If anything, Lake, you did that. He gave a little sniff of a smirk when I failed to come back. Callum had a path laid out for him since he was born. You were the one who screwed that up for him. For Caroline, too. Everything was going fine for them before you came along, and then boom. Grandma gets sick, you move in, and suddenly there's divorce and fights and all this humiliation. I didn't have the power to spring all that on them, Lake. You did. And to top it all off, you said thank you by bailing on them just like that. He shook his head and clucked at me like I was an amusingly disobedient child. I can only imagine what kind of trouble you got yourself into these past 6 years. Shameful stuff, I'm sure. So don't talk to me about denying my past, Lake. You're in no place to judge anyone when you are, and have always been, the worst offender when it comes to keeping secrets and ruining lives.
Chapter 13. Lake. There was an uneasy quiet about the apartment when I got home. The lights were on, but I couldn't detect movement anywhere in the house. When I called out Callum's name and heard nothing, I went to the kitchen to pour myself a glass of water. My throat had been dry. My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth since leaving Theo. But no matter how much I drank, I couldn't get rid of the nasty taste he left. His words had cut right through me. I couldn't tell if I hated him or myself right now. All I knew was that I needed to calm myself down before seeing Callum. I didn't want to be greeted with his sweet kiss and gorgeous smile, only to return with a weak laugh and a shitty mood. I'd waited forever to enjoy him again. I wasn't going to let Theo Spencer ruin it. I just wasn't. Lake. I jumped and spun around when I heard Callum. "You're home." I tried to make my voice sound light, breezy. I hadn't come close to fixing my mood yet, but from the looks of it, Callum wasn't in the best one either. I could tell he was freshly showered, shirtless, his hair still dripping, flecks of water on his crisp blue jeans. He looked so damn good, but the dark expression on his face was hard to ignore. What happened? We'd left each other on cloud 9 this morning, and now this? I wet my lips nervously as he came near me. "Are you okay?" I asked, giving him a little smile that wavered at the corners. "I'm fine," he lied. "What about you?" He stood so close, my back pushed into the counter. I didn't realize I was leaning gradually away till he tilted his head at me, a silent repetition of his question. "I'm fine." I pulled my stare from his chest to his face. I avoided eye contact when lying, and he knew that. His stare bore into mine, but then he nodded, accepting my answer. For now. I knew he didn't believe it, but I hoped he'd let it go. I didn't want to talk about Theo Spencer tonight. Especially not with him. I couldn't predict his reactions when it came to Theo, and they tended to scare me. Good. I gave him a tight smile, trying to pass myself off as normal, but it fell from my lips as he came toward me, closing the gap between us with a predatory roll in his broad shoulders. "Callum." I frowned when I felt him lean forward on me, pressing my body between the counter and his steel chest. I was pinned. "Callum, what are you doing?" I breathed. But his gaze was silent, heavy, and I felt my panic rising when he put more and more of his weight on my chest. "Callum!" My voice rose when I tried moving, but couldn't. I exhaled when he finally fell back with the glass bottle he'd been reaching for behind me. Oh, his brow furrowed. He looked at me as he stepped back to pour himself water. "You're nervous about something?" "No." It wasn't a question. Callum leaned on the island across from me, studying my face. He stood far from me, but now my chest felt crushed by the pressure of his stare. 1,000 different suspicions lived behind it, and while I knew I was guilty of several things, I wasn't sure which one he was thinking about. "You spent all afternoon shopping and came back without any bags. Now you're acting off, so just tell me what happened today." His tone wasn't angry, but it was firm, hard in a way that scared me just as much. But I realized that he was right. I was acting beyond strange. He was worried about me as usual, and his unreadable mood had me misinterpreting his every word and motion. I kept silent as I reasoned that I probably should tell him about Theo. I'd already refused to tell him about why I disappeared 6 years ago. I really needed to pick and choose my battles. My mouth went dry again. Callum's eyes were smoldering, intense, his attention so rapt on me that in a span of 5 seconds, I went back and forth on my decision to come clean before just blurting it out. "I saw Theo today." His blue eyes flashed with electric shock.
I almost heard the sizzle. There was a beat of awful silence as Callum stared at me. He raised his eyebrows. You what? Callum, he followed me from here, and I only agreed to meet with him because... I broke off. Because I was just relieved it wasn't my stepbrother. I shut myself up when I realized that a full explanation would dip into the story I vowed to never tell Callum. I fumbled with my words. I only agreed to meet him because... I stopped trying to explain when he turned and walked away. His back facing me promptly ripped my heart in two. Wait! I followed with emotion ringing in my voice. Callum, please! When I caught his arm, it felt like I'd grabbed stone. I stared down at it in shock. I froze, my eyes following the thick vein throbbing under his inked skin, from the Roman numerals on his wrist up to the passage written in cursive on his forearm. I lost track of the vein just under the black and white clock on his bicep. My eyes were still on his body, traveling over every tattoo when I felt Callum turn harshly to me. He was still tense, fuming, but he watched in silence as I studied him. I had to do it, to be finally brave enough to get a good look at his new skin and all the marks on his body that he'd accumulated since I left. I had imagined him so much while I was away. I'd gotten so much right and so much wrong, but either way, Callum was impossibly beautiful. So grown up and different, yet exactly the same. Emotion glazed over my eyes. Our hot breaths swirled through the air. I felt them thawing him and trying to soothe me as I lamented the many different worlds of pain I'd caused him throughout our lives. Together and apart. His skin was always thick, though, and it had thickened so much more in the time I was gone. But thank God it didn't get hard enough to give up on me. With a sudden fistful of my shirt, Callum jerked me into his chest. I was silent as I watched his hands tug at the cotton. Take it off, he muttered. I lifted my arms and he peeled it off. I didn't know what he was doing, but I went with it. I breathed hard as he cupped my jaw, holding my eyes to his, as his other hand undid my jeans. Were you alone with him? Yes. Callum yanked down my zipper. He could have hurt you. I disagreed, but didn't argue. I was in public with Theo and would have never put myself in danger by meeting him privately. But that was beside the point now. He didn't hurt me. I simply said as Callum's eyes fell to my mouth. Did he do the fucking thing? Yes. The hello kiss. Callum had always rolled his eyes and found it so stupid, but tonight I could tell he flat out loathed that Theo's mouth had been anywhere on my skin, let alone close to my lips. A dark cloud drifted over his gaze. I could see the lightning flickering behind it as he parted my jaw and stared into my mouth. Then I'm going to need to reclaim this. Callum drew his thumb rough over my bottom lip. I closed my eyes and heard my own desire in the breath I let out. In his grip, I nodded, desperately. I wanted him to do it. I needed so badly to please him. Is that a yes? Always. I panted and opened my eyes to find his gleaming. It's never been anything else for you. Satisfaction curled his lip. You're going to do every last thing I want you to do tonight. Tell me and I will. Open your mouth for me. When I did, he thrust his tongue inside, his kiss burning hot. It was deep, demanding as it stroked me, sucked and licked me with such force that all other thoughts in my head flickered out like dead light bulbs. All I could think about was that tongue. It had always been so skilled, but now it was commanding, full of an authority it never had before. I moaned. If it had the power to bring me to these heights with just a kiss, then I could only imagine how it could make me feel between my legs. I remembered the relief Callum used to bring me before I'd ever had penetrative sex. The thought of how skilled that tongue had grown since I'd been gone blinded me with arousal. I whimpered at its touch, losing complete awareness of my surroundings. By the time Callum had taken my mouth back as his, I was already down to my thong. Sensation ricocheted through me, from my chest to my core, as he kneaded greedy handfuls of my tits. They felt so full, so heavy and sensitive in his grasp. Every push and squeeze was for both his pleasure and mine. I could hear the appreciation in his breath, and it got me wetter with every hard exhale. Panties soaked, I pushed them down my thighs. I couldn't get them far enough down to simply fall, so Callum hooked his fingers through the lace. I gasped away from his lips as he ripped it clean off me, pulling back to take in the sight of his bulging bicep, his arm still curled and my thong torn in his hand. I wasn't sure I could be more turned on, but he promptly proved me wrong. "I'm not done with that mouth." His words were so dirty yet matter-of-fact. They'd made me all the more eager to give. "Tell me what you want, Callum." "I want you to wrap those gorgeous lips around my cock. I'm going to tell you exactly how I want it sucked, and when I come, I want you to take it all." I could barely speak, but I nodded, my shock masking my eagerness. "Game?" I swallowed and found my words. "Like you wouldn't believe." I could tell my answers surprised him, but he didn't know how long I'd craved this moment. I'd spent countless nights agonizing over the time I'd taken for granted with him, all the kisses I'd dodged because I was moody, annoyed. I longed for him every night I was gone, ached so badly for a chance to please him again. I'd give him everything in me if I could find my way back, and now that I had, my body was churning from head to toe with the need to spoil him with satisfaction. "Good," he rasped, crushing a kiss on my lips. His tongue invaded my mouth for barely a second before tearing away, and leaving it parted, aching to be filled. "Get on your knees for me." I gladly did as I was told, the sound of his zipper spiking my excitement. I tugged on the denim at his knees, so visibly thirsty for him that he cracked a wicked and small but torturously sexy smile. That alone had my clit throbbing. I pumped my thighs, swiveled my hips. It gave my sex a hint of relief. "Take it out." His jeans pushed down his thighs. Callum left the rest of him for me to undo, and I pounced at the chance. In no time, I had my fingers wrapped around his girth, waiting for his prompt. "Go on." My mouth closed around the head of his cock. I swirled my tongue, teasing relentlessly till I heard a deep grunt. Then I started sucking, my pace immediately fast, my stroke immediately deep. I took his sudden fistful of my hair as a reward, a confirmation of how good I made him feel. "Fuck, yes," he hissed between his teeth. "Look at me, Lake. Let me see those eyes." I lifted my gaze at his beautiful face, the hot pleasure contorting it. I kept it on him as I moved back and forth on his shaft, my lips swollen and stretching around him. I could see in his chest, the flexing and unflexing of his muscles, that his breaths were getting ragged. "Christ, Lake, that feels so good," he groaned. "Good girl. Take it. I want to feel the back of your throat." I rose to the challenge, pulling tight handfuls of his jeans to bring his cock deeper inside me. Fuck, yes," he breathed out, getting me wetter with every time he repeated the word, yes. His voice was filled with such urgency, such erotic gratitude that I felt hypnotized with the need to hear him come. I loosened my throat, took as much of him as I could, wishing in that moment that I fit his every inch. But it was impossible for a man of his size, and it honestly didn't matter because I knew he was in ecstasy. His eyes closed and his head rolled back as he pulled my hair and hissed my name alongside the word, yes. "Oh, God, that's so good, Lake. That's so fucking good," he muttered breathlessly. When his blazing stare came back to me, It demanded me before his words even could. "Touch yourself for me." My eyes practically rolled to the back of my head. I was so happy to comply. "Hold it there." He stopped my stroke in the middle of his shaft and gazed down at me, frozen with my mouth full of his cock, my fingers stroking between the folds of my wetness. "Faster. I want you to make yourself come for me." He didn't have to tell me twice. I was already reeling with arousal. My clit had been begging for attention. I gave it that with unbridled fervor, circling the sensitive swell, my mouth parting as I brought myself to the edge, Callum still hard between my lips. His voice was husky as he watched. "Keep your eyes on me." In my heightening bliss, it was a challenge, but I opened my eyes, my thighs squeezing tight around my hand as my desperate orgasm mounted. Callum's fingers combed through my hair, slow, easy. He watched as my jaw went slack, and just as I was about to explode at my touch, he pulled my hair. "Stop now." "Fuck. I want both your hands on my cock." I moaned against his hard flesh, tearing my hand away from my sex and wrapping it around his shaft. I wanted to come, but a sick part of me was happy to hold out, to drag out my need till I'd maxed out my capacity for his torment. I knew Callum. I knew he was going to return the favor. If I could wait it out, the gratification would be unbelievable, and I knew it. So my hands stroked what part of him my mouth couldn't cover. I kept my gaze on him as I pushed and pulled, tight and fast, wetness building in my mouth. I knew he was on the verge when every section of his six-pack rippled before my eyes, his shoulders rigid as he clenched his teeth. I felt it happening. I couldn't wait for it. But with a grunt, Callum held on to it. My eyes flew wide open. They pleaded as I grabbed his thighs, felt them tighten and spasm as he refused to let go. Not just yet. Every gorgeous line in his body deepened as he saved his release for another few seconds. I bemoaned his game but only sucked harder. I wanted it so bad. His climax was the prize my tongue was waiting for, and it had me wild, voracious, giving such full and wet pulls on his shaft that his breath rose quickly to a sharp growl. My scalp tingled deliciously as his fist pulsed around my hair. I moaned hard when he came. The sound that tore from his mouth as his orgasm flooded my lips was nothing I could describe, but it was the hottest thing I'd ever heard in my life. I was ready to come just from hearing it. Holy God. Never had it felt so good to give. Or take. I closed my eyes as I felt his hot pleasure sliding down my throat. It felt as if I'd taken everything out of him, but Callum's body went slack for a good 5 seconds before he grabbed me. I yelped and laughed as he lifted me up and carried me with him onto the narrow leather chair in the living room. There wasn't room to straddle him, so I knelt on his lap and he bent me back, sucking the tips of my breasts into his mouth, distributing his attention between my tight peaks and roughly groping my ass. I gasped when he let go of my nipple with a wet pop and hoisted me up high by the waist, growling lustfully for me to spread my legs. My jaw dropped as my knees propped onto the armrests at Callum's sides, so that I knelt before him, my wet pussy at the level of his eyes. He sat back like a king on the most erotic throne, wetting his lips as he gazed straight ahead at my sex, presented to him like a gift. My mouth hung open with shock and thrill as I realized what he'd positioned me so perfectly for. I couldn't utter a word before he grabbed my ass, tilted me forward and swept his tongue over my clit. I cried out through the skylight, nails digging into the back of the chair as Callum held me still for his mouth. My thighs flexed tight as he swirled wet warmth around my clit, sucking it gently between his lips. Oh God. Oh my God. My body was in such a precarious position, and it twitched with such overwhelming pleasure that I had to concentrate on not crumpling.
I held my muscles tight for Callum as he sat forward, head tilted just so as he drew the flat of his tongue over me, licking with unbelievable skill as he slid 2 fingers inside. Oh God, help me. It was too good. It felt so incredibly good, I couldn't hold myself together anymore. Suddenly, I understood the need to hold on. I didn't want to give this up. I never wanted this to end, but Callum was thrusting and laving without abandon, and my muscles were clenching so deliciously tight, I had to let go. Callum, I'm gonna... Show me. His words ripped the orgasm out of me, and I came wildly, unraveling for him, pulsing around his fingers and losing the world around me. I had given Callum everything inside me by the time he pulled me back down onto him, draping my arms over his shoulders and watching me catch my breath. He let himself crack a smile as I shook my head in disbelief of where he'd brought me. His fingers brushed up and down my back as he wrapped his arms around my waist. I could feel the affection in his touch, and I could see the admiration in his eyes. But swirling through the air were a million words unsaid. He wanted to ask me something. I could feel it. I sensed it hanging in the deep silence, and I knew it was about me. I knew it was about what he still didn't know. I could ease Callum's every physical ache, and he could addict me to his passion. But we were still incomplete. And it was because of me. Because of the secret I insisted on keeping. Closing my eyes, I rest my head on his shoulder, relishing his gentle stroke of my hair. I thanked God he didn't break the silence or ask me a thing, but at the same time, I felt a weight pulling at my heart. Because no matter how much I filled his need, whatever I gave was sucked right back out. But what I refused to tell.
Chapter 14. Callum. I was in my office at the Pike when Anna Hale called from the Times with good news, bad news, and an idea. Our piece in their magazine was going to run later than expected. Apparently, she'd shown what she had to her editor, and it had been good enough to warrant a single positive concern that readers would want more. They want it to be longer, more detailed, specifically on you, which I don't blame them for. Her flirtatious voice on speaker lifted Oz's eyebrows. He'd come in halfway through the hall, and when she said that, mouthed, "What the fuck?" while jabbing a thumb at himself. Really? What about Oz? Him, too, of course. Both of you handsome men. Oz and I exchanged smirks. My editors were suddenly much more interested in the article after they saw your portraits from the photo shoot. Her giggle was surprisingly girlish. What can I say? Sex sells. Oz pumped his fist, and I laughed. Glad for that. So I've heard the bad news and the good news at this point. What's the idea? You, me, and your Viking friend going to Scotland. I lifted an eyebrow. Oz mirrored my expression. We both nodded at each other, slow at first, but with increasing excitement as Anna detailed the plan. They want pictures of you two at the actual home of your barrels, maybe a shot of the pub you met at. We know all about the scotch and the brand, but we don't know enough about the team behind it. So you two are going to reminisce for us in front of the scenic backdrop of Dufftown, which, of course, will boost tourism and visits to Pike Distillery. Sound good to you? A yes would be an understatement. Great. I think we're going to have a really good time, Callum, she said, a sultry roll in her voice. I'm looking forward to it. Same. Oz laughed hard when I hung up.
She's not one for subtlety. I'm sure you'll have her bent over a barrel on the first day.
When I didn't give him much of a response, he grinned.
Unless, of course, you got a special thing going on with the river girl.
Lake.
Is it official? Am I going to be fighting Logan for best man duties?
Doubtful.
What? Trouble in paradise already?
The phrase made me snort. My paradise with Lake was defined by trouble. It thrived on it. I wouldn't say that.
What would you say?
Nothing. Lake and I were unexplainable. There was a universe of context behind every move we made and every word we spoke. It was pointless to try to get any outside party to understand whatever entity we were on our own. No trouble in paradise. We've been having a good time together, I said, to shut Oz up. It wasn't a lie. I'd been enjoying myself with Lake. I forced myself to forget the shitty dreams that had been plaguing me since she left. I made myself bury the dark thoughts. They still lingered in my head and told me she refused to reveal where she went because she had plans to go back. But I stifled them by just being with her, watching her, taking a million notes in my head about the new things she liked. The little habits she'd either developed while she was gone or I'd never gotten the chance to know. They reminded me that she was real, present, and right there with me. They brought me closer to her again, connected me back in a way that made me confident that I'd feel it in the air next time, feel it in her body if she was thinking about disappearing. I watched her sleep the way I used to. The sound of her breathing was still exactly the same. But in the night, she always found her way to the very edge of the bed, till she was almost falling off. She'd stay asleep, but sigh with relief when I pulled her back and bury herself straight into my chest. In the morning, she wandered aimlessly all over the house while brushing her teeth, a new habit. She sometimes started the coffee machine or flipped through a magazine with her toothbrush hanging out of her mouth. I told her to stop because I loathed the idea of toothpaste existing outside the bathroom, but I eventually started following her, mostly because I was curious to see where the hell she was going, what she was even up to. Only she could be so fucking annoying and cute in one shot. They were small things that shouldn't have been a story, but I'd been without Lake for long enough to recognize that simply watching her was a privilege. Her every move around the house was something I took in with pure fascination. I loved it, but in our fashion, of course, it all came with a downside. Whenever I asked where the new habits came from, Lake gave me a strained smile and some generic answer that I knew was a cover-up, a complete lie. I tried not to let that ruin it for me because, for all the thrills and success that I'd achieved in recent years from building a business from just about the ground up, I was somehow finding the most satisfaction in living with Lake, just existing with her again. I looked at her and knew I didn't want anyone else. She was the most beautiful woman I'd ever see in my life, and the best feeling I could ever wish for. There was only one thing left to want with her, but obviously it was an important one, the security of knowing that she was here to stay. I tossed hard in bed. I felt it, yet I didn't stir or wake, and with that, with the first chords of the song, I knew what was coming. I'd been having the dreams of Lake for so long that even in my sleep I knew where I was, at home, in bed, simply enduring the bullshit my sick brain still insisted on putting me through. It started the same every time, with an achingly accurate flashback to the day she left. The memories were still vivid. It was a Sunday, and rainy. I was 21, Lake some months from the same age. She lived in a dorm, and I had my own apartment, but we spent a couple weeks out of every summer living with my mom at the townhouse because it made her happy. She needed the company. In my dream, I always carried the context of the night before. We'd been having dinner when my mother had asked Lake if they could do brunch the way they used to when she first moved in, big and theatric, a dazzling event complete with Ella Fitzgerald blaring on the speakers and cheek-to-cheek tangos down the hall. Lake cringed at the childish memory, but said yes, as long as my mother made Liège waffles.
Deal. And don't you back out on it, girlie, because I have a surprise for you.
I rolled my eyes. I knew what it was. I was there when my mother came home laughing to herself because she'd seen and randomly bought a full-on tango dress, complete with a flower hairpiece and dramatic ruffles at the bottom. "Remember when Lake and I used to dance down the hall to the kitchen? Wouldn't it be funny if I wore this to wake her up one day?" If she was 5. "Oh, you," she huffed. She wagged an accusing finger at me. "You, Callum Pike, are never any fun at all." But then she came to the couch, grabbed my head, and planted a kiss on it, because she was unflappable in her Lake-inspired moods. The next morning, I woke up before anyone else. My internal clock hadn't kicked the early bird habit from high school, when I had an hour of wrestling practice before class even started. I was having my first breakfast when my mother came downstairs to ask me how she looked in her ridiculous dress. I told her she looked like an extra in a low-budget movie. She knew it wasn't a compliment, but she decided to take it as one, and that made me laugh enough to follow her and go witness the stupid dance. The dream started every time with a flurry of red, my mother's dress, as she rushed to the hall after the speakers finished the first song. She always let a different one play out first, a way of guaranteeing that Lake had already stirred enough to realize that there was music, and music meant she should get up and get ready to dance. Her end of it generally started with groaning and calling out from behind her door, "No, please, I don't want to do this anymore." Pretty much every time she wailed something to the like, but it never actually stopped her from laughing her ass off when my mother burst into her room with some deliberately shitty interpretation of a Latin dance move. It made no sense considering the 50s jazz on the speakers, but it didn't have to, because it had them both cackling like it was the funniest thing in the world. "Heaven, I'm in heaven." Their song wafted in my ears. I saw the red ruffles moving, heard my mother's laugh as she delighted herself down the hall. "You better be awake by now, Sleeping Beauty," she called when we didn't hear Lake's usual protesting. I shouted something about her hurrying up because I was hungry. The food always smelled too good to wait for, but everything we did in that house hung on her approval, so I stood there, vaguely entertained but still thoroughly annoyed. I was planted square at the end of the hall when my mom burst into Lake's room with a laugh and a "ha!" and a big cha-cha move. Her arms were high in the air, reaching straight for the sky. I remembered the sound when they fell straight to her sides. And my heart beats so that I can hardly speak. I remembered the twisting in my stomach, because while I didn't have a view of her face, I knew from the way she stood that something was wrong. I was a prideful, eye-rolling kid, but urgency paced my every step down the hall that morning because my mom was standing there as if the world had just ended, and for some reason, my heart knew that for once she wasn't being dramatic. I could feel the moment was real without even seeing her eyes. The air had decidedly shifted. Joyous just before, it filled suddenly with shadowy gloom, and now their gleeful song was grating on me. "And I seem to find the happiness I seek." It echoed loud, flared with distortion in my ear. I memorized the tune with those famous lines sandwiching my mother's piercing cry. "When we are out together, dancing cheek to cheek."
Chapter 15. Lake. 3 mornings in a row, I woke up in Callum's apartment alone. I didn't take it personally, because he had work and we still spoke normally later in the day. He still smiled and tipped my chin up to kiss my lips. Little things still bothered me slightly. I caught him looking at me several times when I turned around, and without a hint of warmth in his eye, but I forced myself to dismiss it because it likely meant nothing. Callum always had a serious look to him, even as a kid. It wasn't till the 4th morning that I confirmed something was wrong. We were making breakfast and he'd been quiet, giving short answers to all my questions. When he finally gave a full sentence, I wished right away that he hadn't. "I'm going to Scotland on Friday," I had snapped up.
I stopped chopping the basil.
You're... what?
For the Times article. They want to extend it so Oz and I are going to fly there and give Anna a tour of Dufftown and the distillery.
My voice drifted off because I realized my question, how long will you be there, was pointless. He wasn't going to fly there for less than a day and come back. I stared with pure awe at his blank expression. You're leaving the day before my birthday.
Yes.
You remembered that? I would have preferred that he'd forgotten and made the plans by mistake, but he confirmed it wasn't the case.
I remember your birthday, Lake.
My heart beat fast. I could have sworn there was something accusing in his tone.
I remember your birthday, Lake. I've remembered 6 September 14ths since you left, and every single one has ripped me to fucking shreds. He might not have been implying those words exactly, but it was probably something similar because those words were mine. I'd spent every July 8th for the past 6 years tearing myself apart. I agonized by midnight of each birthday, my mind starting with the image of Callum's shirt splashed in champagne as he had drunk celebratory sex. By night, I'd be tired but sleepless, wondering what changes this year had brought the boy I'd grown up loving, the boy who was now unquestioningly a man. I imagined how his looks, his mind, his heart had changed, and I was convinced, no matter what new Callum my brain conjured up, that I'd still love him like I always did. And that was exactly how it ended up happening, even despite what he said, that he hadn't thought once about me after I left. It hurt, but it was for his sake that I hoped he was lying, because I'd thought about him every day in the 2,000 or so that I was gone, readying my heart gradually, piece by piece, for the moment I would return to him and be face to face with the pain and passion that was us. But since coming back, I still was rocked with daily guilts and regrets, and memories both wretched and beautiful that stole the air straight from my lungs, even when I'd been preparing myself for it. If it was all coming back to Callum at once, I could only imagine that he was silently, stoically warring through the most jagged tempest of emotions. Still, I couldn't quite forgive him for this. You said we had plans for my birthday. I thought you said we were doing something special. Hurt quivered in my voice, but I could feel the anger creeping in to overwhelm it as Callum stared back at me, vacant, unfeeling. Our flight had been for another day, but we had to reschedule. There's nothing I can do about it. He was using his business voice on me. On top of that, I knew he was lying. I was as well versed with his lies as he was with mine. But what bothered me most was the fact that he knew. He knew I knew, but he didn't so much as care to sound convincing or apologetic to lessen the blow. I was visibly wounded, and he didn't bat an eye. The attitude was nothing like the Callum I'd been living with for the past month or so, and I could tell, with all the fury in my racing heart, that it was deliberate. "What's going on with you?" I demanded straight to the point. I kept my cool, but I knew I was fighting a losing battle. "It's work." His generic answer piqued my rage. "You know you're ignoring what I'm really asking you about, Callum. At least give me an explanation here. I understand that work happens, but I'm not stupid. I know every part of you, and the way you're speaking to me right now is you making an active decision to shut me out and let me know that you're doing it. I'm not asking you why you have to go to Scotland. I'm asking you why this flip suddenly switched." "You can demand answers, but I can't?" I dropped my knife with a clack. "That's separate." "No, it's fucking not," Callum fumed, his enraged eyes paralyzing me from across the kitchen counter. "I tried, Lake. I did. I keep trying to get us back to where we were. But it's really hard without an answer to the 6 years that you were gone. I can't fully enjoy what I have with you because I'm actively pushing away the shit that's nagging me at the back of my head. And you refuse to free me from that prison by doing the most obvious thing in the world. You owe me an explanation at this point. I can't overlook the impossible, Lake. Put yourself in my shoes. It would eat at you too, and you know it. The tears spilled without warning because I did know it. I had known before even coming back that I'd be asking far too much of Callum. The realization had me thinking of Colorado, California, all these great but starkly different places from New York. Cities in which I could start my life over for the last time because I couldn't imagine Callum accepting the terms to my homecoming. Yes, I disappeared on you and Caroline without warning and made no attempts at contact for 6 years. But do you think you can let all that go and take me back without question because I can't stop loving you? It sounded stupid, every way I tried to put it. So I looked up Denver, Boulder, San Francisco. I knew I would eventually find work, friends, some sort of love, despite knowing I'd never stop comparing every man I met to Callum and my imagination of what he'd become since I'd gone. I had a flight booked to Denver International, a hotel room paid for, and a job interview lined up for the following morning. I was at my gate at the airport when I went back on my decision to forget New York, because I couldn't muster up the courage to ask an impossible favor of Callum. There was no one else in the world that I'd ever love more than him, that much I knew. So I'd be shameless, audacious, and downright insulting before I gave up on him without even trying. "Tell me, Lake." Callum's hands were on me now. Tears were clouding my vision, but I could feel the urgency in his touch as he demanded the question 1,000 times. "Why won't you tell me? Just start with that. Don't even tell me where you went. Tell me why you refuse to let me know." "Because I promise you will never want me again if you do." I was a mess. Done for. I needed air, but when I turned away, he jerked me back. "You know that's a lie," he seethed, gripping me, his blue eyes smoldering. "I want you, Lake. I've wanted you the second I laid eyes on you, and I haven't stopped once. Not even when I fucking hated you. You should know that. You should know that well because you went away when I'd never been more in love with you in my life. And now you're back without telling me a word about where you went, and I still can't stop protecting you. I am never going to stop. You're safe with me, Lake. You always will be. So just start slow and tell me why you won't let me in. Tell me why you won't give me the truth." I didn't remember when he'd gotten me to the living room and plopped me at the edge of the table, but that was where I sat as he knelt pleadingly in front of me. He stared at me with as much hot love as he did burning fury, and I couldn't deny him this time. "I ruined enough of your life, Callum," I whispered. He was already shaking his head, so I spoke over him. "You know it's true. Your mom knows it's true. I screwed up so much for both of you, and the only reason you don't see it is because you both love me so much. And I'm so blessed to know that, and to have that, and to love you back because my heart feels good and full and right when it's just you and Caroline in there. I owe everything to you both, and with you, Callum, after what happened that morning with Theo, don't. You can't keep saying that," I protested, my face in his hands. "You can't tell me not to bring that up, when it would have never happened without me. It was all because of me, Callum. Everything always was, and I know you hated protecting me, but you couldn't help it. If you hadn't gone to protect me that last time, you would have been a different Callum, and your mom would still have your dad and all her friends, and your lives would have been everything they were supposed to be before I came and turned it into trash." I choked on the word and Callum pulled me onto him. "No, Lake. You have it wrong." He knelt on the floor, holding me on top of him, kissing my forehead and my tears between his low growls about how fucking wrong I was.
but I couldn't help what I thought. He had come to save me after I broke up with Theo, and he'd wound up beating his best friend so brutally that the Spencers resolved to retaliate. From the whispers that came after the incident, relayed to me by Isabel, the plot was Nick's idea. He'd convinced Theo to post my naked pictures, and he'd convinced him that with his ex taken care of, it was time to set sights on the one who sent him to the hospital. I had been locked so shamefully in my room after the naked picture fiasco that I didn't even realize Theo had contacted Callum, that Callum had actually agreed to meet him before wrestling practice before school. It was just before 6 a.m. Callum was waiting at the park near Mercer School when 4 guys jumped him. One had a stick of some sort, a witness said, an aluminum bat. They beat him for 10 minutes, dragged him around mercilessly. Theo never showed. Surprise, surprise. He made it well on time to practice. As he wrestled, the 4 men in the park had Callum saying goodbye to the sport. That morning they snapped his right arm in 2 places, broke 3 ribs, cracked his jaw, and split his head. We never got to know how long he was bleeding there alone for. A jogger found him unconscious in a pool of his own blood, and that was when Caroline got the call at home. I cried every last tear out of my body. I couldn't bear to visit him the first day. He was hardly awake anyway, so Caroline stayed with Callum at the hospital, and I spent the entire day in his room, hiding all his wrestling trophies and medals, ripping through his closet for his uniforms, and shoving them into a garbage bag before crying myself to sleep in his bed. He had been 2 months from the Junior Olympics and 3 from his freshman year at Hodgson. He'd been accepted on a full ride for wrestling, just like his dad. But now that was all going down the drain because of me. He lost his future because of me. He lost the mother that he knew because of me, and she lost her husband because of me. Everything was all because of me. All those hateful messages Trish sent me had been right after all. I leached off this family, and eventually I'd leech off of them enough to become a plague. I was worthless without sucking out someone else's soul. I unloaded all that onto Callum as he held me tighter than ever. You know that's not true. He cupped my face and whispered urgently, his thumbs moving fast to dry my tears. Look at me. I have everything I never knew I wanted. I spent my life wrestling because my dad did. I liked having a direction then. I liked practicing discipline and working toward a goal. But wrestling itself meant nothing to me beyond the time I put into it. Time is everything, I protested tearfully. You are, he corrected straight away. You are my everything, Blake. You've always been. I shook my head, refusing all of it even though I knew it was true. Your life was supposed to be something else. I changed who you became. I like who I became, he said between his teeth, dogged and adamant. Why can't you believe that, Blake? How could you let anyone tell you that you meant nothing to me? She knew nothing. She wasn't a part of our life. She was nobody. She was my mother. She was the only blood I had left. I thought it, but I didn't say it, because Callum had no idea how much of Trish I'd let into my life. He still had no idea that I'd ever let her play such a big role in my adolescence. I was too ashamed to tell him about her and her situation. That, out of curiosity, I'd ever let her find me online, talk to me regularly, and spread her poison gradually into me. She was the only reason I stole from him and Caroline, and the stealing was something I was still too ashamed to ever bring up. My biological mother was the dark hole I spiraled into every once in a while, depending on what she'd messaged me that week, what her husband Dean had done to her this time, or how much money she needed from me. The secret conversations I had with her all took place on Theo's computer at the Spencers' home. I kept Trish a secret from Callum, Caroline, and even Isabel, because they were the ones who truly loved me, and so I knew they'd try to intervene. But that would only cause for trouble, So my heart told me it was best to keep Trish and Dean and Hunt a secret. Callum and Caroline had saved me from having to live with them after my grandma passed, and I was endlessly grateful. The Pikes were my real family. I loved them, and I'd do whatever I needed to protect them from these psychopaths. Do you hear me, Lake? Callum caught my chin and forced me to look in his eyes. Let go of that guilt. I gave up a lot for you. You're right. My life changed for you. But I never regretted a second of it, because I've never cared about anything more than you. You were my goal. You were what I lived and breathed for, and that's how it's going to be, always. Do you hear me? My lips gave a short gasp for breath. I hear you. I held on to him, letting myself melt into the familiar comfort of his body. I was crying too much, too wound with emotion to distinguish what I was feeling, but I did feel lighter, as if the weight on my chest had been eased, by only a little, but it was enough to make a little more room in my heart. Once upon a time, when my life was nothing but love, my heart was filled with only that. There were dark patches all over it now, parts that hadn't been able to breathe in ages. But I could feel Callum reversing that, the tiniest bit at a time. I trembled in his arms, but he reached for a throw and wrapped it around us. Pretend we're on the fire escape, he whispered with a smile in his voice. I managed to laugh as I remembered the day he was referring to. I remembered the reply he whispered to my question after we had sex for the first time. My first time ever. They were the words I remembered forever, but told myself weren't true till he confirmed them for me now. I closed my eyes and let them ring in my head. You are, and you always will be. Chapter 16. Lake. You are, and you always will be. Callum's words had eased every fiber of my 19-year-old soul. A year removed from what had happened to him in the park, and I wasn't quite over it. How could I be? He'd just recently made a full recovery, and that was only in terms of broken bones and open wounds. In terms of who he was and where he was going, it wasn't quite so simple. After hearing that his wrestling scholarship had been put on hold, Callum decided not to attend Hodgson at all. Why should I? I was only going for wrestling. I didn't even have a major declared yet. I don't actually know what I want to do. Wrestling just tricked me into thinking I did. That had been his argument to Caroline, who'd legitimately lost her mind over it. She'd been shunned by her society friends at this point, but their values still weighed heavily on her, and the idea of her child skipping out on college made her want to tear her hair out. Callum had first said it in the hospital after the 4 men attacked him. She didn't believe him then, and neither did I. He was hopped up on pain meds and saying all sorts of crazy shit, most of it to calm me down. I was still a mess of snot and tears over what I'd brought upon him. It wasn't a pretty sight, but Callum seemed to think so. His surfer hair was all over the place as he woke up from a deep, drug-induced nap, settling his heavy gaze on me and spreading his lips into an easy smile. Hey, pretty. I looked at him almost in horror. Had he forgotten where he was? Did I have to explain to him all over again that he'd broken almost a dozen bones and was definitely missing the Junior Olympics in 7 weeks? What? I said harshly, frozen, hugging my knees to my chest on the chair next to his bed. Caroline had gone to get me food, but when she took too long, I went out looking for her and found her passed out on a random chair with her head resting on some strange old woman's shoulder/massive bosom. So I let her be and went back to Callum's room, hungry, miserable, and filled to the brim with self-loathing. He looked so sad when he was asleep, covered in bandages that seeped through with fresh blood no matter how many times the nurses changed them. Watching him alone, in silence, was the purest torture because he looked beautiful as always, but for once pathetic as well. and it crushed the living hell out of my heart. The fact that he was smiling cluelessly at me now made it feel like it was ripping right in half. "Callum, do you know where you are right now?" I asked with hesitance. "At home?" My heart sunk to my stomach. "No," I exhaled, my shoulders heaving. "You're in the hospital, Callum. You got beat up yesterday. Real bad." "I know that, Lake. I was just fucking with you." I stiffened, suppressing the urge to smack him. "Not today." He laughed. "As pretty as you are when you cry. Don't do it." "Oh, okay." I rolled my eyes, as if I could just shut off the tears like a shower faucet. "I don't want you to feel bad." "Yeah, well, you don't get to decide that." I hugged my knees tighter to my chest as I listened to the steady beeping of all the machines he was hooked up to. I shuddered, unaccustomed to seeing Callum any kind of helpless or dependent. Even as kids, he'd been the one taking care of Caroline. His dad was never home, so he and Elena took care of Caroline and me. We were the girly girls who pitched fits and got moody. They were the rocks, our anchors. It was quiet for another few minutes as I avoided Callum's stare. Then, once again. "Hey, pretty." "What, Callum? Are you still high right now?" "I think so." "I want to talk to you, though." "Then talk to me." He frowned. "Why are you being so mean right now?" "What?" His question was so innocent it jolted me. I blinked, thought about it, and then realized I was in fact being sour with him. But it just felt like the balance we needed. I'd been riddled with guilt and waiting for him to blow up at me since the minute I stepped into his room for the first time, but he hadn't. Well, because he was unconscious. But even when he woke up, his first words to me were a light, joking question. "Do I look as shitty as I feel?" So I waited for the drugs to wear off and felt brittle, on edge as I braced myself for Callum to come to and finally realized the severity of what happened. That everything he worked so hard for had been suddenly and brutally ripped away from him because of me. But even between doses of painkillers, he was perfectly calm, even and reasonable with me, more so than usual. It felt fake, and I hated it. "I'm not being mean." "You are. You're acting all shitty right now. I feel all shitty and you're acting all shitty." His words were tired, slurred, strung into one long breath. "Well, you're being weird." "I feel weird. When I breathe, it feels like a leprechaun is stabbing me from the inside, with a green machete." "What are you talking about?" He shook his head at me. "I don't know, Lake." "I do not." He squinted like he forgot what he was saying, but then remembered. "No." I snorted. Jesus. Even back when he smoked weed, he didn't get high like this. "Are you really that messed up right now? You weren't too messed up to fuck with me before." "I'll never be too messed up to fuck with you." "From 1 to 10, how high are you right now?" Callum paused in deep thought. I was sure he was going to say something stupid like 12 or purple, but he just stared vacantly through me and finally said, "What?" "What?" I spaced out. "Did you ask me something?" Oh my God. I covered my face and finally laughed at him. I could have so much fun with this if I didn't feel so bad. "Why do you feel bad?" I was instantly pissy again. "Why do you think I feel bad?" "Because you think this was your fault, but you're wrong?" I stared at him, suddenly doubting how loopy he really was. "I'm not wrong, Callum." "Yes, you are. This isn't your fault, Lake. Theo is a shitty person. Whoever those pricks were in the park, they are shitty people. It's their fault, not yours. You're not the one who kicked my ass." "Right. But it never would have happened if I didn't date Theo and break up with him and make you save me if he got scary." "Who would have saved you then?" "I have to save you." "No, you don't, Callum." "Yes, I do." I was losing my patience. "No," I enunciated. "You do not." He spaced out again, quiet for a good 30 seconds. I was sure the conversation was over at that point, but then he started up again. "Yes, I do, Lake. I love you." I stared at him. He hadn't been looking at me when he said it. He'd been staring blankly into a wall, but when he turned to me, he blinked back like a big, stupid dog. A big, stupid, adorable dog that I just wanted to grab by the ears and kiss on the head. I might have taken a full 3 minutes to process those words out of his mouth, because in the 12 or so years that we'd known and loved each other, we'd never said it. It wasn't our thing. We didn't need it. At least I didn't think we did. Callum, I murmured when I saw myself losing him to the haze again. Callum, what did you just say? I whispered, watching him fall actively asleep in front of me. And then he was out. I cursed him under my breath. Did he really just tell me he loved me for the first time in a hospital while on drugs and then fall asleep? I hated him for doing that to me, and stewed in silence over the fact that it'd be an asshole move to wake him up and ask for clarification. I didn't settle down till I thought about how many times I'd woken him up in the middle of the night because I knew that if I was restless, the warmth of his chest would put me to sleep. He rarely fell back asleep after waking up, and I knew that. But I did it anyway because I was a selfish brat, and it felt too good, and he never told me to stop. So I took a deep breath and watched his face relax and drift back into slumber. I thought about how, if he meant it, then I loved him too, obviously. And I let him sleep. After Callum confirmed his decision to forego college, Caroline grew cold with him in a way I didn't know she was capable of. I felt bad because he was freshly out of the hospital and in need of care as he recovered, but she gave it stripped of her signature brand of big, crazy love. She was stiff, formal around Callum, and saved her affection for me, for blocking my ears from what the other parents were saying. It was the point at which the whispers were all, "That Lake child," or "That trashy girl with the nude pictures." No one thought about the fact that Leo posted the nude pictures, just that I had posed for them. My classmates knew he'd done it, but there was no bringing down Theo Spencer. So they directed their venom at me, mostly on the school boards. The Mercer School Forums existed for the purpose of online study and inter-student discussion. We're usually dead at this time of year because finals were over. But now they were flooded with posts about me. The subject lines coded so they weren't immediately deleted. Mercer kids, freshmen to seniors, used it to spread rumors that were as colorfully creative as they were gross and hurtful. She was a cam girl since before she came to Mercer. Someone was blackmailing her with old pictures, and Callum went to pay them off, but they beat the shit out of him. Sad as fuck he was gonna go to the Olympics. So not worth it. Like, who is she, even? Where did she come from? She just waltzed into Mercer in the middle of sophomore year, and we were all supposed to worship her because she was friends with Callum and Theo. Poor Cal, his life sucks. We all knew since middle school that his mom had mental issues. No one just takes in some random teenage girl unless they're a fucking basket case. If she was crazy, she probably went extra crazy after Lake had sex with her husband, before she was even legal. Heard it from a reliable source. Cough, TS, cough. Disgusting, but not a shocker. Caroline told me that as tempting as it was to indulge negative thoughts, I should find the courage not to, and take a sabbatical from the internet for a while. "I'll take a break from the computer with you," she suggested brightly. "It'll be a pact of solidarity." "You never even go on the computer." "Okay, so I'll quit something I love. What do you suggest?" "Well, you've kind of quit on your son." "I don't know." I shrugged, acting bored since I was vaguely pissed at her. "Coffee?" "Oh, no, darling. That wouldn't bode well for either you or Callum. Try again. Shopping." "Jesus, Lake, don't take it too far." I let myself laugh and we brainstormed till we landed on something stupid, like Splenda, at which point I took the soup I reheated for Callum and went to his room. I stopped at the door because I found it ajar, even though I'd closed it tight when I left. And he was pretty much bedridden. Once I got inside, I saw him wincing with his blankets all messed up, despite the fact that I'd tucked him perfectly into bed before. "Callum, why the heck did you—"
I wanted to ask in horror why he'd gotten up, but I figured it out fast, based on another time this had happened. He'd opened the door to hear his mom's voice. I wasn't sure if it was because he was curious about what she was saying, or if he just missed the sound of her talking and laughing. But the fact that he was willing to hobble in pain to the door made me hurt for him. But I understood it, all sides of it. Caroline was recently kicked out of her social circle and just discovered that her only son was going to be merely high school educated. She was too angry to bring herself to be fun and sweet with him. So with love for them both, I was stuck awkwardly in the middle, arguing diplomatically for one if the other started complaining. But as much as I loved Caroline and never spoke a bad word about her, I silently boiled at the fact that she had to choose Callum's most vulnerable time to be crueler to him than ever before. So, despite the fact that it wasn't my style, I tried to make up for it. I started with tucking him nicely back into bed and being patient when he decided that he didn't want the soup anymore. Under normal circumstances, I was quick to snap, even if I wasn't totally serious, because that was just the nature of our relationship. But I made a resolution to stop, the same way I was going to quit the internet for a little. Callum dipped in and out of shitty moods thanks to Caroline and the pain and the silent grappling with the fact that wrestling was over. But when he got short with me, I stayed nice. I did to him what he did to me while he was high off his ass at the hospital, a time he apparently didn't remember, and killed him with kindness. It wasn't that hard because I found something weirdly pleasurable about showing him a different side of me. I liked letting myself be completely sweet to him, and, of course, I kind of liked how visibly uncomfortable it made him. The mornings that he didn't answer my, "How'd you sleep?" or "Want some breakfast?" and I could see dark thoughts already storming in his eyes, I knew I was in for a rough one. He'd spend those days testing my patience, telling me to get him this, get him that, cook him this, buy him that. Half of the time, he didn't eat a bite of what I made. I'd breathe deep through my nose and tell myself not to get mad. I had no idea what was going on in that brain of his, but it could be any number of things. He'd sent his best friend of 10 years to the hospital, dealt with Caroline during my naked photo fiasco, and been beaten unconscious by 4 strangers and a bat. The incident was likely set up by Theo. Callum wasn't going to wrestle again for a long time, and he was set to skip not just the Junior Olympics, but college. In the grand scheme of things, the way he flicked his hand to reject the omelet I made him was probably small. So I persisted with the kindness, and in some strange way it opened up my heart. It had always belonged to Callum, but tending to his needs when he came home did something different to it. It made it feel fuller. I wanted to take care of him, too. For once, please someone else instead of gladly hogging all the joy and attention for myself. I liked the loving superpowers I developed. I became in tune with all his needs. I could read what he wanted, medicine, food, a pillow fluff, the AC turned down, before he even realized it himself. The look on his face when he was trying to mask surprise or appreciation was always fun, too. That was the thank you I never got in words, and I didn't mind. I knew that I'd always been the pampered princess of the house, even when I didn't really want to be. So I loved finally knowing what it was like to be good at giving and providing comfort. And I was happy that the first person I could discover that with was Callum. He finally acknowledged it one random afternoon. I was sitting with him in bed watching a baseball game I didn't understand when he put his hand on my knee. I stared at it for 2 seconds before looking at him. My voice was light and playful. "What's up, buddy? Do you need something?" He shook his solemn head. "No." "Then what's up?" His brows pinched for a second like he was trying to figure it out, too. "I just wanted to touch you." My breath shortened. "Yeah?" I played it off. I did okay, but my heart was suddenly flitting like hummingbird wings in my chest. 2 seconds into the moment, and I already knew that I didn't recognize this Callum at all, despite the fact that he touched me all the time. We'd seen each other naked on too many occasions to count. Sometimes
We'd just be sitting on the couch watching a movie when he'd take my hand and cup it over his dick. He played with my tits pretty much constantly. But this was different. It wasn't sexual. It was tender. Sweet. His eyes weren't full of that lust that it sometimes clouded with when I wore a certain outfit or moved a certain way. He just gazed at me softly, with content. Yeah. He took forever to answer my question with the same damned word. Then he looked down at his hand on my knee and tilted his head, moving his thumb back and forth. I rested my head against his for a bit and watched with him as he stroked my skin over my leggings. "What are you doing, Callum?" I asked quietly. When he didn't answer, I turned to him, my forehead pressed to his. "Are you okay, buddy?" I whispered. He nodded. "Better than that." I smiled. "Okay. That's good," I said brightly. I was about to say something else to lighten the mood, but he spoke over me. "You know how much I love you, right?" Any attempt to play things off was shot by instant emotion. Callum's expression was pained but sweet and genuine, too, and it brought me straight to tears. Luckily, they didn't fall. They just sat pretty in my eyes. "I think so, Callum." He was cupping my cheek now, gazing into me. He nodded with satisfaction at my answer, his stare dipping down to my lips. His murmur was the softest I'd ever heard it. "You have my back the way I'll always have yours, no matter what, Lake. You're the most important thing in the world to me, and I've always known it. I just want you to know it now, too." I couldn't help my giant smile. "I know it." "Good," he exhaled, and then he kissed me tenderly for, oddly enough, the first time ever. It was important to Caroline that at least one of us go to college, so I enrolled at FIT and started classes that September. She helped me move into my dorm, strung Christmas lights on my walls the way she'd seen on Pinterest, and invited my roommate, Dara, with us to lunch at a 3-star restaurant. Dara said no, assumed I was one of those girls who hated her mother and later said, that was so pretentious, effectively landing her on my shit list. "Wait, so that wasn't your mom?" she asked me one Sunday night when it was pouring, and none of my new friends were willing to go out, forcing me to hang out with just Dara. I braved the rain and bought 2 bottles of Cabernet with my fake to make the night more tolerable. "No, but she raised me, with my grandma." "How did she meet your grandma?" "My grandma kind of raised her. She was her housekeeper growing up, and I guess she stayed her housekeeper till she died." "Wow, that's depressing." I gave her a look. I didn't think it was. What was up with this chick? She was like negativity in walking human form. "Do you want some more wine?" I asked hopefully. She adjusted her hipster glasses. "No thanks. So like, that Callum kid is your brother-ish, but you guys are like vaguely romantic?" I sat in bed and peeled the label off my bottle of Cab, wondering why I'd ever told her that. I had just been trying to open up with her and like her, but it didn't quite work. "Yeah, we're hard to describe." "Have you slept with him before?" "No, I'm a virgin." She smirked, adjusted her glasses and made a face like, wow. "And you've never officially dated and called yourself boyfriend and girlfriend, or friends with benefits?" "No." "Then you're not anything." "We are." She made that wow face again. "I beg to differ." "He loves me," I blurted stupidly. "Like a good friend," she decided, as if I'd given her all the information she needed to make conclusions about my life. "It's not... I'm pretty sure there are a lot of people who have weird, complicated relationships with people that are still deep and meaningful but can't be put into any sort of, like... Fuck. I was losing my words to the wine. Like... Dara challenged me with that all-knowing, smug-ass look on her face that made me suddenly aware of how annoying I probably was when I was 16. Never mind. "Can I see a picture of him?" I jumped at the chance to show her. I'd proudly shown my group of friends from class, and they'd gasped,
pointed at my face, and then burst into a chorus of crazy squealing about how hot he was and how I totally loved him. It was enough that my instructor came to see what the ruckus was about. She leaned in, looked at the picture, and then said, "Who, baby?" I grinned when Dara looked at a photo I'd taken of Callum at the beach the month before. He was healed up enough to surf. Not as well as he used to, but still. I'd gotten a shot of him coming out of the ocean, water dripping from his hair and his triceps bulging as he carried his board back to where I sat on my towel. I was pretty fucking delighted that even jaded old Dara was not immune to his looks. "That's him?" she asked skeptically, as if I'd just pulled some picture off a Google search for smoking hot blonde surfer dude. "That is him. He looks older than 18. He's just muscular, and he's actually 19 now." Dara nodded and kept staring. "Yeah, he seems like he'd be mature for his age," she said. I smirked. She loved to describe herself as mature for her age. "Does he have a girlfriend?" "He was on a date yesterday, but he doesn't have a girlfriend." "You're in love with him and you don't mind that he was on a date?" I paused. "No? Was that weird? I'd been on a date last night too, but it was just for shits and giggles, and maybe a little titillation. It started Friday night when there were no cabs, and I asked a guy if I could share his across town. He was hot, probably in his mid-30s and just as drunk as I was. Our conversation was flirty from the jump. He revealed, to my delight, that he was a fashion designer. "A straight one," he said right away. "It's important for you to know that." "Is it? Why?" "Because I'm going to ask you out before I get out of the car." "You should just do it now. I'm going to say yes." "Cool. You want to go out?" And that was that. Our date was fun. He took me to a Japanese restaurant that didn't serve sushi, when all I knew about Japanese cuisine was sushi. And then we randomly hit a karaoke bar. We made out in an alley and he dry humped me against the wall, and then I texted my friend to call me with an emergency, and he sent me home with cab money. Callum's date was similar-ish. His girl was someone he'd met randomly at the marketing firm he was interning at on Fifth Ave. She was tall and gorgeous, a little older, and had been in the building for a casting call. I'd met up with them toward the end of their first date ever, and while she seemed surprised, she wound up flirting with me when she realized Callum liked it. She murmured close to my lips and touched my knee and played with my hair till we all kind of wound up together in his bed that night. Haley, my go-to friend for fake emergency calls, said threesomes weren't abnormal and that she'd had one at camp when she was even younger. So I decided it wasn't weird, especially since no sex wound up happening. There was everything but penetration before we all fell asleep. The closest we got to that was when Callum followed me into his kitchen in the middle of the night when I went for water. He was wordless as he pulled me from the fridge, kissed me hard and slid his fingers inside me. He stroked me to an orgasm that he muffled with his hand before he went back to bed, where he spooned me to sleep. The next morning, the girl got cab money to go home and planted a sultry kiss on my lips before leaving. I wasn't totally surprised. She was nice, but I knew she liked Callum and was just trying to show him that she was game in case I came as part of a package deal. So maybe it was weird. But even if it was, that was just what Callum and I were. Weird. Indefinable. Yikes. Dara gave me a big cringe and went back to her book. "I hope you're not, holding out for him." "Holding out for him?"
Thinking you're going to end up with him? Just from what you're telling me, it seems like anything romantic that happened between you two was out of the convenience that you were living with him, and now he's moving on without you." I blinked at her. "Nope." I knew it wasn't the case, but I didn't really feel like arguing, because it wasn't Dara's fault. Callum and I weren't something that could be proven with words, and Dara would eventually witness us with her own two eyes anyway. It was bound to happen. For starters, he returned my drunk ass back to the dorms on countless occasions when he hadn't even been the one I'd been drinking out with. He came over and took care of me that time I caught pneumonia and, according to Dara the next morning, kept asking her to turn her music down when I fell asleep. I was on the phone with him for hours on the nights that I was freaking out and convinced that I was out of my league. that Caroline must have bribed someone to get me accepted at the school, because I was by far the worst sewer and didn't really have a vision the way the other kids did. I just sometimes stitch things together at home, because Elena taught me how to use a sewing machine when I was 10, and it thrilled Caroline to see me make things, even if they were horribly constructed. I got better in college, but still, I had many of those panicked phone calls, half of which ended with Callum showing up outside my window. If Dara was awake, he'd come up, but if she was sleeping, I'd sit on the fire escape and let him talk me out of my funk. Still, Dara wasn't sold. At least, not until the night of the concert. Callum scored backstage passes for a huge sold-out show at Terminal 5. He was going with Logan and invited me, but I couldn't go because I was behind on finishing a dress that looked so raggedy, I was certain I should just drop out of school. I told him to have fun and call a car home because I knew he was going to get obliterated. As he proceeded to do so, I focused on cutting and sewing, and 5 hours later, brilliantly dropped my shears so hard on my foot that they stood proudly in my flesh for a second. I leaned in, examined, and promptly passed out when I caught a glimpse of skinny foot bone before the blood started weeping. According to Dara, she nearly passed out too. She had a thing about blood and got so lightheaded, she lost her head completely. In her panic, when it was many hours past midnight, she called Callum from my phone. "Girl, he was so hammered he started talking dirty to me the second he picked up." She wheezed with laughter after Callum left the next morning, having stayed with me after I got my stitches at the hospital and went back to the dorms. By the time I came to, he was on his way from the venue in a cab, still on the phone with Dara, asking her to stay calm and report my every move. She had my phone sandwiched between her ear and shoulder, and I could hear Callum comforting her, too, his voice audibly shaking as she pressed a wad of Starbucks napkins to my bleeding foot and Googled what the hell to do on her own phone. I knew Callum was still insanely drunk when he arrived, because I could smell the booze before Dara even opened the door for him. His gait was off, but he acted so sober and in control that I wondered if he was a human being or a robot, or an angel. Maybe he was an angel. He looked like the most beautiful angel in the world wearing that sexy white t-shirt. Keep in mind I was losing a lot of blood. It was relevant to my weird thought process, and the way I looked at him that day with that messy dark blonde halo and ripped, booze-stained white V-neck, like my savior freshly descended from the rock and roll heavens. I stared up at him as he carried me from my dorm outside to the car, studying his handsome expressions as he reassured Dara that she should go back in, get some rest, and take it easy, that he had it from there. And he really did. He took me to the hospital, talked to everyone for me, whipped out my insurance card from my wallet, which I didn't even realize that he'd grabbed out of my purse, and sat there holding my hand while I got the giant numbing shot for the stitches. He told me funny stories from the concert a few inches from my face, refusing to let me watch the giant needle go into the bony part of my foot. "Dude, I swear to God, that man is a machine," Dara said that next morning. "Like, I told you, he picked up the phone and was so wasted that he was just telling me all the things he wanted to do to you while I was screaming, 'It's not Lake, it's Dara, it's her roommate, she's bleeding.' And once he processed it, I could, hear him forcing away the drunkenness as our conversation progressed, and I was like, whoa. I drink 2 glasses of wine and I'm on my ass till the next day, and this guy comes in smelling like he went swimming in a fucking bourbon barrel, and he can still get shit done. I was a chicken without a head, and you were just ghost white and barely talking. It was such a shit show, and he just came in here and started taking care of business, like it was another day at the office. I was just like, what? That was the day Dara became a believer, and the day I removed her from my shit list for having to wake up and deal with my horrifying foot. I cracked up all morning as we sat in bed and she made impressions of Callum's taking care of business voice, which she described as teetering between, "I'll guide you through this gently," and "I'll fucking kill you if you mess it up." I laughed so hard it practically hurt the stitches in my foot, because it was such an incredibly and beautifully accurate description of that voice I knew well. So maybe there were a couple things about Callum that could actually be put into words. Yeah, fuck it, girl. I was a total skeptic at first, but you two? Dara held her hands up in surrender. It's real. You two are the fucking truth.
Chapter 17. Callum. Lake came back from my mom's house one evening with her old sewing machine. She lugged the bag full of fabric she brought into her bedroom that she never slept in, but I nixed that idea and helped her set up in the empty room so she'd be free to cut on the floor and make a mess, which she thoroughly did. She spent the rest of the night preoccupied, tinkering with the machine and sewing little pairs of practice shorts that looked maybe big enough for a doll. I had no idea what inspired it, but it worked out well because I needed the time to write out the itinerary for the distillery tour with the Times. And, of course, I liked dropping in on occasion to see her listening to her old pink iPod, pins in her mouth, and hair falling into her eyes as she worked with such concentration that she didn't notice me once. It was so fucking cute I wound up just sitting in my office, staring into space and remembering things about her. The sewing obviously brought me back to her days at FIT. My mother had somewhat pushed fashion onto her. I wasn't sure that Lake was hugely passionate about it, but I knew she had the time of her life at college. She worked and played hard while I did the same at my internship. My apartment was in Chelsea, close enough to her dorm that I saw her as often as I had when we lived together in the townhouse. She was always behind on assignments, and her heavy sewing machine was in the dorm room she shared with her sarcastic, slightly weird roommate, so I spent far more time there than I'd have preferred. It was always a treat when I got to have her for an entire weekend in my apartment. She came over unexpectedly one night because her date was cut short. She'd met this guy at a club she snuck into, and I was wary because I actually knew who he was. Not personally, but I recognized his name as one of the Mets' shittier relief pitchers who'd been on the DL forever and wasn't much to consider in the sporting world. But he was a young and wealthy professional athlete, so Lake's girlfriends collectively lost their minds when they spotted him at the club. I wasn't surprised to hear that Lake was the one who walked away from that situation with his number and plans to go out. I never thought twice about the random dates Lake went on, but I paid attention to this one because my assumption of pro athletes was that they were slightly more entitled than the rest of the male population when it came to sex, and Lake was still every bit a virgin. I didn't worry, though. She was smart and strong, and after high school, not one to be coerced into doing anything she didn't want to do. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't so easy about the random dates she went on because I had the luxury of knowing that she'd never had sex with any of them. The same way she didn't have sex with the Met. She had a wry grin on when I opened the door of my apartment and stared at her. "Christ, Lake," I laughed with the end of my fist at my mouth. "That poor son of a bitch." I stepped back to take her in from head to toe. She was wearing a casual outfit, but it was the kind that pumped male blood straight to the cock. Ripped shorts, a white crop top, and heels. Seeing her in these outfits was still new to me because she hadn't dressed that way when we lived with my mom. It was a thrill for me to see her tanned skin peeking out through shredded denim. It would probably always be. I fell back to look at her ass as she walked over to the couch and planked dramatically onto it face first. I smirked and climbed onto her back, letting my hard-on rest between her thighs as I kissed the back of her neck. I knew the drill. She felt bad after dates that ended because she could feel the guy getting impatient for sex. She felt weird and hypocritical for wanting it and being flirtatious, but never having the guts to actually do it. She either called me or came to my apartment when she got in these moods, and I told her not to feel guilty, that batting eyelashes while insanely sexy didn't make her a tease. It wasn't exactly her fault that she commanded wood with one look. "Don't worry about it, Lake," I said, kissing her collarbones as she rolled onto her back. I was happy to please her up to her limit, basically do everything to her besides penetrate her. I knew she flirted with dates and grinded with them, kissed them sometimes, but she knew that getting naked for these guys could strip them of their control, so she rarely let them touch her body where she wanted it touched. Lucky for me, that was, and pretty much always had been, my job.
I'm starting to worry about it, she sighed as I kissed down the luscious mounds of her cleavage. I grinned against her skin when she started squirming. I always waited for that moment. "Why?" I asked, reaching under back and unclasping her bra. I pulled the straps down each shoulder and off her arms till I could pull it off her breasts and fling it aside. "It never seemed to bother you until recently," I said, sucking her nipple over her shirt. She arched her back into my mouth. "I just want it more now," she breathed, arms over her head and writhing under my body as she watched me push her shirt up her stomach. "I feel like I can't hold it in anymore, and I don't want to wait forever till it becomes a thing and I'm scared and I die a virgin."
"We won't let that happen."
She laughed. "Did you always know it was going to be you?"
"What?" I looked up at her, but her eyes closed as I licked the swell of her naked breast.
"Did you always know?" she moaned at the flick of my tongue. "Did you always know you were going to be the one I lost it to?"
My answer was casual as I filled my hands with her tits. Yeah. It wasn't presumption, it was just the truth. Lake barely reacted. She knew I knew.
"I just don't want to become... Oh, God, Callum."
Her sentence trailed off as I parted her legs and thrust my erection against her pussy. We were separated by both her denim and mine, but I was almost fully hard, and it took no time to get there with her body twitching under me, bucking every few seconds as I made sure to rub against her clit. "You don't want to become what?" I freed my cock from its prison. I couldn't take it anymore. I jerked it while laying on top of her, kissing her neck.
"I don't want to become dependent on it like my mom."
I had no idea what she was talking about, and it wasn't just because I was turned on out of my mind. "Lake, you won't." She either ignored me or didn't hear.
"I don't want to be like her."
"You're not."
"I know, but at the same time I'm scared. I don't want to get hooked on it and be dependent on, like, validation. 'Cause I swear to God she really was, and I really don't want to be like her."
"I've never met her, and I know you're nothing like her," I said, slipping her panties off with her tight shorts. I slid down the couch and she lifted her legs, resting her calves on my back. "You're like no one, and no one's like you," I murmured before running the flat of my tongue over the length of her pussy. I lived for the sound of that first cry to the ceiling. "Does that feel good?"
"You know it feels good,"
she panted, thrusting her hand in my hair, her pulsing grip telling me how and where she liked my tongue. She squeezed the hardest when I licked circles around her clit, pumping my fingers in and out of her. I'd never felt her wetter, never before heard this way she was breathing. It was torturing me. I slid a third finger inside her and had to pull away to watch and savor how incredibly sexy her body looked as it ached for more of me. I thrust faster, harder inside her, falling into her when she reached for me, desperate to kiss me as she came. I always knew when she was on the verge because she stopped kissing me back, her body tight and her mouth open against mine. I'd always sweep my tongue deep inside it and palm her pussy with my whole hand, moving my fingers fast inside her while rubbing her clit with the heel of my palm. She always came so hard she ripped away from my lips and moaned as if there was no such thing as neighbors, which I fucking loved. But this time, something was different after finishing. She sighed, blushed about how loud she was, and then pushed me back to climb on top of me, wrapping her hands around my tortured dick and stroking me to a finish. She did that for me every time with a sleepy, content look in her eye. But tonight, it was filled with hot excitement and energy. "Callum?" She worked my shaft with both hands, bouncing her gorgeous tits between her arms. I had trouble talking, but managed it. "Yeah, baby. I want you to take my virginity tomorrow." My eyes shot wide open. I stared at the way she bit her lip, the way her eyes sparkled. She clearly found my reaction amusing because her mouth twisted into a sexy little smirk. And just like that, I came harder than ever before in her hands. I was a little fucking dismayed to hear that Lake had arranged to have the dorm all to herself that next night. I had my own apartment with a king-sized bed and good sheets and actual groceries in my stainless steel fridge to make breakfast with the next morning. But Lake, for reasons I couldn't really wrap my head around, wanted to have sex for the first time in her twin-sized dorm bed, which was across from another twin-sized dorm bed in their weak-sized dorm room. But obviously I didn't linger on that thought. Whatever she wanted, I was going to give it to her. "You're early." She bit her lip shyly when she opened the door for me. I raised my eyebrows right away because she'd adjusted the lighting for our night. I stepped in and looked around slowly. The room was quite possibly the girliest Christmas light heaven that I'd ever seen in my life, and I'd seen a lot because I had, on more occasions than I preferred, entertained my mom while she drank her morning coffee with her iPad and pinned things she thought were too irresistibly pretty. Whatever affinity she had for stringing holiday lights indoors when it wasn't actually the holidays had been successfully passed on to Lake, because that night there were hundreds of little white bulbs glowing out of dozens of mason jars that were strategically placed about the room. Ropes of them transformed her wooden headboard and made her bed look like some kind of mystical fairy landing. I had to laugh. "Jesus, Lake. Don't make fun." "I'm not. I like it," I said. "Don't patronize me either," she huffed playfully, starting off. But I caught the nape of her neck before she could walk away and kissed the growing smile on her face. "I'm not," I murmured, pulling away to gaze at the loose white dress she had on. It was asymmetrical at the bottom, and if I looked hard enough, glittered a little. She looked ethereal, like an insanely voluptuous and sexy brunette Tinkerbell. It felt appropriate, considering the decor. I laughed again, though, when I saw the open bottle of nail polish in her hand. Her fingernails were bare, so I looked down at her toes. 3 nails done on the left foot, and the other still bare. "You came early," she protested. "I'll refrain from jokes." She snorted and sighed. "Well, at least I got the decor right. I was trying to look all special and perfect before you got here." "You always look that way." Lake tipped her head down and wiggled her pursed lips to the side, her expression every time I said something she liked, and she was too flattered to say something smart in return. I liked the way it made her dimples look. "Care to tell me why you needed this night to be in your dorm room and not my much nicer apartment?" She put the nail polish down and laughed. "Because..." "Yeah?" "Because it just feels right, like what normal girls do, and I want to be a normal girl." I looked at her, so fucking angelic in front of those Christmas lights. "You could never be a normal girl if you tried." She wiggled her lips again, but now something had shifted in her. She was nervous. She went quiet, so I stepped close to take her by the waist. "Lake, you know I'm always going to be here waiting for you if you can't do it tonight." "I don't want to wait any longer." She paused. "And I can't know anymore that you're sleeping with other girls." "Then I won't." "What if I wait till I'm 50? "I'll wait with you."
I meant it, but she laughed and closed her eyes. They opened to gaze at the floor. "I love you, Callum." I grinned. I actually said it more often than she did. It felt like a gift when I heard it from her. "I love you too." She lifted her eyes to me. They were wet, and that glossy hazel was as good as 2 bullets to the knees. "I want it tonight," she murmured. "I just want you to tell me that I'm a normal girl, like Isabel and all my friends here, even Dara." "Why would you want to be?" She closed her eyes again as I kissed her forehead. "Just tell me I am." "You're a normal girl," I said. I'd never said anything that felt more like a lie to her, but I didn't mind doing it tonight if it eased whatever was going on in her head. I slid my hands from her cheeks into her hair and kissed her. "You just also happen to be the most beautiful one in the world." She didn't say anything in reply, but her lips curved against mine. The sex we had that night in her bed was slow, at first painful for her. I kept my eyes on her the entire time, reading her body, moving to her wordless instruction till she was moaning softly. My arms caged her shoulders, my biceps and forearms flexed completely tight as my palms dug into her mattress so I could control the pace, the strength of every push and pull. My muscles burned and strained with my need to just bury myself all the way inside her because she looked so beautiful and felt so unreal. But I wouldn't let myself. Of course I wouldn't. I took it slower than I thought I knew how, and because it was Lake, I loved every torturous second of it. I kissed every inch of her skin till she was no longer tight or tense. She felt too fucking good to be true, and the first time I came before getting to see how her perfect face would twist when I gave her an orgasm. But an hour later, I took in every second of it, that open mouth and the gorgeous, sexy pinch between her eyebrows. Her jaw trembled in my hand as I drove into her, filling her completely like she couldn't bear the first time. I'd been ready to explode on 10 different occasions, but I forced myself to hold on and to keep my eyes open because she was too beautiful to miss even a second of. I shuddered in her the second she was finished. At midnight, we sat together on the fire escape, and she dangled her legs from where I came to talk her down from her panics, whether it was a bad critique in class or some other issue. I wrapped a blanket around us as she sat back against me, painting my initials onto the wrought iron. "It just looks like the word cap," I teased her. "To everyone else, but we'll know what it is." I nodded. "How long do you think it'll stay there? Next time it rains?" "Not unless it's raining nail polish remover." She leaned over to admire her work. "This is strong stuff." "Yeah." I raised my eyebrows. "Glad you willingly put it on your body." She snorted. "I don't think it's toxic." "It doesn't matter. Even if it was, so are you." She dropped her jaw. "Callum, what kind of thing is that to say?" I caught her hand as it tried to smack me. "I meant it in a good way. You're the best poison I could possibly ingest." "Wow, great. I'm so flattered." I laughed. "Get over here." I turned her around to face me. I let out a breath. Her skin was still glowing, and for Christ's sake, she was almost too gorgeous to handle. "I don't always know what goes on in that crazy head of yours, but I don't ever want you to forget that you're my best friend and the best person I know. I couldn't live without you. And when I say that, I mean you exactly the way you are." My words had her shy, but she didn't break her stare from me. She raked her perfect bottom lip between her teeth and gave a little nod. "Likewise," she murmured. It was a short reply, but all I wanted. We liked to say it because, more often than not, Our feelings mirrored exactly, and there were only so many words with which to phrase us, so when one of us actually got it right, the other stole it and said, likewise. I didn't like one-word replies from other girls, but with Lake, it was more than fine. She hung her hands on my shoulders as I wrapped the blanket tighter around us. "You'll always love me?" "Yes." Her eyes clouded over. I could see the thoughts brewing in her head, and I knew she was thinking about all the things that had happened in the past year. She thought about it enough that I recognized how she looked when she did it. She looked down as she took in a deep breath. Her eyes were on me when she let it out. "Am I worth it to you, Callum?" I brushed her gorgeous hair back when the wind tried to take it. I kissed her on the lips. "You are. You are, and you always will be." Chapter 18. Callum. We celebrated Lake's 27th birthday on Thursday, the night before I left with Oz for Scotland. I was fast to get ready because Isabel warned me that she planned on kicking me out of my own apartment by early evening, something about it being important for them to get ready together. I had no idea what she meant, but I knew better than to argue with one of them, let alone two, so I showered quickly. As quick as it was, the hot water and steam still had my blood rushing and my brain running as usual, and it was in there that I realized it. That while Lake had given me something, it was far from everything. I had let her tears cloud my vision for a bit, but the reality was that I knew why she left, but jack about where she went, how she came back. Isabel was doing Lake's hair when I left. Lake, in a white silk robe, was smiling down the hall at me, and I gave her something similar back. The shitty thoughts were fighting their way to the front of my brain, but I refused to indulge them on Lake's birthday, so I left to meet Oz at the Pike for a drink before dinner. To my surprise, Anna from the Times was there. She was already smiling at me by the time I noticed her sitting next to Oz at the bar. It was a full house, and, as usual, mostly regulars and businessmen from the area. Several that I recognized crowded around Anna at the bar. They weren't the ones who hit on the waitresses, but tonight they were hitting Anna and her tight nude dress with dated pickup lines they must have used before getting married however many decades ago. I laughed when I approached because I could tell she'd done herself up on purpose tonight, and I couldn't deny that she looked like a bombshell. Her hair was different, and the charm on her necklace dipped right between her pushed-up cleavage. It wasn't a work outfit for sure. "Didn't expect to see you here," I said, letting her pull me in for a hello kiss on the cheek. I always hated those, but I let hers go. "No? I've only been emailing nonstop with my only assignment for you." I squinted for a second. Shit, right. I had seen and opened her email, but never got to reading it like I told myself I would. "Unlike you to forget," she remarked, narrowing her eyes. "I've never seen you anything but on point." "I've had some distractions." I smirked at the thought of the specific one that had kept me from Anna's emails. I had opened it after waking up to the sound of my shower running. Lake and my sex the night before had gotten her sufficiently hot and dirty, but I'd refused to let her shower after. I pinned her to the bed as she laughed and struggled to get away, moaning that she felt sweaty and sticky. I watched her cheeks flush and her tits shake under me as she shrieked and tried to wrestle free. Obviously sprung a second hard-on after that, which we put to good use. She was out like a light after round 2. I wasn't surprised that she'd woken up and made a beeline for the shower. By the time I got to Anna's email, she was coming out of it, and without a towel, because the cleaning staff hadn't been in for a week. She held her tits together, covering her nipples with one hand and shielding down below with the other. "I don't understand the point," I laughed. She said it was just habit. "That's ridiculous. Stop." No. Where are the clean towels? I'm not even sure I have any. You don't have clean towels? Don't you take like 3 showers a day? Generally 2. I haven't had cleaning come in because you wanted just us 2 in the house. She giggled. True. I'm sorry then. Will you forgive me and find me a towel? My hair is long and wet, and you don't have a blow-dryer because you suck. Her soaking hair dripped non-stop onto her soft skin, running fine streams down her gorgeous tits and dripping water from her hard nipples to her thighs. Even if I had the towels, there was no way in hell I'd give up that mind-blowing sight. Seriously, Callum, I need one or I'm going to be wet forever. My cock doesn't object. She snorted. What, am I just going to walk around naked and wet all day? Yes. I dare you. Yeah? She grinned, obliged, and then proceeded to make it just about the best morning of my life. We went about our usual routine, but Lake did her part naked. The shy, blushing, lip-biting phase of the game was amazing, especially the part where she ran down the stairs holding her bouncing tits. But there was something insanely hot about watching her get used to it, walking around the house, making breakfast, and reaching for plates and high cabinets without one thread of clothing on. I checked emails and made calls for work, but never went more than a couple minutes without looking at Lake, watching and grinning like the world's dirtiest fucking pervert as she walked around naked with increasing comfort. I was in the midst of an important call with my operations manager in Dufftown when Lake came into my office with the planner I'd left in the kitchen. She handed it to me, and I forgot to mouth "thank you" as my eyes raked over her body from head to toe. She smirked, gave me those eyes that said she'd just thought of a dirty little idea, and then took that time to tease me as I spoke on the phone, getting on her knees, taking out my hard dick and giving 2 wet, torturously quick strokes before popping up and daintily waving goodbye. Whatever my guy was saying on the other end was as good as gibberish to me, and Lake knew she was in for it when I hung right up. Her giggle was a shriek as I held the base of my shaft with one hand and caught her by the waist with the other. In one motion, I pulled her back and straight down onto my cock, sliding right in thanks to her soaking wetness and swelling rock solid in a second flat. But Lake took over from there. I just sat back, watching in awe as she christened the office chair in reverse fucking cowgirl. I flicked my stare back and forth between her over-the-shoulder gaze and the view of her incredible ass and smooth pussy slamming down on my dick. She had me feeling like a goddamn king, and it didn't stop even when I came. Lake went and ran a towel under warm water after, and I called my guy back as she cleaned me up, kissing my temple, my cheek, and, when I wasn't speaking, my lips. It was a ridiculously hard call to get through, but I'd gotten through it. Anna's email, however, went forgotten about. Damn, if looks could take a girl's clothes off, Anna smirked. I knew I looked surprised at her remark. Behind her, Oz looked at me with a face that said, "Whoa, dude. Whoa." I'm not sure what face I made, but I apologize. I'll accept, if you tell me about her. She must be a special lady. Behind Anna, Oz cocked an eyebrow and rubbed his beard theatrically as he too waited for my answer. I smirked and shook my head. If I couldn't explain my relationship with Lake to Oz, I sure as shit wasn't going to magically do it with Anna Hale from the Times. Unfortunately, and to my annoyance, Oz chipped in for me.
She's named after a body of water, and it's a complicated love-hate relationship.
I shot him a look. He looked deeply amused with my irritation. Anna perched her sharp chin on her shoulder and looked over at him. Do go on, Mr. Tate.
I don't know much, but she's a beautiful lady, and she distracts this fellow here quite a lot, so Forgive him if he's a wee bit off his game."
I shook my head at him when Anna looked back, and he made a face and a gesture that said, "I'm just trying to help." I think it's time to change the subject. Anna touched the tip of her tongue to her teeth. Ooh, did I touch a nerve? Not at all. She clucked. Too bad. I was hoping to touch something. Christ, she was hell-bent on keeping the conversation suggestive. I gave her a faintly quizzical look that she simpered at. Journalist in me, we like getting our subjects a little hot and bothered. Makes for a better story. She winked and held her hot stare on me. Whatever expression I was making seemed to encourage her. "Can I talk to you in private, Callum?" she asked suddenly. I grabbed the glass the bartender finally set in front of me. "About the article?" "Sure." I took a drink and nodded behind her at Oz, who'd begun flirting with the new waitress. We should let him know to join. She rolled her eyes at me. "Let's not. Why don't you bring me upstairs to that VIP room? It should be nice and quiet there." I glanced at my watch. I'm actually due at dinner in about a half hour. I was hoping to do one round, get out, and be on time. "Because you're very organized and never late, right?" She bit her lip with every V she spoke. I knew it was a trap, but I said yes. "Except you never emailed me back, and I'd hate for the article to run even later, because I never got from you what I needed." I exhaled a tired laugh. "Why don't you tell me what that email said, and I'll give you everything you need right now." My phrasing inspired her seductive look. "So we are on the same page. Let's do that upstairs and away from the noise. I'm sure we won't take too much time." I cast a look toward Oz before leading Anna upstairs. He read it and gave a subtle, "Okay." We'd been around enough aggressive women to know that it meant save my ass if I'm not back soon. "So, what did I fail to provide you, Anna?" I asked, walking at her side on the stairs. But she sped suddenly ahead, forcing the view of her ass on me. I could see the lines of a thong under her skin-tight dress. My eyes traveled down her long, smooth legs as she quickened her pace, refusing to answer my question till I was upstairs with her. "I wanted the contacts of a few regulars here, for little interviews, just to get the clientele point of view." "I'd be happy to refer you to some friends who come often." "Lucky them." She cocked an eyebrow. "But I already spoke to several people downstairs before you arrived. I already have what I need." "So, this is the bait-and-switch I suspected." "Yes." She laughed as my expression fell to something vaguely irritated. "Listen, Callum, I can't help but notice a change in you lately, and while it's none of my business, what little time I've had with you in recent weeks has lacked the speed and efficiency that it had before your friend named after a body of water came back." She smirked, crossing her arms and tilting her head. "I thought we had a good thing going." "I didn't realize it was a thing." "I think once you've fucked more than a few times and still see each other regularly, it's called at least a pattern." "Fair enough." I'd first slept with Anna at a tasting in February. She was the only woman I didn't wait to fuck till the end of the tasting, mostly because she'd followed me to the bathroom and said she didn't pay all that money to taste only my scotch. I was surprised with how willing she was to get messy, considering that perfect makeup and tight bun. She wound up coming home with me that night, and I'd fucked her over every chair in the apartment. Of course, I wouldn't have had Oz told me earlier that he recognized her from a tasting in March.
"She was staring at you the whole time, brother. You just didn't notice because there was some other pretty thing hogging your attention. Congratulations, my friend. You finally bagged your first groupie."
There were a handful of women who were repeat guests at our tastings. It became quickly obvious to us that they weren't coming back for the scotch, and while Oz happily took them home, I avoided it. From observing his experiences, they were the clingy ones. They'd put time into finally being noticed, and they weren't going to quickly let go of that hard-earned attention. Oz handled far less on the business end, so he had time for hot but crazy girl drama, but I couldn't have been more averse. Lucky for me, Anna turned out to be as fixated on her career as I was. We didn't see each other again till almost 3 months later, when she came by to suggest the article. Oz didn't recognize her, but I did, and said yes to the pitch before stripping her clothes off in the liquor room and fucking her over a big shipment of vodka. Weeks passed before we had to see each other again, and texts were all business-related. We had sex 3 times more before Lake came back. Only when I declined oral the night of the photo shoot did Anna start to show signs of what felt like actual romantic pursuit. "You don't agree that we had a good thing going?" She reached for my belt. I removed her hand. Again, and I apologize, but I didn't really take the time to categorize or analyze it. "Exactly. Because it wasn't dating. It was working and fucking. That's what we do, and very well, might I add." "Your point?" "You and I are cut from the same cloth, Callum Pike. You're a machine. Sex is your fuel. Fuel is for work. People like you and me get shit done because we don't indulge feelings the way others do. It's not like we don't have the capacity. We just don't feel past the point where it causes drama or slows us down. And I can see you slowing down." She clucked that tongue again. "Which really sucks because of all the men I've met who share my unique lifestyle, you're by far the hottest with the only dick that makes me come harder than my own hand, which you're well aware is really good at finishing the job." I gazed down over the balcony. I could see my drink on the bar, and I wished like hell that I'd brought it up with me. "I think I'm still lost on your point." "Trim the fat, Callum. Get rid of anything that leeches off your time and energy. Make your career your only focus and feed your focus with good sex, no strings attached, preferably from me. And in 10 years, when all our friends are married and we're not, but we're the only millionaires—" "I am already." "Whatever. In 10 years, when all our friends are saving all their money for college tuitions that'll go to waste, we'll have accomplished everything we've ever dreamed of. And at that point, we can get together, be quite the power couple, and have all the time and money in the world to travel, enjoy, and look back on our impressive milestones." I raised my eyebrows. Clearly I was wrong about Anna being unlike the other girls. Her brand of clingy just happened to be a long-term plan that was insane enough for me to almost admire. It's a well-thought-out pitch, but I do have to go. Stay for a second. No. Her mouth snapped shut. She was holding something in. As I turned to leave, she blurted it out. "You need to lose the girl." I looked over my shoulder. "Excuse me?" "Lake." Her tongue said the name mockingly. Something about it jump-started my heart rate, and suddenly I was hot. "You're drowning in Lake's bullshit, Callum. You're expending way too much energy on her, and you just need a clear voice like me telling you to get rid of the drama. Get rid of the walking tits and ass that I will gladly call out as career poison. She's not good for you, and you know it. You know you do." I stood still for a moment. I let my gaze linger for another second as I processed Anna's audacity. "I'll see you tomorrow, Ms. Hale." She flashed a cordial smile. "Looking forward as always, Mr. Pike."
Chapter 19. Lake. I was running late to dinner because Isabel had insisted on piling my hair into a big, Brigitte Bardot-inspired updo. "We have to, so we can show off the front of your dress," she reasoned. My outfit for the night was one purchased at the boutique on Madison Ave. It was black, backless, and floor-length with the kind of plunging V-neck that I knew Callum would struggle to tear his eyes off all night. You're gonna die when you see what this fancy-ass place looks like, Isabel giggled excitedly. While she wanted to keep it a surprise, we eventually wound up Googling the restaurant together, and I nearly fell out of my chair when I saw pictures. She wasn't kidding about fancy. It was palatial. Apparently a historic bank in the 1800s, complete with neoclassical architecture and the kind of towering pillars that made me think of ancient Greece. I hadn't known that places that big existed in Manhattan, and I'd certainly never stepped foot in any place so grand and lavish, not with even Caroline, who spoiled me senseless. I got so obsessed with looking perfect for the night that we wound up running insanely late. But your hair looks amazing, and I read that's more important than being punctual. Isabel grinned, playing with one of the locks that fell to frame my face. Are you excited? It's your birthday in... She looked at the time. 3 hours and 24 minutes. It's gonna be a brand new year for you, babe. I actually squealed because I really, really like the sound of a brand new year. We were still giggling endlessly during the car ride over, and I was so anxious for Callum to see me that when I noticed missed texts from him, I actually yelped. What is it? Isabel squeaked. What did he say? I haven't read it yet. I laughed, pushing her away, but the smile on my face fell into my lap when I read the message. I know why you left. Now tell me where you went. I gripped tight on my phone, feeling the urgent heat of the words, but with Isabel giddy and bouncing beside me, so desperate to have all the girly fun we'd missed out on since I was gone, I put on a happy face and flashed her a brilliant smile. He said he can't wait to see me, I murmured. I faked my stellar mood as she gushed, letting her touch up my lipstick and grinning big for selfies, while the darkest sense of dread unfurled in my stomach. I thought I had gotten off easy by telling Callum why I'd left New York. I'd left out key details regarding Trish, Dean, and my stepbrother Hunt, of course, but only because they would lead straight into the stories I felt too sick over to speak of. No one knew about them. No one but me. I wanted to keep it that way, and I was sure I'd be able to after feeling Callum hold me on the floor and wipe my tears, telling me how much he cared about me no matter what. Though he didn't say he loved me, I wish I didn't notice that so hard. But I did, especially now, because there were obviously holes in my story, big chunks left untold, and Callum wasn't a fool. I was, for hoping that I could ever get past him. Shit. This was not how I imagined this night going. I had spent hours getting ready because it was my birthday, and I wanted to send Callum off to Scotland with a perfect memory of me. I didn't want to admit it to myself, but I was nervous about him being gone for a week with that flirty writer from the Times. My scatterbrain cursed whatever had sparked a new fire in his curiosity tonight. It tried but failed to brainstorm new ways to phrase why I couldn't tell him what happened, and by the time the car pulled up in front of the grand entrance, I thought I'd thoroughly lost my mind because I was considering confessing to it all. If I didn't, he might get on a plane tomorrow and decide in Scotland that he was truly and finally through with my bullshit. He'd have sex with Anna Hale and party with Oz and come back to me with that hollow look and say, "We can't do this anymore." I could see it so clearly that I told myself it was time. I'd tell him about Trish and Hunt and Dean. I'd tell him about Sunstone Communities, the gloriously horrific trailer park where I'd been dragged, where I'd done the worst things of my life. For the suited capped men who opened the door, I faked a smile. I braved through the stunning horde of people inside the extraordinary front hall, carved from marble and stone, crowned by a 70-foot ceiling and flanked at the sides by long twin staircases. It was dim, candlelit but flashing with a million light bulbs as some huge event took place. "Fashion Week after party," Isabel whispered to me, her eyes lighting up as they traveled across the throng of attendees full of actors, models, heiresses she recognized and pointed out here and there. Good thing Callum managed to swing a private room. I nodded through the madness. It only increased as it began to storm outside, pulling in every last partygoer from the sidewalk pounding with rain. Suddenly, the floor was swarming, a glittering beehive of beautiful people buzzing, murmuring, kissing cheeks and swilling champagne. Every last bit of it brought out my panic. I returned the charm and smiles of the other guests. I thanked the women who stopped me to marvel at my earrings. But I felt like the world's biggest fraud as I swept through the room with Isabel, blending every bit into the elegant crowd as I silently wrapped my hands around the memories of Sunstone and choked them as close to death as I possibly could. I changed my mind. I couldn't tell Callum what happened. I definitely couldn't. I had the confession so ready for him a second ago. It was a dark ball of frenetic energy that bounced around the walls of my mouth and waited with sick anticipation at the tip of my tongue, like it was standing at the edge of a fatal cliff, so ready to dive off and see if it might really survive. I was convinced I was going to take the jump, but I took one look at the beautiful people and told myself that this was his world. These beautiful people I had to fake being like were exactly who he was, where he came from, and people like them would not accept the real me. They would never accept the blood on my hands and the reality of what I'd done. I knew Callum loved me, but I also knew my truth would become his lifelong burden. He'd struggle to accept me, and we would eventually crash and burn in a heartbreak so much worse the second time around. I can't find them. Isabel frowned just as I caught the sharp glint of Callum's stare across the floor. It was already heated. My pulse rose in my chest and in my ears. I can't either, I lied, walking us briskly away till I'd lost him. I needed air. I needed time to suffocate my confession. Isabel, I'll be right back, I murmured, my heart thumping when, through the crowd, Callum's sharp blue eyes found me again. They locked on me, fixed tight as he matched my pace from the other end of the room, disappearing in and out of my vision across the wall of glittering gowns and tuxes. Powder room, Isabel pointed in its direction. I nodded despite having no intention of going. I didn't need a powder room. I needed a haven. I needed a place where no one, least of all Callum, could get anywhere near me as I wrangled my bad thoughts and let them know the plan had changed. I couldn't confess to that filth and horror. Certainly not here. Eyes wild, I searched the enormous space. My mind was in need of solitude till it was clear again, and I had a hunch my best bet lay behind the staircase, closed off with velvet rope and leading to a second floor of pitch black. My eyes flicked toward Callum. He mirrored my pace, slowing when I did. His predatory gaze tracked me hard, igniting my senses. It flared my pulse in my eardrums to a loud, round, echoing sound. I was outwardly stoic, but my heart slammed like a rock in my chest as I weaved through the teeming crowd, air returning to my lungs only when I lost him again. When I did, I waited till the next flurry of camera flashes, for the second of darkness that came after. Click, 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 flash, flash, flash. Once it stopped, I gathered my dress and slipped undetected upstairs. I white-knuckled the railing and closed my eyes. Trish's reedy hiss coming right away. Lipstick on a pig. I saw her bloodshot eyes, big but droopy. My stomach turned. Every moment flashed in front of me. Hunt, the bed, their needles, the sling. They throttled me senseless till I was down to the last image, the picture of Trish and the way she looked at me right before I left, covered in blood, hanging upside down, pleading my name. I dug my glossy nails into the metal as I smothered the memory. You think you're better than me? Yes. I didn't do what you did. I squeezed my eyes shut. Look at it. Look at what you did. No. Dirty. Nasty. Tell that boy what you did. No, no, no. I shook my head for Trish, digging my heels into the carpeted steps, reminding myself she couldn't tell me what to do anymore, repeating it till I didn't hear her voice any longer. I know what I did. I had to do it. I had to. Hot tears fell, but when I opened my eyes, they were stone because Trish was gone. I breathed out hard as I kept climbing up. I'd gotten rid of her. But my relief was short-lived. Lightning flashed through the domed window, and my heart slammed when I saw Callum's long silhouette gliding across from me, ascending the opposite staircase. Trish was gone, but Callum had found me, and he was still furious. If he wasn't before, he certainly was now. His wolfish gaze hounded me, his every step matching mine, but I was too far from the bottom to stop and turn around, so I kept going up. I felt his seething eyes locked on me the whole way, rattling my bones. I told myself to simply beat him up the stairs, to lock myself in some powder room till he'd taken a breath and looked something other than enraged. The landing at the top of the staircase was a patch of square marble. Callum reached it a step after me, striding firmly behind me through the dark hall. His footsteps were neat, angry and assertive. My pulse scattered everywhere. "I'll be down in a minute," I exhaled over my shoulder. I was nervous and breathless, and he only came faster. "I don't care when you'll be down." My pulse rose with the speed of his step. "Just give me some time, Callum," I begged as I gathered my dress. I went so fast in my heels I felt like they might break, and I thought for a moment he'd finally gone because I didn't hear him anymore. I tossed a look over my shoulder and saw nothing in the dark hall. I let out a long breath, but suddenly I heard his growl. "You've had enough time." I gasped when Callum threw me up against a wall. I couldn't see a thing, but I could feel the cold marble behind me. He pressed my hot skin against it. "I won't let you run from me again, Lake." His hand encompassed my throat, his words intense, breathing into my mouth. "Tell me where you went." I breathed hard, couldn't speak if I wanted to. "Tell me!" I stared up into the domed skylight, like a massive eye raining tears with me. A flash of lightning, and I saw the fire in Callum's stare as he pushed himself against me. "I'm choosing you, Lake," he hissed. "I want you. I love you. I love you more than anything else in this world, and I know I need to spend the rest of my life with you." I gasped as he thrust his tongue in my mouth, his kiss immediately dominating me. His words seeped like medicine into my soul, but just as I kissed him back, he ripped his lips from mine. "But I can't fucking do it if you don't tell me everything. So tell me everything. Now." "Callum," he thrust against me. "Do it." He thrust again. "Now." "Let me get my head straight, Callum." I shoved him, thrusting my hands in my hair. Fuck. How easy was I? He said it. "I love you." 3 words from him, and I was back to asking myself if I could tell him. I almost wanted to, but how? I tangled my fingers in my hair, tearing apart my updo. I felt Callum's hands increasingly impatient on me, tugging at me, ripping at me, and stretching down my dress. "Callum, I don't even know where to start." "Find a place," he growled, jerking me into his chest. My dress slid out of place on my body. "Do it now." He fisted handfuls of silk jersey. I felt my breast expose. Cold air hit my legs. Go on, Lake. Do it." "Stop it!" I resented the rush as much as the time and the place. "Callum, can't you just—" He slammed me back on the wall. "What?" he demanded. "I can't think right now, Callum." "Even better. Don't think. Just speak. Let it out. Let it all out and tell me." "I will, okay?" My angry words took him by as much surprise as they did me. But everything about him was still hard. His glare was steely and unforgiving. His cock was stiff, pulsing with pressure against my belly. "Then go on." "Not here." He tightened his fist on my dress. "That doesn't work for me." My chest pressed so tight to his, I had no idea whose pounding heart I was feeling. "It's going to have to work for you, Callum." "I don't trust you enough for that." "Fuck you!" His words stung me, stabbed straight through my heart. I shoved him and he thrust back. I pushed his hands off my body, but they grasped at me harder. "You don't trust me, Callum?" I writhed away as he tore at my dress.
You don't trust me even a little? Not until you tell me something. Just give me this night, I fought him, my dress stretching in our tug of war. We're here. Our friends are here. Where I went isn't exactly a 5-fucking-minute conversation, so just give me my birthday. Give me my new start. His eyes shone through the dark as I sucked in a sharp breath. Give it to me, please. Please. Callum, I pled softer. Just give it to me. His stare burned into me. The moon highlighted his tense, chiseled jaw. He didn't move. I thought for a second that I stood before a statue, but then his eyes flicked like flying daggers to my body. Just tonight, he snarled, letting his hard gaze settle on the parts he'd exposed, left naked in our fight. I gasped when I felt his hand on my breast, hot, sudden, and harsh. I'll give it to you, Callum muttered, his voice thick with lust as his other hand found its way up my heavy skirt. It snapped the satin of my thong, but you'll give me something first. He sucked my nipple, gave another tug of my panties, put those in my hand. Now. When he pulled back, I swallowed, glared, then gathered my dress. I slid the satin down my legs and stepped out of it, Callum's eyes pinned to me the entire time. He didn't look away as he closed his fingers over my panties. He was intimidating, and I was breathing jaggedly, nervous, watching him and wanting so badly to just soften him. But the second I reached for him, Callum caught my hands. I panted as he thrust them behind my body and, in the dark, felt him winding something around me. Before I could identify what was happening, I was strapped, my wrists bound tight behind my back by my own thong. Callum! I let out a sharp breath. My chest heaved, but he stepped back and stared at me with ease now, arousal lifting the corner of his mouth as I tested his knot with growing curiosity. My jaw dropped at its strength. My skin grew hotter with every jerk and thrash that did nothing to loosen it. With pleasure, Callum watched me fight, rumbling something low and satisfied when my other breast sprung free. God, that sound. I gave up shortly after that, losing energy to the need he had rousing deep in my sex. It panged harder, and it spread wider as he leaned back, casual on his heels, simply standing there for a moment. At once, he admired and owned me, and then he was on me. His hot kiss slammed me into the wall, and his hand gathered my dress, slow first, then faster, furious handfuls. My breath caught in my throat as I felt air hit both my naked legs. I couldn't see, had no time to think or move. All I could do was hear the rain on the skylight and feel the heat of his touch. It was starved, angry. My back arched sharply off the wall when his hand slid rough between my thighs. My nails scratched futilely against the marble behind me as his long finger traced a slow, torturous line along the length of my wet seam. Tell me you want me inside. I want you inside. He teased my opening and groaned as he slid just his fingertips in. You're so fucking wet, I exhaled. You made me. He slid in a few inches more, moved his fingers in circles that filled me with the slowest, truest definition of torment. Do you want more, Lake? Please, I rasped. I need it. Deep? I nodded, but Callum let me know the answer wouldn't suffice. Yes or no? With my name. Yes, Callum. I want it deep. He slid all the way inside. Oh, God. I moaned, but he stifled it with a kiss and pumped immediately into me, my head rolling back. Blood rushed in my veins, flooded me with arousal as I let him take out his aggression, have my body however he wanted. I wanted it too. I enjoyed it and craved it. I only feared it when two other guests snuck up and lingered obviously at the end of the hall. I went still, but Callum didn't stop his push and pull. In fact,
He fucking deepened it. Callum, I whispered hotly, my jaw dropping wide open. I needed to silence myself, but my hands were still tightly bound. I couldn't do it, and Callum refused to for me. He just pumped, relentlessly, wearing the sexiest, most wicked look as he watched my face contort, my tits shake. They bounced for his eyes as I fought, and somehow lost against my own song. It delighted Callum. He knew his knot. He knew I was fighting a losing battle, so he wet his lips and had some fun, muttering words of filthy encouragement as he picked up the pace of his stroke. "No, Callum," I whispered. Don't make me." "You don't want to come, Lake?" Callum didn't bother lowering his voice. It sparked the sharpest fear and hottest arousal in me. I thanked God for the dark of the hall and bit back my needy sounds. I couldn't answer, could only hear the smile in Callum's voice as he said, "I'll keep that in mind." Just as I felt ready to burst, he withdrew his fingers from me. Tortured, I still thanked God, panic racing my heart till the guests disappeared from the end of the hall, descending back down the stairs. "Oh, God," I inhaled with relief. But Callum snatched my breath back, gripping the V of my dress and ripping it wide open like morning curtains. His tongue mauled my breasts, his hands stretching the top of my dress down my arms till they were bound tighter behind me. He licked me like candy, every inch of me. He deliberately neglected my tight peaks, running the flat of his tongue along the heavy curve of my breast, drawing circles around the sensitive tips I needed to feel in his mouth. His low, sexy rumble of a laugh came the second I let out a pleading sound. "What do you want, Lake?" he asked me. "Suck on it," I whispered. "On what?" "Suck my nipple, please." I breathed out with torture, sufficiently loud for Callum because he immediately gave me my wish. I moaned as his tongue went to work. Every nerve ending in my body sparked to life as I pebbled stiff under his delicious assault. My sex throbbed, begging wildly for attention, aching to feel the erection that Callum teased by thrusting hard against my leg. I gasped for breath, looking to the skylight. The storm stopped outside, leaving us in pitch dark. "Callum, I need your cock now," I begged. He didn't hold out. My senses climbed as I felt him release me and heard the metal clanking of his belt. I finally fought out of my satin constraints, and before I knew it, was stroking the hot silk of his hard-on. Callum groaned. Arousal spilled from my lips when he hoisted and pinned me against the wall. Noise swelled with the crowd downstairs. My sharp cry was lost in the din as Callum penetrated me, squeezing the bottoms of my thighs, slamming into me with burning passion and fury. The moonlight shifted, and I saw him again. Saw that his stare never left mine. His blue eyes hot and harsh, piercing my soul as he fucked me mercilessly against the wall. I loved his strength. I deserved the roughness, reveled in it, and in the sound of his serrated breaths. They hissed out savagely between gnashed teeth, grew sharper, louder with every thrust inside me. My muscles convulsed, a deep orgasm threatening my core. I squeezed my eyes shut, but Callum had none of it. "Look at me." His demand was rough and carnal, but I was too lost to listen. He slammed harder. "Look at me, Lake," Callum growled, his hips pumping like a well-oiled machine into me, faster and deeper than I ever knew possible. "Look at me when I make you come." I opened my eyes just in time. Delirium poured from my lips as I came, rattling between his hot chest and the cold wall. It pulled a surprising growl from Callum, deep and needy from the pit of his throat. He crushed a kiss over my euphoric mouth as I pulsed around him, groaning my name as I brought him to his own shuddering climax. My fingers tangled in his hair as I felt every ribbon of his pleasure surge like a wildfire inside me. Every one rushed through my body, searching the depths of me, and finding the walls I still fought so hard to hold up. Slowly, gradually, I felt them burning down.
Chapter 20. Callum. Anna's eyebrows rose sharply as we walked across the tarmac. She was leaning against the railing of the steps leading into the jet and smoothly pulled her shades down to mask her dissatisfaction. It flashed in her dark eyes the second she spotted Lake, my shoulder draped in her luggage and her fingers entwined in mine. It was noticeable enough that Oz exhaled with a hint of stress, which might have been the first time I'd ever heard that emotion from him. What? He shrugged.
"Here's to hoping she's not the type for petty revenge,"
he muttered when Lake broke away from me to help with her luggage. What do you mean?
"You brought your girl on a business trip, and I'm sure the reasons aren't business-related, but Anna looks a wee bit unhappy about it."
She'll get over it, I said as we climbed the steps and into the Gulf Stream.
You must be Callum's lovely lady.
Anna held her hand out to Lake when we got in. I shook my head at her when she shook Lake's hand but looked straight at me.
I guess so, though I've never heard Callum describe me as lovely.
Lake laughed, peering at me.
Or a lady, for that matter.
I smirked. She was too fucking sexy to be described as lovely, but of course she was. I kept the thought in and nodded for us all to take a seat. Nice touch, I remarked at the table lined with various bottles of Pike Scotch. Some hair of the dog? I asked Oz and Lake, who both groaned. We'd all had too good of a time last night, Lake and myself in particular. By the time we returned downstairs to our friends, Oz had gotten them sufficiently drunk because that was what he did best with people, bring out their worst. We'd mixed scotch with champagne over 5 courses of dinner, and at the end of it all, joined whatever party was going on in the event hall. While Oz, Logan, and Isabel danced their asses off, I sat at the bar with Lake on my lap, both of us just laughing and watching. Some drunk asshole grabbed Isabel's ass, and before Lake and I could move a muscle, Isabel beat him with her clutch like a woman gone mad.
"Shame that she's married. That was the sexiest fucking thing I've ever seen."
Oz shook his head.
"Top 5 at least. You know that kind of feisty translates well in bed."
I ignored him. Know what that reminded me of? I asked Lake, whose eyes were already wide on me because she was thinking the same.
My grandma.
Elena had been the feistiest old woman I'd ever met in my life. Twice she had her purse snatched on the subway, and twice she smacked the living shit out of the thief with it when she got it back. The second time, she enlisted the help of a stranger to drag him to a cop on the platform. The memory had us laughing fondly, till Oz asked if Lake's grandma was single. "She's dead, Oz." He winced.
"So that's a no?"
"For this lifetime, unfortunately." We were all pretty drunk. Lake was apparently enough so to get started on her confession with me. It was after we'd snuck our drinks back upstairs and sat on the top of the steps, watching all the drunken antics unfold below us. It had been quiet for a minute when she tossed back the rest of her champagne and spoke.
I started talking to my mom again after my grandma died.
I looked at her without showing my surprise. "Yeah?"
You know my mom's name, right? My biological mom?
Tricia.
Trish, yeah. She tried asking my grandma for my contact info once. I think when I was like 13, and my grandma shut that shit down so fast.
Lake laughed, staring bleary-eyed into nothing.
She knew she was bad news. Never wanted my dad to be with her. My dad was apparently a good guy. I mean, obviously, since my grandma made him.
She never really knew him. He didn't have much contact with her mom and died young in a car accident. I wanted to say something comforting, but instead I just nodded and listened, afraid to disturb whatever had shifted in the air to inspire Lake to talk.
My grandma warned your mom, too. She said Trish found out about the nice, cushy life I suddenly had, and she was suddenly very interested in me. Your mom was worried. She told me to tell her if I ever received contact from Trish.
The amusement faded from Lake's voice, and shame trickled its way in.
I really should have done that.
When did she try again?
Literally the day we got back from my grandma's funeral. On Facebook. She was really nice at first, actually. She went through my pictures and said I looked so pretty and I had such a cute boyfriend and she was happy my life was so good. I knew from the way your mom and my grandma acted that it was wrong if she tried to talk to me, but it didn't feel so bad. She was my mom. She was the only blood I had left. And I was kind of curious about how she might have changed, if maybe she'd gotten better.
Better? From what? Lake shrugged.
I was 6 when I left her. I don't really remember knowing names or any official diagnoses of what was wrong with her. Looking back on it, and just from what I saw on her Facebook, she was obviously on drugs. She made some crazy poor choices when it came to men.
My muscles tightened. Did any of them hurt you?
No. They hurt her, but they never touched me. Then again, I think they forgot I was even there.
She looked at me, bracing me for laughter.
I hung out in the closet a lot with the door closed. Even when I was home alone, I just liked the dark. I'd just sit there, braiding my hair like a little dumbass.
She giggled at herself. I cleared my throat, offered a smile as my heart crushed at the thought of little Lake before I knew her sitting alone in a pile of laundry and oblivious to how she was saving herself.
I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't have stayed like that if my grandma didn't eventually take me away. But honestly, all the bad that came from that time was from Trish, from living with her. She just wasn't mother material. She was 15 when she got pregnant with me.
I kept my face decidedly frozen. I didn't want any look of surprise to discourage Lake from going on, but I hadn't known that detail. I hadn't known much at all about her family aside from her grandmother, Elena. I didn't consider Trish her family at all. I had no idea she was ever curious to. What was it like living with her? I asked. From what my mother told me, Lake came from a broken family, but it hardly seemed like she even had a family to break.
It's foggy. I remember being home alone a lot. I honestly can't even remember if that house was an actual house or a trailer home. I don't even remember what the neighbors' houses looked like. She let out a breath of disbelief as she realized it. I didn't even go to school. I kind of existed as this little thing that floated around, bothering her and reminding her that she probably should have gotten an abortion instead of thinking that a baby would make her a better person. I flinched. Couldn't help it. I supported every bit of a woman's choice, but the thought of Lake never existing rocked me to my core. Anyway, I'm sure you can imagine it, she murmured, setting her empty champagne flute on the stair below and gazing into it. She was unemployed, on drugs, a complete mess if there wasn't a man in her life, or at least her bed that week. It's weird. I feel like I can't recall a single image of her eating. She laughed, but I was sure she found nothing funny. It was like bottle or needle, bottle or needle. That was what she subsisted on. I thought maybe that was the secret to not being hungry, so I was like 4 years old, for God's sake, when I tried drinking what I'm pretty sure was whiskey. Spit it all out. She smacked me right across the face for wasting her shit. My insides burned hot. I hated this Trish with everything inside me, but I continued bottling it all up so Lake could have the peace with which to keep talking. When she looked up at me, I leaned in and pressed my lips to her forehead. She closed her eyes. She asked me to send her money to get away from her new husband. When I pulled back, she was looking into my eyes with shame. I figured it out before she said it, and suddenly it made so much sense. I wondered why I never thought of it on my own. It was for Trish that Lake used to steal from us. Your mom gave me a credit card to use for emergencies. You had one too. Yeah. Except you actually only used yours for emergencies, which you basically never had. She smirked, shaking her head at herself. Even before Trish started messaging me, I took that thing and got myself mani-pedis with Isabel so many times. I was such a little asshole. But your mom was like, "Who says nice nails aren't an emergency?" I laughed. That sounds about right. Anyway, the slit in Lake's dress fell wide open as she hugged her knees to her chest. Trish said she needed money, so I started buying things with the card that Theo was going to buy anyway. He'd just give me the cash for it, and your mom would just think I was buying him a lot of presents, and that seemed to work. She thought we were cute. But then I went too far, and she finally had a talk with me. And even though I knew I was always pushing her to her limits, the second she got mad at me for anything, I turned into this depressed, kicked puppy. Lake snorted at herself. I said to myself after that, no, never again with the credit card. I can't handle when Caroline's mad at me, so I'm going to find another way. I felt like I had to. Trish always said she couldn't wait for the day that she'd see my graduation photos, but at some point she started talking crazy, like she was afraid she wouldn't make it to see that day. Because of her husband? Dean. He was a vet, and she said he had really bad PTSD. She sent me this article from this assault charge he got. They lived in this trailer park, and he was the manager of it, and the article said he... She trailed off and suddenly looked with guilt at me. It sent someone to the hospital with a baseball bat. But it was different from you. That guy ended up brain dead. Christ. Am I scaring you yet? She asked, her voice small. No. I gave her some sort of look to lighten the mood. You don't scare me. You're not mad that I took so much shit from you and your mom and sold it to give to my horrible family? That wasn't your family. We were your family. Exactly, she murmured, shaking her head. So why did I do it? I don't know why I ever let her talk to me. I should have known she was poison. Real, hateful, blood-sucking poison. I took one look at Lake's fast-falling expression and pulled her tight. Come here. I buried a kiss in her hair. That was a complicated situation. You were young, and she was blood. Anyone would have felt at least some obligation. She was horrible, though. She was nice at first, but then she got so mean, and I still let her into my life. Why was I such a stupid teenager? Because that's redundant. Every teenager is stupid. You never were. Lake's lips grazed mine as she lifted her head at me. You were always so smart and even and logical. You were mature beyond your years because I was crazy and your mom was crazy and you had to be. You were perfect for me, but it was a punishment for you. I frowned at her. Never once. I tilted my head to meet her roving gaze so filled with shame. Lake, you were never anything but a blessing to me. Even when you were away, because it made me build things I couldn't have if you were here. Maybe I needed you to be gone for a little bit, so I wasn't distracted. I laughed when she did, like it was some ridiculous suggestion, but I meant it. And now that I have you back again, I know to hold on tighter than ever before. I have you back. I have my mom back. I have my career. It's going good, Lake, I whispered with a grin. You're not a punishment. You're worth everything." She melted into me, her words a sigh in my neck. "I always will be? You know that." It was at that point that Oz and Isabel found us and demanded we return to the party. They were hammered, and Logan was nowhere in sight, which meant that he was neglected as usual. I wanted to stay where we were, but Lake said we couldn't leave poor Logan alone for much longer, so we went to find him and have a toast, the five of us. We downed our shots, and Lake immediately suggested another round. I wondered if she was using the alcohol as a bailout, but I didn't press the matter. It was her birthday, so we did a second toast, and then third, and a fourth, and by now, Oz and I were looking at our own scotch like it was bottled torture.
"Partied hard after you left me, didn't you, Callum?" Anna's question perked Lake's eyebrows, but I knew she had too much pride to show more curiosity than that. I kept my expression unreadable for all. We had a good time. "I hope you haven't exhausted yourself too much to give me some good stuff. Of course, I'm used to you refusing me the good stuff these days." Her voice dripped with the sexual context only we knew. Oz frowned at her, Lake at me. Anna just smiled innocently and cocked her head. "Quick talk with you, Mr. Pike? Itinerary's back there." I followed her to the back of the jet, containing my anger. "Thought you were big on professionalism."
"And I thought this was a business trip. What is she doing here?"
"It's her birthday. I'll be spending time with her when work is over."
"I don't need her causing distraction."
"As of now, that's entirely your doing."
Anna simpered. "Well, let's hope it stays that way, because while your company is rising fast, it's by no means top dog, and you won't settle for anything but the best. At least the Callum I know wouldn't. Then again, he also wouldn't bring his fuck buddy to a business trip and make me consider scrapping his piece and writing about his competitors." She pushed the itinerary in my hands. "Think about what you're sacrificing here. Look at her and ask yourself if it's worth it. Because girls like that, with nothing else to focus on, their drama never stops."
Anna stretched her lips into a grin and straightened my tie before returning to the front of the jet.
"And considering the completely generic birthday gift you plan to give her, it doesn't seem like you're all that passionate for the girl in the first place."
Chapter 21. Lake. There was something about Anna. She'd seemed simply flirty the last time I saw her at the Pike, but the way she spoke to Callum on the jet confirmed that it was something well beyond that. I knew it, but I kept my mouth shut because we were all in the same place and I didn't want to give her the pleasure of looking so much as curious, let alone threatened. I just smiled through the tense air, which I knew I didn't imagine because Oz kept shooting me looks like, "Is something weird? What the hell is going on?" I could only shrug and pretend I was unfazed. All I knew was Anna looked smug. Callum looked irritated, and neither of them were saying a thing. Thankfully, Oz went into Oz mode and lightened up the mood with his account of how he and Callum first met in Scotland. He gathered us round for story time, and I took more pleasure than usual in sitting in Callum's lap. "How cute," Anna remarked. I could tell she didn't mean it, but I returned the saccharine smile she gave me and listened to Oz revisit the birth of the bromance. They'd been at the same pub in Dufftown and struck up a conversation because the place actually had an old bottle of Pike single malt, and Oz was drinking it. Callum was surprised because the family distillery had gone under ruin, declared bankruptcy ages ago, had long stopped distributing, and had exhausted itself in the fight to recover thousands of perfectly good barrels of whiskey from the bank. The company, barely a company anymore, was in shambles until Callum stepped in at the mere age of 24, determined to revive it, though no one thought he could. He was young, but he did have years of business experience under his young belt, thanks to the fact that he skipped college and started a prestigious internship at 18.
Well, I found out about his predicament and I said, funny, I should meet you then, since I come from a bloodline of alcoholics who build distilleries. I made a homemade whiskey still when I was 16. I kept it in my room,
Oz said, knocking back a full 2 fingers of scotch like it was water.
I mean, it's a little fucking tragic, but I very well may have been nursed on the stuff, because my mother reached for the bottle the second those wretched 9 months were over. But I turned out okay. I was a strong baby. They tell me I delivered myself. Legend says he walked out of the womb at 4 feet tall.
Callum's remark made me spit out my water. Oz nodded seriously as if to say, it's true. I honestly had no idea how Anna was distinguishing the true from the false for her story. I was laughing too hard to even try.
Now this is the part that convinced me that Callum was a good man, and I had to hang on to this fellow. Oh, God. See, there was this lass at the pub. I was by no means interested in her, but I had sex with her last week anyway because,
He looked in his big hands for an answer.
I don't know. She was pretty, and when she took her shirt off, I forgot that she had a history of stalking and breaking and entering. So, she was there that day. And she was trying to take me home again, even though the last time wasn't very good. She had this little cunt of a cat that had no hair, and it was giving me growlers while she was going down on me. And I'd been drinking that time since well before noon, so I looked in its eyes and I felt like it was telling me something.
Callum's forehead hit my shoulder as he laughed. Even Anna was starting to lose her business poise as she giggled.
I don't know. It's possible I dropped acid that day too, but I swear to God, that hairless cat was saying, "Fucking save me, Osborne. Take me away from this wretched woman. She's a crazy one." I swear I heard it. He said, "I can't live another minute with her. She's mad." I was happy before I met her. I'd hair before I met her, and now look at me. I'm a fucking bald-headed bastard. I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Were you hearing it? Callum objected.
I couldn't believe what I imagined I was hearing. I was so horrified, and I believed this lass was crazy, because I'd seen it with my own 2 eyes. I knew I had to get out of this situation because I didn't want to end up a hairless bastard. So I stole the cat, and I left.
Anna gasped. Oz laughed and clarified that he did not actually steal the cat.
No, I ran out without the ugly thing, but it was one of the worst sexual experiences to date for me. And for some reason, this girl was still flirting with me the next week. So I turned to Callum. I said, "Hey, mate, it's been a pleasure talking to you. And I'd like to continue this lovely conversation, but I've got to escape that pretty lass over there, because she's a wee bit crazy, and her bald cat is pure Satan." And it made no sense whatsoever to Callum. But he said, "Say no more," and fucking off we went, hand in hand, into the sunset.
Anna burst out laughing so hard she fell onto Callum's shoulder. I overlooked it because I had too. We were all dying. I need to contest the hand-in-hand part, but yeah. It was around sunset, and the friendship was real enough for Cal to overlook the bit about the Satan cat, which he did explain at the next bar, Callum said, holding me against his chest as he wiped his eyes with the knuckle of his thumb. Anna was a limp mess of giggles on the couch. Once again, I ignored the way she grabbed Callum's thigh to get back up. I was in too good a mood from the story, and it carried all the way over to the hotel. A charming cottage that overlooked a bright green hill and the ruins of a 14th century castle. I was gazing out our breathtaking window when Callum came up behind me. "Hey." I turned to see him grinning with his hands behind his back. "Give me your hand." I did, and he clasped a sparkling rose gold bangle around my wrist. "Happy birthday." My mouth parted as I stared down in awe of the rose-cut gems, gleaming with a life of their own. "In case you're ever crazy enough to think you aren't worth it, you can look in the mirror while you're wearing this and see that you upstage diamonds. You're so fucking perfect." My fingers touched to my lips as I admired it over my skin. I wasn't sure if it was the bracelet or his words that had me feeling more radiant than the precious stones. "It's so beautiful, Callum," I breathed. He smiled and brought me to the edge of the bed, holding both my hands. "I'm going to try to make the shoot go by as fast as possible today. I'm going to make sure I'll make it to dinner with you," he said. Anna claimed the photographer had an emergency and had to leave early, which meant portraits had to be pushed up to my birthday. Callum had planned for most of the day off, but now he was going to be tied up till well into the evening. I had a feeling Anna had something to do with the change of plans, but I refused to let it upset me because I was in Scotland, for God's sake, and everything around me was beautiful. I could easily spend the day exploring and my evening with a romantic dinner with Callum. I wanted to finally accommodate his work schedule, so it was perfect, really. I have a whole list of places I want to see, so don't stress about rushing. Just make sure you'll be around to give me at least the last few hours of my birthday together. He kissed me. "That won't be a problem." I was sure my mood was radiating from my cheeks as I skipped out of the hotel. I had a long, dusty pink sweater on that matched my new bracelet from Callum, and there were rose-colored threads in the knee-high socks I wore under my long suede boots. I felt like a walking smile. I hardly minded that I walked 10 minutes before realizing I'd forgotten my wallet at the hotel. There was still a bounce in my step as I walked through the front doors, but I slowed down when I heard Anna's distinct drawl behind the wall of the lobby bar. "I just wouldn't have seen you with a girl like her. She seems obvious. Vapid, pretty girl. Not a whole lot up here, but enough right here to distract you from that." I froze next to the entrance on the other side of the wall she sat against. My body was immediately tense, and I prayed right away that Anna was just on the phone with a friend. Maybe an ex. But the sentence that followed dashed what little hope I had for that. "You seemed too smart to fall for that kind of superficial trap, Callum." My heart pounded at his name, and the pain built in my chest as he took his time to respond. "You seem to think you know me well for someone who met me 5 months ago." "I do know you better than any of the other women you're generous enough to give the time of day to. For starters, I've been interviewing you for months. Then there's the fact that we've been fucking regularly since April." The pain in my chest sank like a knife to my stomach. Fucking regularly. Since April. I clutched the wall, my brain sinking instantly into a dark well that crawled with red flags and confirmed suspicions. So I wasn't being at all paranoid that night at the Pike, the night that Callum and I had sex for the first time since I came back. There was something between him and Anna. Something significant. I heard Callum's short laugh. "That doesn't do much to prove that you know me. I've slept with a lot of women." "You haven't given many interviews to the Times, though." It was quiet for a second, and I knew the triumphant Hannah hummed was a response to Callum's silence. "Let's not forget the fact that you'd just taken your cock out of me when you got a text and said, 'Fuck this, you've got to be kidding.' Couldn't help but observe that you weren't exactly excited for her to come back. I mean, what else did you say? That she was poison, that she didn't belong in your life? You suspected from the jump that she was going to be a burden and an embarrassment to you, and what do you know? You were right." With those words, I went dizzy. I was poison. A burden. I didn't belong. They were my more paranoid suspicions, but here they were confirmed by the smug lips of Anna Hale from the Times. I was seething, humiliated, but I couldn't hide behind the wall anymore. I stiffly turned the corner and stood there before them, waiting to be noticed. The tears in my eyes clouding every bit of my vision aside from Callum, his chair, and his stupid scotch in his hand. "Oh, Christ," I heard Anna's groan. I didn't have to see her face to know that she'd seen me. I hated the pang of shame I felt and refused to back away, watching in slow motion as Callum turned around. The second his eyes settled on me, he let out a very long, very guilty breath. God damn it, Callum. I shook my head at him, disgust creeping into my fury and betrayal emanating from the pit of my closing throat. "I don't belong in your life," I whispered, staring at him, unable to believe the cold, icy look in his eye as he rose to his feet, grabbed my forearms and walked me backward. "Not now, Lake." "What the hell, Callum?" I breathed, reading nothing but anger in the vacant stare he gave me. God, I hated it. I always had, but in this moment, I hated that look 1,000,000 times more than I ever had in my life. "You were sleeping with Anna? Since April? You told her about me? What else did you tell her? How long were you going to keep this a secret? Lake, I'm not talking about this. I have work to do. I don't know if you've noticed, but the cameras are in there. They're setting up right now." I looked past his tightly flexed arm where his finger pointed. I saw the rest of the lounge my tear-filled vision had missed a second before. Aside from Anna, there was a photographer, a lighting crew. I saw Oz turn around in his seat at the bar. The man serving him his drink was frozen with him. Every last person in there was turned to me, staring, gaping. Joining my fury now was mortification, and that very embarrassment Anna had mentioned. I looked back to Callum and down at his fingers wrapped around my wrists, trying desperately to pull me out of sight, to hide me. "Do I belong in your life, Callum?" I whispered the question. "Don't do this to me. Just answer me." "I won't." My heart twisted at the bite with which he enunciated his words. It started sinking slowly under my shrinking ribs, getting sucked into that bitter quicksand. Still, I tried to fight the pull. My wet eyes flicked back and forth between Callum and Anna as she came up behind him, leaning in the doorframe, cocking an eyebrow at me and tapping the platinum watch on her wrist. Tick-tock. I could almost hear her saying it, drawling it. Tick-tock. The words brought me suddenly back to Sunstone, flashed images of my stepfather before my eyes. They asked me if I'd fought and clawed and come back for nothing, if I was wrong to think I belonged anywhere else but there. Callum, I hated that my tears were spilling in front of everyone, and most of all, that woman. I tried to lower my voice so she couldn't hear me. "Just tell me, Callum," I demanded under my breath. "Tell me if you mean it. If you think I'm poison." Like, Christ. He released my wrists and I stumbled back. I could feel the shock and hurt in my face as he glared at me, an inferno of white-hot flames blazing behind those wolfish blue eyes. "You're demanding answers?" Callum's growl was low from his chest. "Go ahead. Demand them. But then so will I. I've waited too goddamn long, Lake. So if you want to play this game, let's play it. But you're going to give me the truth first. Tell me the fucking secret, whatever it is, right here, right now. Tell me what you're so fucking certain I can't get past." Silence hung in the air till Anna lilted. "Please do." "Shut up!" Callum snarled at her without tearing his eyes from me. "Go, Lake. Say it. Tell me now." I couldn't breathe. I looked at her and then him. I had no idea where to start, and all I could see was the horrific end I'd caused to be able to come back. Something escaped my lips.
I wasn't sure if it was a word, and suddenly, Anna was marching forward and reaching for Callum. "I can't watch another second of this bullshit," she hissed. "We need to start, Callum. She's wasting your time and she's never even going to be your girlfriend. You said it yourself." Her bombshell stung my skin, every inch of it. My eyes flickered to Callum and I stared at him, pleading a silent question, but he didn't answer me and he didn't refute her. Only then did I realize how many more awful and humiliating things he could have told her. Anna read the shock on my face and cooed. "Unless I recall incorrectly, but didn't you say that, Callum?" she asked him, but tilted her head at me. "That she'd never be your girlfriend?" My eyes returned to Callum just in time for his cold answer. Yes. It was all I needed to hear to walk. No. Run out the door. Chapter 22. Lake. It was green hills, blue sky, and clock towers before me. But I couldn't see anything but the dirt road leading into Sunstone. And it had nothing to do with the wall of tears clouding my eyes. It was just that my feet were carrying me away from the hotel, and my mind was carrying me away from sanity, bringing me right back to the trailer park on the day I left New York for Trish. I took a cab from the airport to the address she gave me. I didn't know a lot about Virginia. I'd never been there. When I lived with Trish as a kid, we were in Texas, where she had met my dad. The sight of palm trees surprised and actually excited me, because they reminded me of the vacations Caroline would take me and Callum and my grandma on. I passed by several places that made me look out the window, till we drove out of sight. I liked a lot of what I saw, but that all changed the closer we got to Sunstone. Trish had said it was a mobile home park, not a trailer park, because the latter made it sound like she lived in a trashy place, which she didn't. She insisted Sunstone communities were opened to be one of those classy parks, and I actually saw on the website that it didn't look like what I thought of when I heard the term trailer park. It looked new and almost nice. But then I saw it and it was exactly what I had imagined before searching pictures online. None of the trailers looked new like they did on the website. They were all old, tattered, and some of them were completely boarded up. When I walked past them, they stank like people or animals had died in there, and someone figured they'd rather nail planks to the windows than clean it up. I couldn't believe I had the audacity to judge a house with a sunken porch on the way over. That place was luxury compared to this. The floor here was just dirt and gravel, and random piles of cement blocks. There were rusty wires hanging loose from phone poles. They dangled at me like they wanted to touch my shoulder. 10 seconds in, I wanted to turn and run. I couldn't do it. I actually hadn't imagined it would be this bad. I told myself that it might actually be interesting, and I could maybe feel freer, like I didn't have to worry about what the other kids and parents would be saying all the time. 3 years removed from high school, and the Mercer crowd was still so interconnected that everyone still knew everyone's business. I knew Theo Spencer had transferred schools. Everyone knew that Callum had been hired out of his internship. They all rolled their eyes at the fact that I went to FIT. The only bright side I could think of leaving New York was leaving those snooty-ass people. But I missed them the second I saw my new neighbors. There were so many of them outside their trailers doing nothing, and they all stared at me, every last one of them. I reeked of being different, and they sized me up in their lawn chairs. A lady with a toothless smile flat out pointed at me and hacked a laugh while smoking. Everything felt different to the point of being bizarre. No one thought twice of watching me and even following a bit so they could gawk and squint for longer. The adults wore less clothes than I'd ever seen adults wear in public, and the kids ran around half to fully naked. I jumped when someone tickled the back of my palm to get my attention. I turned to see a rail-thin stranger with a scraggly beard who laughed.
said I was from Hollywood and then asked if I had a cigarette. When I said I didn't, he took me in from head to toe and muttered like it was a threat.
"You're too pretty, girl."
He and a friend followed 3 steps behind me for a good minute, till I swallowed my pride and started running to Trish's home. By the time I got there, I prayed she'd see me, cry my name and throw her arms around me with the kind of hug every mom knew how to give her scared baby. But she wasn't even there.
She went for beers.
I turned to see a sweaty, shirtless boy sitting in the passenger seat of the truck, parked across from Trish's trailer. He had the door open and a leg dangling out. It had a big, shitty tattoo of a giant squid down the calf. The only part that was done right was the shiny, massive eye just staring at me. I knew it took too long for me to look away.
"You must be Lake."
I looked up at him and nodded. The first thing I noticed was the crazy Einstein hair. He'd be handsome without it. Next were his green eyes, at least 10 times lighter than mine. So light they were unsettling, almost scary in contrast to his skin. It was tan dark and a little red. I could see a tan line peeking out the low hang of his shorts, and it told me that his natural skin color was paper white. He had to spend all day in the sun. "Yeah," I finally said, processing him. "You must be Hunt." He hopped out of the truck and pulled the shorts up on his narrow hips as he came to me.
"Yeah. Come on, I'll help you with your shit."
Helping me with my shit involved taking my bag while I rolled the suitcase and then tossing it onto a chair once we got into the trailer. It was bigger than I thought it would be, with 2 full bedrooms, but it was messy and cramped. Some walls were chipped, gray and unpainted, but then others were lime green out of nowhere. There were crushed cans of Keystone Light in every direction, on every surface.
"That's her cleaning for you,"
Hunt said. I turned to him and saw the wry, crooked smile on his lips. I gave as much of an amused look as I could muster and took irrational comfort in the fact that he had a sense of humor I could relate to for at least that second. It was the first thing to make me feel even a hair more comfortable since I got in. He tossed me a can of beer from a cooler, but went 10 minutes or so before talking again.
"Hey, man,"
he said. I turned to him. I laughed a little on the inside. I was pretty sure no one had ever called me man before.
"I know you didn't want to come back here. I wish you didn't have to. I'm sorry about what they put you through, both of them. But she..."
Hunt winced. Like talking sucked and he hated ever having to do it.
"Trish is just trying to get us away, and then when she does, she's going to make it right. She can get mean, but she's a good person.
Hunt made a face and rubbed the back of his neck. I knew he was struggling to say something about his dad. Dean, who had beaten someone with a bat and put him in a coma. The one who had Trish scared all the time. I had been sending her the money so she could save up and escape him, but every time we almost reached the mark, something happened. The first time she said she needed enough money to bring Hunt. The second time she said Dean found the wad of cash she hoarded and went ballistic. The third time there was a leak to fix. There were tons of excuses, but after a while I was just sending her money so she'd leave me alone for a couple months. I hated being out with my friends, laughing, having a good time, when suddenly a pang of anxiety shrunk my ribs, squeezed my heart. I know I went pale sometimes because Dara liked to point it out. I just hated thinking about Trish, dreaded her contact. But the one time I blocked her on Facebook, she emailed my school address. She started to get volatile after that one, latching onto the idea that I thought I was better than her, despite the fact that she made me. I started full-on hating her by the time I was at FIT. I quit Facebook by then and lied that I wasn't going to college. I said Caroline had no money because of the divorce, and I had to work. But Trish always found a way to contact me and somehow remind me, if I was acting distant, that she knew my nice rich lady's address. And since she did know where Caroline lived, I just tried to keep her happy and quiet however I could, realizing that it was my fault for even opening up the Pandora's box in high school, and being grateful that Trish sometimes gave me up to 4 months between contact. But things went haywire when she found out I was in college. She was furious, and her logic pinballed everywhere. I was wasting the Pikes' money. I should be giving her the money. I was having the time of my life while she was trying to run for hers. She said I could probably afford to give her more money than I was sending. Some of it was meant to appease Dean after all, so he'd be nicer. But most of it was for her savings to run away. She accused me of using my funds to date and drink and have sex when I should be donating every penny I could to her cause. Dean was getting worse and worse, and I was just letting her suffer through it because I thought I was better. That only I deserved a good life. Every email grew more hysterical and they started coming with more frequency. So desperate and unhinged that after every one, I felt like I couldn't breathe. Worse, I couldn't unload it all on Callum and let him comfort me in the way only he could. I'd hidden Trish and my stupidity from him for so long that I was afraid of how he'd react if I finally told him, and he finally realized the crazy I'd let into my life. Our lives. At the points that I truly couldn't handle the stress without feeling like I might die, I'd call Callum and, under the guise of being late on an assignment or being the worst sewer in class, would have him comfort me. It helped to hear his voice and sometimes, on that fire escape, see his face. But of course, we were never talking about the same thing because he never knew. I was lying to him so hard and I felt like complete shit about it. But thanks to him and friends and the fact that I lived in a city packed with 24-hour distraction, I survived every email. Until the one that sent me my own dorm address. It was Dean's work. He had found out I was in college. He had found out that I'd been sending more money than he had been seeing. He was ready to kill, Trish said. He was bitter about the life I was living while I let my family toil in poverty. He was furious that Trish was hiding money from him because he was entitled to that money. He was threatening to come to New York and get me. I tried my best to do damage control. I called, I sent money, and I scrambled to get everything they asked of me like I was on a high-stakes scavenger hunt, playing for my life. But in the end, they weren't satisfied. They said I didn't deserve to live the way I did. I was one of them, and if I wasn't going to take care of them, I didn't deserve what I had. I was bad and dirty, an evil, selfish person. I was going to be the reason the Pikes got their nice things taken away. The demand for me to go to Virginia went on for months, and as terrified as I was, I still refused. But then Dean called one night. It was summer by then, and I was spending time with Callum at the townhouse, so we could be near Caroline. Trish had been the one to call at first. She was in hysterics, pleading, crying things I couldn't understand before she screamed and got the phone ripped from her. And that was when I heard the voice of the man she's been telling me such awful things about for so long. It was throaty, gravelly, and it warbled out at me with such fire that half of what I heard was spit hitting the receiver. "You're going to come back here, little girl, and you're going to stay here, or I swear to God, I'm going to kill you and that fairy godmother of yours. I promise. I will do it with a smile on my face unless you get your ass back here with everything I asked for. You ungrateful little bitch." I was shaking so hard the phone just trembled out of my hand when the line went dead. I don't think I even hung up. I sat there with no air in my lungs and my jaw rattling in my head. I didn't have any coherent thoughts for what felt like hours, but when I finally did, they were of no relief. I imagined what I'd do if Caroline or Callum were ever hurt. I felt my soul shattered to pieces when those 4 men attacked Callum in the park, and that was already my fault. If I let him get hurt again, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. I let my dark mind imagine the worst of what Dean could do,
and when I saw images of Caroline and Callum in pools of their own blood in their bedrooms, I thought about killing myself. I brought this upon them. I was born from trash, and I was, one piece at a time, flinging that trash into their lives without them even knowing. I should have never spoken to Trish. I should have never entertained her demands. I was an idiot 16-year-old when it started, and I'd let it go on for so long because I couldn't bear to tell anyone about the colossal mistake and massive web of lies I'd been caught in from the day I started living in the Pike townhouse. They didn't deserve any of it. Because of me, they were going to be punished for being good. I couldn't let that happen. So after they fell asleep that night, I left. I collapsed to my knees twice as I walked away from my childhood bedroom, and with my tear-streaked hand, stifled the sound of my hysterics down that hall of once perfect memories. Chapter 23. Lake. Trish didn't look the way she did in her pictures. Her brown hair was dry and reddish now. She'd done the dye job herself, and I couldn't unsee it after Hunt whispered in my ear one morning that it looked like bacon. She was only 41, but her skin hung loose off her bones and her eyes sagged, like the bags under it were adamantly pulling them down. The fact that you could still tell that she was once completely stunning just made her appearance all the more startling. But over time, I got used to her, and sometimes, depending on how she acted that day, I thought she looked pretty, or maybe I just really wanted to think she looked pretty. I quickly started to crave the days that she'd plop onto where I slept on the couch and ask me to tell her a story from New York. Her laugh was grating on my ears, but I still wanted it, because it was better than what she was like most of the time. All she ever talked about was money. The first thing she asked me when she first saw me was how much the cab was from the airport. She couldn't believe I took a cab. She wanted to know how much money I even carried around in my wallet on a day-to-day basis. And when I wouldn't answer right away, she asked if she'd just been offensive, and if I found her offensive. That first day together, she took a bit of time to admire my hair and my clothes, and the shiny ballerina flats on my feet. But after that, it was nonstop interrogation. She asked if I had money for her, and I said I had Caroline's necklaces and rings, which pissed her off because she said I'd have probably gotten more money hawking it in New York than where we were, and we'd just waste gas money on driving to one of the bigger cities to pawn the jewelry, so it wouldn't be as good a profit. "You screwed up that one, baby girl," she said, trying to sound like she was joking, but I knew that she wasn't. She never stopped talking. She talked more than Hunt and Dean combined. Then again, Hunt didn't talk much and Dean rarely ever said a word. The first time I met him, my muscles were clenched so tight that it felt like I was going to give myself a six-pack. He was the manager of the park, and he sometimes slept in his office next to the moldy-looking community center where the little kids played. Sometimes he didn't come out of it for days. That was what happened when I first arrived. I was grateful that I didn't see him for the first few days at Sunstone, but at the same time, his absence only heightened my stress and fear for the moment we actually met. His appearance alone had me trembling when I first laid eyes on him. I was sitting on the bright red stool in the kitchen. It had a ripped cushion that scratched my thighs. Hunt had apparently stolen it from a diner. I was eating a waffle that was still half frozen at the center, and hurt my teeth when Dean walked in. He was a tall, gruff-looking man in his mid to late 40s. Most of his face was covered by the same straw-like hair that stuck up straight and at the sides of Hunt's head when it wasn't peeking out from under a dirty marlin's cap. He muttered everything he said under his breath, and what he didn't, he barked suddenly, like you'd just asked him to repeat it for the 10th time. He said not a word to me the first time we met, or the second, or third, or fourth, or fifth. He glared at me, grunted, shook his head, and walked out of the room. I froze over like a statue whenever he passed by or came near, because I couldn't predict what he was about to do. I didn't know what he was thinking or anything about him aside from the fact that he threatened to kill me and the people I loved. I could hardly fathom that I was living most days under the same roof as him. The day after he finished an argument with Trish by screaming, "You'll fucking burn in hell," and flipping the kitchen table over with a swipe of his hand, I went and got a second job. I was 5 months in at this point, and I needed to get out faster than I was moving. I'd already been waitressing at what was technically a strip club along the highway, and averaging a sad $80 per shift. But I lost a good fraction of it to gas money, so I also got a job at the liquor store next to the place. That way I could go from one shift straight to the other, in just a matter of steps. "Too bad you ain't willin' to strip. You'd make a killin' with that tight little body." My boss at the liquor store said that to me just about every day, as I pulled on the black tank top and shorts to get ready to leave for my other shift. Her name was Aggie, and she was old enough to be my grandma, maybe even my grandma's grandma. But she kept pushing me to be a stripper, which I found hilarious, because it was better than finding it irritating and adding to my increasing list of things to be depressed about. By 8 months in, I confirmed that Trish was using a lot of the money I gave her for drugs. So was Hunt. But from what I gathered, he sold more than he used. I knew it was bad when I was trying to use that to reason that Hunt was an okay guy. I questioned how far my standards had dropped when I appreciated the fact that Hunt at least cleaned up his mess of needles. I practically admired that he could remember to do that in whatever state he'd just shot himself up into. I wasn't sure anyone did that but him. But I'd seen surprising things in him from the beginning. He always tried to balance out whatever grief Trish or Dean was giving me. He spoke only a bit more often than Dean did, but what little words he used were often a means of trying to make me laugh or feel better. Every time he did it successfully with some one-liner, I'd wish he had more for me. I'd ache to hear something else funny from his mouth. But he'd have reached his speaking quota for the day, and I'd find myself straining comfort from the fact that I enjoyed what he had to say enough to actually want more of it. And that in itself was something to celebrate. At least it was at Sunstone. I took what I could get, especially as Trish started spending whole days, sometimes 2 or 3, completely strung out. I used that time to open up a personal bank account in secret, but I still came home with enough money for her that she didn't make my life a complete living hell. Not that random things wouldn't still set her unpredictably off. We were eating outside on the plastic table one night, just her, me, and Hunt. I didn't want dressing on my salad, and she went completely berserk. She accused me of looking down on her, thinking she had bad taste or bad judgment and lived a bad lifestyle. She threw her salad in my face and stormed so hard through the door of the trailer that it fell further off its hinge. I stared at it and almost yelped when I saw her howling face appear suddenly through the screen door again. She jabbed her finger into her chest and then into the cheap mesh. "I'm trash? You're trash. You are trash, Lake De Palma. Trash." Her vocabulary wasn't extensive, yet I always let her remarks get to me. Hunt tossed me some napkins to wipe the dressing off my shirt. "You ain't," he said with a nod at the door. "She's the one whose name is a letter from trash." The joke went over my head for a good 5 seconds, but then I looked up at him with pure surprise, and he broke into a grin. "Shit. I knew you didn't think I could spell." I rolled my eyes but laughed. Thank God someone could still make me laugh. Still, I didn't particularly like Hunt most of the time. He was friends with guys from the park that I thought were disgusting, and he never so much as flinched when they said or did something revolting to me. He'd just look away and drink his beer. I hated the way he yelled, "Fuck," out of nowhere with volume that electro-shocked my heart. It was always over something little,
like dropping a fork or being unable to find his lighter. Most of all, I hated that he swaggered around like a zombie when he was on his benders, and once, in a haze of delirious, drugged-up glory, whipped his floppy dick out and told me to put my mouth on it. He'd called me by another girl's name, though, so that was my excuse to give him. He thought I was someone else. He'd never do that to me. It was pathetic, but I needed to hold on to the sliver of me that enjoyed him. I was so miserable I lived for the moments I had with Hunt that were okay to good. I had nothing else to look forward to. In the beginning, I told myself it would be easy for me to save up in my secret bank account and eventually run in the night. But we lived in the middle of nowhere. And the place I worked made barely any money, so neither did I. I had to give most of that money to Trish and Dean, so she wouldn't start talking crazy about him going to hurt my friends in New York. And when the car I used to get to work broke down, my savings were almost fully depleted, and I was back to square one. I told myself I could always just take a bus away after work and leave forever. But I also told myself that I could just jailbreak Trish and Hunt from Sunstone, cover my bases, and then return to Callum in New York. To me, that felt like more of a complete solution. I told myself that at that point, Dean would focus his anger on his wife and son, who'd left him, not on the stepdaughter he hardly knew, whose money he only felt entitled to because some of it was going to his wife. I was convinced he'd leave me alone after his family left him. And if he tried anything again, we'd call the cops on him, and he'd get arrested without me having to feel bad about Trish or Hunt getting dragged into this mess. I told myself a lot of things, including that I deserved to stay there. For God's sake, I was starting to fit in. By the time I surpassed the half-year mark at Sunstone, I had a tradition of making watermelon margaritas with Shanna Temple on Fridays, and was babysitting the two youngest Schroeder kids every Sunday and Tuesday. Shanna lived right next to us and was a big, boisterous divorcee with boobs the size of my head and the length of my forearm. She proudly showed them off in braless camis that I judged hard when I first moved in. But I grew to love Shanna so much that I eventually didn't care what clothes anyone wore. I stopped being fazed by most of the questionable outfits people at Sunstone walked around in. It was hot out, and they were their own community there, really. So they made their own rules. I was sipping the Kool-Aid. Not full-on drinking it, but just giving myself enough of a taste so that my every day wasn't completely joyless. It was a give and take I never reconciled. I needed to stay alive enough to stave off complete depression, because if I didn't, I'd never fight my way back to Callum. But if I let myself smile and laugh too often, that meant I was enjoying myself at Sunstone, and the lake that Callum knew and loved would never be nice to people who were essentially holding her hostage. That would mean I was a fool, or that I belonged. I didn't get myself after a while. I questioned who I was, where I really belonged, and the daily tug-of-war in my head was so exhausting that it made me wonder if I'd just lost it completely. Maybe it wasn't even safe for me to go back to New York, because maybe I wasn't even sane or making sense anymore. I'd be unrecognizable, and the only reason I hadn't known it was happening was because I lived every day among people like Trish and Hunt, who spent most of their time bumbling, drugged up and strung out. Even Shanna was kind of crazy with the hoarding thing. I just didn't pay attention to her downfalls, because she was the only person who was guaranteed relaxation for me every time we hung out. She usually came over and we'd stream shows and movies on Trish's computer and look at each other like, wouldn't it be nice? Every time a hot guy walked on screen, a part of me itched to show her pictures of Callum, but I never let myself do it. On Callum's 22nd birthday, Shanna's pit bull had puppies, so I sat outside with her all day, watching them and distracting myself from wondering what Callum was doing. We had an old classmate in high school named Cass Vaughn that was always obsessed with him and was always the first to wish him happy birthday every year. I figured she probably popped by his apartment with some sort of gift and then forced herself into whatever his plans were for the day, till she was in the running to sleep with him at some point. The thought made my lip twitch. Crossing my arms, I ran my fingers over my side, and the rib tattoo I'd had finished in my first few months at Sunstone. Callum had dared me to finish that lonely sea on my birthday, and though I had been away from him, I'd still been happy to honor the promise. I'd made sure to find a good shop to do the ink, too, because it was Callum's name, and I didn't want it to wind up looking off, like Hunt's big, weird squid. "Why a squid?" I finally asked Hunt that evening, because he was finally all there. He must have found me so annoying after a while because I talked to him nonstop on days that he was totally sober. Most of the times, it was because I had been holding in conversation for too long, and there were frequent streaks when Shanna was totally unreachable because she was going through some episode. So I had no one and nothing except Hunt. "Giant squid," he corrected. "It's the biggest mystery in the ocean. Like me." "Do explain." Hunt finished his beer. He was quiet for another minute, like he was charging up to speak another whole sentence or two. "Scientists can't study the giant squid because it lives in fucked up waters that no one's gonna try to dip in. You don't know nothing about them till they're dead and washed up on the beach, and that's the same with me. You won't ever know what's going on in here." He jabbed his finger to his head. "Only God will. You'll just see me when I'm dead and wonder what kind of life I lived and how I got there." I didn't understand it, so when he asked me a question for once, if I had any tattoos, I was happy to answer. "I ain't gonna be a girl and ask for the story," Hunt said when I lifted my shirt just enough to show him the rib with Callum's name on it. "Christ, I definitely won't ask." Hunt sat back in his chair to distance himself from me when he saw that I'd started crying. Callum was 22, and it was the time of night that he'd probably be celebrating hard, drinking and kissing as many girls as he could, till he'd fully forgotten about me. I sat out there with Hunt for another hour or so, but when I knew my tears weren't going to stop coming, going and coming back again, I went inside and crawled under my sheets on the grainy couch. I fell asleep with a cold puddle of tears on my pillowcase, right under my cheek. I couldn't tell how many hours had passed by the time I stirred from my dream about Callum, to the sound of the door swinging open, because Hunt was finally coming in. But he didn't go straight to his room like I always heard him do. He shuffled over to me, and before I knew it, the weight of his body was on top of mine. I gasped and opened my eyes and moved to push him off, but he was just lying there on top of me. I thought he was asleep till he said, "You're so pretty. I'm sorry for the things I do. It just feels like you're not a real person sometimes." I had no idea what he was talking about. I just froze there. I'd never heard words like that out of his mouth before. Shanna never believed me that Hunt hadn't tried anything on me, yet. He'd tried on all the halfway decent girls in the park, but I insisted repeatedly, no. Save for whipping out his flaccid dick while he was high off his ass, he never had. "Hunt, what are you doing?" I asked when he lifted the blanket off my body. I knew I'd officially lost my mind when my throat tightened over the way he looked at me, and the tears came back. His eyes were a darker green in the night, and he didn't look at me in a sleazy way like everyone else there did. He just looked at me with surprise and admiration, and it made me think of Callum and the night he took my virginity. Hunt was nothing like Callum, but of course I was thinking of him. I dreamt about him even when it wasn't his birthday. I stared into space that night, letting Hunt push my shirt up past my breasts. He didn't touch them for a good minute, just stared. God damn, Lake. I wished he wouldn't talk. It made it impossible to pretend he was Callum. My stare was totally vacant as he rubbed on my body, kissed my cheeks and my neck. I felt him rock hard on my leg, but with a sudden flinch and a grunt, he was done and off to his room, and I was lying there gazing at the ceiling, remembering how many times I'd forced Callum to do this same sleepless dance. The only difference was he probably hadn't felt dirty or hated himself, and I was glad for that. I was glad that he never did, or would, feel this kind of self-hatred, because it was the most confounding misery, and I didn't even know at the time that it was just the beginning.
Chapter 24. Callum. Lake never returned to the hotel last night. I called her, but there was never an answer. I asked around the hotel, the front desk, no leads. But I shut off my insides the second I felt the panic. I didn't need that shit. I was hollow. For the next 10 hours I looked for her. Oz held on to the suspicion that she'd gone drinking to blow off steam. He'd keep a lookout for her. He was taking Anna on a pub crawl to do damage control and get her in good enough spirits to keep our article positive. By sunrise, he stumbled in from wherever they'd been at all night, carrying a pair of heels and a giggling blonde on his back. But his smile fell fast when he saw me in the lobby. I don't know how I looked. Not great, probably. I told him that I hadn't found Lake, and he immediately put the girl down. He covered his drunk eyes with his hands, dragged them hard down his face, and then sobered right up. It was like a fucking magic trick.
All right, so what's the next step?
He asked, as the blonde moaned that she couldn't walk anymore in her heels. He tossed her the keys to his room without looking. It was at this point that Anna came in behind them with the camera crew. She looked fairly drunk, but walked perfectly straight.
Where have you already looked for her?
Oz asked. Everywhere. I mean it, everywhere. I had everyone here on the lookout for me. Bunch of bar and shop owners doing the same. But I don't know when she left, and we were doing the shoot for 4-5 hours. She could be anywhere at this point. My voice was calm, despite the fury raising hell on my insides. It ran around like a madman and clawed everything raw.
And she's not answering her phone?
Whatever look I gave Oz made him hold up his hands.
I know. Obvious question. I just had to ask.
I don't know where to look anymore.
Then maybe you should stop.
We both looked at Anna. Her hair was down, wavy, flipped to the side. Her eyes were bleary from the drinking, but there was ease and confidence in her voice that had me irrationally annoyed. I needed a break from her, so I went off to the bathroom where I thought she wouldn't follow. Wrong about that.
I need a minute.
I was leaning against the sink when she came in.
Do you? I don't see you needing this bathroom at all,
she contested playfully.
Considering your fly's still up.
Womp womp. I paused at her speech. It was the only other sign of her having had a few more drinks than usual. Right, well, in that vein, I see you needing this bathroom even less. Women's is across the hall.
Don't play with me, Callum.
You know why I'm here. She rolled her eyes and fluffed her hair in the mirror.
Lake's a grown woman. She left, so let her leave. She's finally doing you a favor.
I met her eyes through the reflection, dazed and glassy from keeping up with Oz, but so certain in the words she had to say. I looked away when she reached into her neckline and pulled her tits up in her bra.
You should honestly be relieved.
I'm not.
You will be when you let this all go.
Anna exhaled drunkenly, kicking off her heels and leaning barefoot against the sink. I grimaced. Dirty floor.
Dirty girl,
she countered suggestively. I must have rolled my eyes because she groaned and caught me by the arm on my way out the door.
God, Callum, she's dead weight. She is bad for you. And she made a decision tonight. Now you make one. It's time for you to start making the right decisions again. Anna held me in place and cast that sultry look of hers on me. With 3 neat snaps of her fingers, she undid the top buttons on her shirt till I could see her round, pushed-up tits. Do you know what to do, or do I need to spell it out for you? She undid my belt in a flash. Her hand slid into my jeans and palmed my dick till it grew reflexively hard. She pouted. Poor baby. I know you're stressed, so I don't mind doing all the work tonight, she murmured, running her tongue along the contour of her parted lips. I watched it make a full, wet round before placing my hand over hers. She moaned, squeezed a handful of my package. But her eyes flashed at me when I slid her touch firmly off my cock. I don't need it spelled out, but thanks for the offer. I left her in the bathroom. A muscle twitched in my cheek as suddenly, and might I add disturbingly, her image fused with that of my father's. Christ. Fuck my memories for doing this to me. Anna obviously wasn't him. She just had the same brand of ruthless determination, and the words she'd said reminded me of the ones he had left me with on my 22nd birthday. I need you to start making the right decisions. It played before my eyes again. It was my first birthday without Lake since I was 6 years old. I had just quit the job I'd been hired to out of my first internship. I had Logan, work friends, other friends, hounding me to go out, but I stayed in my apartment and chose my night's company from all the flirty texts I'd gotten from girls. The one I picked who came over had my zipper down and her mouth open when the doorbell rang. My dad. I saw him increasingly less with every year following the divorce, partially because he always kept trying to explain himself, and his explanations always mentioned Lake. I wasn't in the place where I was looking to hear her name ever, and I'd never forget how cruelly he left my mom, so I gladly cut him out of my life. Unfortunately, Logan didn't. Our fathers were best friends. It was the only reason I'd ever thought to befriend Logan in the first place. We were polar opposites. 1,000 differences set us apart, but the most relevant one that night was the fact that he worshipped his father. Didn't make a single move in his life until it was approved by Logan Sr. I wavered between relief that I didn't have that relationship with my dad and vague envy over never knowing the feeling of needing to repay for the warmth and support provided since childhood. There was none of that with my dad when I was growing up. But he made an attempt at it on that birthday. I didn't answer his text about what my plans were, so he asked Logan's father to ask Logan and was given the reply that I was staying home. I'm sorry. He apologized to the girl when I opened the door and he saw her. She gave a tight-lipped smile, wiped her mouth, and grabbed her purse before slipping out the door. In the hall, she flashed a "call me" sign behind my dad before tiptoeing for the elevators. For you, my dad said, handing over a small black bag from the same store that he'd been buying me $300 ties every year. I reached into it. Another tie. Would you like a drink? They were my first words to him as he walked in and looked around, feigning interest in what I'd done with the space. Whatever scotch, neat's fine. I had no ice anyway. I drank my scotch neat just like he did. It was no point of pride for me. I handed my dad the lowball as he took a seat on the leather couch. You asked Logan where I was? The older one, yes. That friend of yours is trained like a dog by his father, he said with, unless I was mistaken, a fond laugh. That's a good thing? It's not a bad thing when your father knows what's best for you. I was about to sit on the chair next to the couch, but that remark kept me on my feet. I said nothing in reply, only drank.
Don't take offense, Callum. I'm here to offer you help. I don't need your help. I beg to differ. You can feel free to. His eyes were ice, but he forced a smile. He cleared his throat. There's a position at my old company, Callum. I've been asking around. It just opened up, and I think if we pulled some strings, you could start over. You could do well there. My father worked at a hedge fund. He, his friends, and all their sons did. I'm not interested, and I'm certain I'm not qualified. You're harder working than any of the kids you went to school with, Cal. You can do this if you put your mind to it. I know it. You can get your life back together. I'm doing that. I don't see it. It's a good thing I don't do it for you to see. He lost his patience all in one shot. For Christ's sake, Callum! Logan and all your friends from Mercer just graduated from their respective universities, business schools, Ivies. They're getting their MBAs, and you're just sitting on your ass here in your apartment without a single direction. What happened to the son of mine who rose above everyone's kid without trying? You've got the natural ability to do whatever you want. Where did that drive, that determination go? He sat forward, stared at me with an intensity that faded into smug disbelief. You really did let that girl ruin you. My bones went brittle. I refused to show it. I'm not going to have this conversation with you. I think it's time for you to leave. Don't you dare speak to me like I'm some stranger. He hissed at me, on his feet again. Despite what you may think because of how I may have treated your mom, I'm your father, Callum. I love you. I am all the worthy qualities you have. I look out for you from afar because Caroline isn't going to. I have your best interests in mind while she wastes her energy on the girl. He sniffed a bitter laugh, clearing the whiskey from his glass with a sharp toss down his throat. Every word he spoke after was singed with fire. Look at you, Callum. You sacrificed everything for a stranger who clearly didn't think much of you anyway. He held his arms out as if to ask, where is she now? I only stared back, a storm in my chest, but a vacant look on my face. It fucking kills me to see what you gave up. Now, I could let your mother do that. She's a grown woman, and she made her choice to indulge whatever childish trauma got her so obsessed with raising a girl. That was her problem. It should have stayed her problem. It should have never become yours. I will never forgive her for how she took from you to give to that girl. Before you were born, I told her if I agreed to have a child, I was going to have a brilliant one. And you were that, Callum. You were everything I wished for. You were smarter than everyone else, you were stronger than everyone else, and you took care of your mother in ways I couldn't. I admired that. You never made a single mistake until you let that girl into your heart because she was pretty. Yeah, really pretty. But she was nothing more than that, and you were. You know nothing about her, I countered through my clenched jaw. You were never around, and when you were, you just hated that you looked at her too. You were like everyone else when it came to her. You had no power. And you had a day where you finally hung out with her from morning to night and couldn't get enough of her. I remember. You spent the next week fucking showering her with love and affection and presence and taking her around till some asshole friend made some shitty comment and then you just shut down. Didn't want to ruin your image. Sue me, Callum, for realizing what was important to me, my father snarled. I enjoy my life as it is. I like my reputation among my friends. What don't I like? Embarrassment, scandal, humiliation. And you know what? I'm more than happy to shut off certain needs and emotions because those don't rise above my desire for success and admiration and power. There's nothing powerful about living for what others think. He had nothing to come back with, and it sent him over the edge. For fuck's sake, Callum, he growled, stalking off and sliding his empty glass across my kitchen counter. It skidded into the sink and shattered to pieces. Enjoy cleaning that up. If only the maid's kid were here to help you. Fuck yourself. Christ, son! He stopped and took a good look at me before walking out the door. His eyes were filled with rage and hurt. I'll never give up on you. I want you to know that. You can always come to me when you decide to turn it around. But I'm going to need you to start making the right decisions. I'm going to need you to let go of the girl and come back to who you were born to be. You are, and always have been, worth infinitely more than her.
Chapter 25. Lake. I was being laid off my job at the liquor store. $7 an hour. Off the books and barely enough to get by, but I was still devastated. Aggie said it was because they were closing down soon. The landlord raised the rent for the sole purpose of getting rid of her. She felt bad about it, so on my last shift, we sat in the closed store and had a drink.
They say they're opening some nice bar here,
she said, pouring me a plastic cup of something watery brown.
so here's to hoping they don't get none of those pretty girls in little shorts, or you folks are gonna have a hard time next door.
I heaved a sigh. I couldn't even plan to work at the new bar because it wasn't opening for a while, and when it did, the shifts would conflict with the ones I had at the place I was already working.
Maybe it's time to start stripping,
Aggie cackled. I handed her a preemptive napkin. Every time she laughed, she hacked up a lung. No, I think I'd rather not. For the money, I had started considering going from waitress to stripper, but I never found the nerve to merely ask anyone about it at the club. I didn't judge the girls that did it. I had fantasies of being one of them the few times I went to strip clubs with Callum and his friends. But here, the idea of stripping lived in the same place in my heart where I was a shitty person, a fraud. It lived in a place that told me I never belonged in New York with Callum, and I'd die in Sunstone. None of the people who once loved me would be happy to see me if I went home. I had already morphed into someone none of them would ever recognize. They'd feel dirty and disgusting for having ever associated with me, and I'd be their burden to overcome. The paranoia was strong, relentless. I had nothing else to think of, so I imagined all sorts of humiliating scenarios. Like someone from Callum or his father's circle having their car break down on the highway, maybe during a business trip in Virginia. They'd find a place to kill time and walk into a strip club for shits and giggles. It would be novel for them to see what bumblefuck tits and ass look like, compared to the bodies they admired at gentlemen's clubs in Hell's Kitchen. They'd wrinkle their noses upon walking in, declare the need for a strong drink, and then laugh at the girls on the stage. And then they'd see me. I could imagine their faces when they did, and it made me cringe so hard every time it felt like it had actually happened. I imagined them getting over their shock, joking that they weren't all that surprised, and then sneaking pictures till images of me undressing for sweaty men and toothless truckers had spread like wildfire to reach Callum and Caroline. And then they'd die of shame all over again.
Hey, sweetie, I got some news for you.
I was surprised to see Shanna outside when I got home that evening. She'd been in the midst of one of those weeks where she just shut herself in her trailer and didn't come out. They happened every once in a while, and when she finally emerged from her funk, I'd be sitting there waiting for her, my figurative tail wagging like a dog whose owner went away for too long. She'd give me the forceful hugs against her giant bosom that I honestly loved, and we'd pick up right where we left off, making margaritas, watching TV, and acting like nothing ever happened. I never asked why she holed up sometimes, because she never asked about my problems either, and I was already pretty sure that her tic had to do with her hoarding addiction. I wished I could be a truer friend and actually help one day. I'd spent countless nights Googling the first steps of trying to get into a hoarder's home to clean the space. But I always chickened out. What I read was discouraging, and I didn't want to piss Shanna off. I needed the reliable joy of our friendship more than I needed to save her, which was horrible. I tried not to think of what an awful, unfeeling survivalist I'd become, but sometimes, out of nowhere, the bell rang in my head. Chapter 25. Lake. I was being laid off my job at the liquor store. $7 an hour. Off the books and barely enough to get by, but I was still devastated. Aggie said it was because they were closing down soon. The landlord raised the rent for the sole purpose of getting rid of her. She felt bad about it, so on my last shift, we sat in the closed store and had a drink.
They say they're opening some nice bar here,
she said, pouring me a plastic cup of something watery brown.
So here's to hoping they don't get none of those pretty girls in little shorts, or you folks are gonna have a hard time next door.
I heaved a sigh. I couldn't even plan to work at the new bar because it wasn't opening for a while. And when it did, the shifts would conflict with the ones I had at the place I was already working.
Maybe it's time to start stripping,
Aggie cackled. I handed her a preemptive napkin. Every time she laughed, she hacked up a lung. No, I think I'd rather not. For the money, I had started considering going from waitress to stripper, but I never found the nerve to merely ask anyone about it at the club. I didn't judge the girls that did it. I had fantasies of being one of them the few times I went to strip clubs with Callum and his friends. But here, the idea of stripping lived in the same place in my heart where I was a shitty person, a fraud. It lived in a place that told me I never belonged in New York with Callum, and I'd die in Sunstone. None of the people who once loved me would be happy to see me if I went home. I had already morphed into someone none of them would ever recognize. They'd feel dirty and disgusting for having ever associated with me, and I'd be their burden to overcome. The paranoia was strong, relentless. I had nothing else to think of, so I imagined all sorts of humiliating scenarios. Like someone from Callum or his father's circle having their car break down on the highway, maybe during a business trip in Virginia. They'd find a place to kill time and walk into a strip club for shits and giggles. It would be novel for them to see what bumblefuck tits and ass look like compared to the bodies they admired at gentlemen's clubs in Hell's Kitchen. They'd wrinkle their noses upon walking in, declare the need for a strong drink, and then laugh at the girls on the stage. And then they'd see me. I could imagine their faces when they did, and it made me cringe so hard every time it felt like it had actually happened. I imagined them getting over their shock, joking that they weren't all that surprised, and then sneaking pictures till images of me undressing for sweaty men and toothless truckers had spread like wildfire to reach Callum and Caroline. And then they'd die of shame all over again.
Hey, sweetie, I got some news for you.
I was surprised to see Shanna outside when I got home that evening. She'd been in the midst of one of those weeks where she just shut herself in her trailer and didn't come out. They happened every once in a while, and when she finally emerged from her funk, I'd be sitting there waiting for her, my figurative tail wagging like a dog whose owner went away for too long. She'd give me the forceful hugs against her giant bosom that I honestly loved, and we'd pick up right where we left off, making margaritas, watching TV, and acting like nothing ever happened. I never asked why she holed up sometimes, because she never asked about my problems either, and I was already pretty sure that her tic had to do with her hoarding addiction. I wished I could be a truer friend and actually help one day. I'd spent countless nights Googling the first steps of trying to get into a hoarder's home to clean the space. But I always chickened out. What I read was discouraging, and I didn't want to piss Shanna off. I needed the reliable joy of our friendship more than I needed to save her, which was horrible. I tried not to think of what an awful, unfeeling survivalist I'd become, but sometimes, out of nowhere, the bell rang in my head.
Chapter 26. Callum. It was closing in on 8 a.m., and I was sitting in the lounge that Lake had run from this morning. Yesterday morning, really, but it all felt like the same day because I hadn't slept yet, and neither had Oz, Anna, or the crew that sat with me, all of us downing some early morning scotch. The sun was up, but we drank like the night was young. Apparently there was no such thing as last call, not here. The bar stayed open till everyone left, and I had no place to go. I had no idea where Lake was. I had no hint, clue, or lead, not a single direction. I rarely felt helpless, and I detested the feeling, so I drank it away and considered a move to Scotland. Some American bars had the audacity to last call at midnight. That was grounds for abandoning my country. At least it was tonight. Rather, this morning. Anything I can do to make you feel better? I lifted my heavy stare from my drink to Anna. Her hair was everywhere now, and there was booze or water or something spilled all over her chest. I didn't have the capacity to laugh, but she read my amusement. I know I look like a hot mess. Yeah. She giggled. That's the key. Look it sometimes, and never be it. Cheers to that. It was sarcastic, but she touched her glass to mine. This is finally it, right? You're calling it? Giving up the futile fight? She smirked. Oh, don't make that face, Callum. You're insanely fucking sexy when you're mad, but I like it so much better when those pretty lips are smiling. She pushed my hand off the armrest and sat her ass on it. Though what I prefer most, she sipped slowly on her drink, is when those lips are somewhere on my body, preferably starting here. She fingered a line across her tits. And then moving down to, I think right around here. Her hand trailed to her stomach, and then down to her lap, settling between her thighs. I said nothing. I'd hoped that drinking this much would erase the furious tornado spinning in my brain. Of course, all it did was give it the energy to bounce off the walls of my head like an inmate in an asylum, raving incoherently in his straitjacket. My mind still spun with activity. It was just completely fucking useless aside from driving me quietly insane. Anna swung her long legs over and rested them onto my lap. Someone needs to relax. You're observant. I am. And I'm actually not sure why I asked if there was anything I could do to make you feel better. I know there are lots of things I could do. The rest of the guys were too hammered to pay attention to us. Probably a good thing, because Anna's skirt was hiking all the way up as she crossed one leg over the other. The bartender caught my heavy-lidded gaze from across the room. He raised his eyebrows, gave me 2 thumbs up, and then went on with his business. I was slow to respond to Anna. Yeah? Oh, yeah. She took my hand and ran it up her naked thigh. She held it there, took my glass, and drank from it. She sighed, half moaned. You know, hotel bars are always my favorite. And why's that? Her hand slid mine up her skirt till I was far enough to feel nothing underneath. She whispered in my ear, because it's so easy to get a room the second you need it.
Chapter 27. Lake. The same nausea that churned my stomach the day I found Trish and Hunt was making its return years later, across the ocean, with new life. It asked me what Callum would think about the fact that I cared and sometimes ached for a man who had sex with his stepmom, my mother. How Callum would feel about the fact that the relationship with Trish, it turned out, was the very least of Hunt's faults. Just the tip of the iceberg. I'd been merely too stupid to see it. I was in Scotland, for God's sake. My eyes stared out vacantly at the sea of blue before me, but my nails clawed desperately at my skin, trying to get rid of every time Hunt had ever touched me, made me the same as my mom. My mind wasn't relenting. It refused to stop dragging me by the legs through the dirt, the gravel, and the filthy memories of Sunstone. I threw up outside after I saw Trish and Hunt in bed together. Shanna came running. I don't remember what I did to make her worry so much that she went to get Dean from the management office. I protested weakly for her to stop, but eventually I was on my hands and knees, hovering over my own vomit and too weak to say or do anything. I didn't move or make a single noise when Dean came along, threw me over his shoulder, and took me to where he now spent most of his time. Over the course of my 15 months there, he'd gone from living 1 or 2 nights to almost full-time in the office. Trish said it was because he used the money I brought to spruce up the place real nice, and he was having an affair with some girl. She said she didn't care as long as it kept his hands off of her. Hunt agreed, so did I. He checked on her once a week. I heard a fight every time, and after he left, Trish would come to me shaking, brushing back my hair and saying, "It's okay, he's gone. He's crazy, but he's gone." But now I wondered about every last thing she and Hunt had ever told me. Dean dropped me like a rag doll into the chair across his desk. I heard the sound of him ripping a paper towel off a roll. When he came back to me, he shoved his hand in my hair, held my head up, and wiped the bile off my mouth and the collar of my shirt.
What happened?
There was no inflection in his question. I knew I took too long to answer because he barked it at me again. My thoughts scrambled back together fast. My mom with Hunt, and her sling wasn't on. Her shattered elbow was working fine, I realized. It was reaching for the ceiling and plopped back to the mattress with a bounce when she noticed me. It was never broken, and I was an unforgivable idiot. They were in bed, together.
That ain't nothing new.
Still panting, I stared. I didn't know.
Whole lot you don't.
I sat down behind his desk. I finally got the chance to look up and around. I always imagined that inside his office, he had a big screen TV and calendars with fast cars and naked women on them. I imagined nice furniture, nicer, at least, and a permanent group of friends hanging out on the couch, drinking beer. But there was none of that. There was his desk, his chair, the one across that I sat on, and a torn couch on which a cardboard box rested. It was bursting with multicolored files and papers. His desk was no different. There was no excess, and it wasn't the bachelor's pad that I imagined. It was a workspace. The telephone rang. He answered it, said something about how he'd have it fixed, and then hung up to return his irritated attention to me.
I guess you don't realize I ain't really with your mom no more.
My face crinkled. What are you talking about?
Legally, we are together. The church says we're together. But as far as I'm concerned, Trisha ain't my wife or my family. Same with Hunt.
My throat was raw. Because of the affair? My every word was a broken rasp.
I confirmed my decision when I found out about that.
Dean dragged his hand over his face and tugged on his beard. He moved some papers around on his desk and didn't look at me. His voice was casual, tinged only with annoyance as he proceeded to reveal all the truths that splintered me straight through my stomach.
Your ma's been after your money since before I met her. She just didn't talk about it much when we were dating. I didn't want to hear about it. You weren't nobody to me. But I didn't have no choice once your grandma died. Trish was nonstop then, real excited. She found you online and she looked at all the nice things you had and showed Hunt. He got excited too. I guess he was 17 then. He wanted a car real bad. And Trisha said he could get a nice one if we got you to send some money.
I was an even bigger idiot than I thought. The bile rose again in my throat.
I didn't like when they started getting it. I didn't touch the things they bought with it. Not the booze or the toys or the drugs. She was off that shit for a while, but not after she had all that cash in her hands.
God, I'd been fueling drug habits the whole time. My lips went dry. Did you ever hurt her? He paused. His frown deepened as he looked at me.
I push her when she hits me.
Did you threaten her? I clarified. Or make her feel like you might hurt her? Or... She said I thought there was a story with... I tried to remember that article Trish sent me about war veteran Dean Casey, whose episode of PTSD had him attacking a man with a bat, leaving him brain dead in the hospital.
I got a domestic abuse call. We get them here. Cops weren't coming, so I went and he was rabid, foaming at the mouth. Had his girl duct taped to her chair and came at me with a knife. I took his bat and I started swinging.
Dean drank from his mug. It had Mickey Mouse ears on it. I couldn't process any of this. But
the news don't cover us much, and the ones that do like to make a certain kind of story. We're all one kind of people to them here. They don't care about the truth.
The million realizations were crushing down on my skull, my shoulders. I grasped at my thoughts. God, I let them take me here and just... I couldn't believe myself. I'd given away the year of my life I'd been looking forward to most. I was going to graduate. Callum and I were together finally. We never made it official with words, but it was enough that we were starting to talk about how to tell Caroline. 15 months taken from people I loved, who needed me, and all to live in misery for a lie. Why didn't you tell me? Dean rose halfway out his chair and spat.
You ain't my family, girl. I got enough problems and you ain't my business. I didn't like the sound of you the second they started talking about you. I didn't want you here. I don't want your money. You ain't my kind of people, and I don't have to do shit for you. All you are, girl, is a stranger who turned my wife and my son into two monsters. I ain't never spoken to you or even seen you before I knew I didn't like you.
I stared at the broken vinyl siding hanging outside his window like a dangling arm. I almost wanted to laugh through my tears. I was a curse to every family I went to. You never... I squinted, recalling everything I thought I knew about Dean. You never spoke to me before I came here?
What did I just say? Do you remember me speaking to you?
My gaze drifted back to him. I was numb now. No, I murmured, realizing it hadn't been Dean threatening me on the phone that night. It was Hunt. It was him and Trish all along. It was him telling me he would kill me and Caroline with a smile on his face, posing as his father, playing the main role in the fictional story Trish had spent years writing me online. When I thought about it, I realized that I'd heard Dean yell before, and it didn't quite sound like the voice I heard on the phone. On top of that, the man on the phone called me little girl. The only person who ever did that was Hunt. I felt like it was finally happening. I was breaking completely. I was finally ready to just give up. But for all the callous things Dean said to me, he did a lot to keep me from just throwing the towel in. I had to leave. He said I did, and he said he would help. So I got it together, and we readied things over the course of 3 days. I emptied what little I had in my bank account, and he fixed up the beat-up Ford Fiesta he drove before buying his truck. We spoke maybe 2 words in the time it took. I got his phone number more than a year after meeting him, and he texted any vital communication we needed to have to avoid arousing suspicion. A day after walking in on Trish and Hunt, they were all there again, and I wasn't sure if they remembered seeing me, but they were certainly acting different around me. Trish was saccharine sweet. It made me nervous. Hunt didn't say a word to me at all. That made me even more nervous. I couldn't imagine that they'd somehow be on to me, because I acted as I always did, and didn't even let them see when I was merely texting Dean, but they, Hunt especially, seemed to be harboring some sort of hunch.
You all right?
It was the first word Hunt spoke to me in 3 days, since I saw him in bed with my mother. He spoke it not with concern but amusement, and, I could have sworn, a hint of accusation. I had plans to leave that night once he slept. Maybe I showed my nerves by eating breakfast standing up. Hunt was smirking at me like he knew something, and I shook hair in my face because I was afraid I looked pale or green. I'm fine. Yourself? He watched me eat till I was done with my plate. It had to be a good 5 minutes. I was sure he was just going to ignore my question at that point. But as I washed the dishes, he finally said, "I'm dandy." I didn't leave that night as planned. Hunt didn't go to sleep. He sat in the kitchen all night, drinking beer and being loud with a friend. Even after I got in my pajamas and under the sheets on the couch, it was aggressive behavior for him. He never did things to deliberately piss me off, but I could tell he was on a mission to that night. It had me thoroughly rattled, and I considered just running out without a bag packed and booking it to the Fiesta parked outside the management office. Dean said the door was unlocked and the keys were inside. I could technically do it, but it wouldn't give me the slightest head start, and Hunt's truck would catch up to me in no time. So I just waited, pretending to be asleep every time he ambled out of the kitchen and circled my couch like a shark. A week went by with Hunt staying sober and up all night in the next room. I was losing hope as fast as I was losing nerve. My every interaction with Hunt during the daytime stripped me of another piece of confidence. I wasn't sure what advantage I had on him if he wouldn't stop watching me, and most likely knew I had something up my sleeve. He teased me with everything he said. I knew I wasn't being paranoid. Every word out of his mouth was spoken with a smirk, and a threat that was never there before. "What you up to?" he asked one morning as I walked out the kitchen and straight into his chest. "Huh? What are you doing today?" "I don't have any plans." "Oh, I doubt that's true. You have all sorts of plans," he leered. When I tried to pass, he blocked my path. Every way I went, he stood in front. "Oh, oh, oh." He grinned wider each time. "You ain't going nowhere, little girl. I won't let you." Only once did Dean text to express any sort of interest in my failure to launch. Tick-tock. That was all his message said, but it was all I needed to feel the fire again. It might not have been a full sentence, but it reminded me that time was everything, and I couldn't afford to lose another minute and give Hunt more traction. So the next day at work, where Trish had suddenly begun visiting me, I took away more cash than usual. In reality, most of it was plucked from the stash from my bank account, but I said I got some nice tips and gave the thick wad to Trish with a smile. By the next afternoon, she had scored. By night, she and Hunt were zombies. They were technically awake when I drove away in the beat-up Fiesta. I gassed the pedal so hard I smelled rubber, but I kept my speed till I was far enough from Sunstone to scream through the roof with what felt like the greatest victory of my life. "Bless your heart," was what Shanna would say to the fact that I actually thought it was over. Charlotte, Savannah, and Daytona Beach. Those were the 3 stops in my 20-month getaway. That bittersweet year and a half before Hunt dragged me back by the hair to Sunstone. He got me there with the threat of death, and Trish kept me there with the news of life. But it would all end in blood anyway.
Chapter 28. Callum. Anna followed me into my room. I told her to go to her own. She refused, and I didn't give enough of a shit to stop her after that. She came up behind me and slid her hands up the back of my shirt, tracing her fingers down the line of my rigid muscles as I stared at Lake's open suitcase. Anna circled her arms to my front and undid my belt. "Don't look," she whispered, turning me around, slapping my hands onto her tits. "Don't think. Just breathe. Relax." She made me squeeze. "Enjoy me. You deserve it, Callum." I looked into her eyes, but I didn't see them. She was moaning, rubbing my hands all over her front. She pushed them south. I barely registered it. I just remembered something. Bluebells.
That was the name of Lake's favorite flower. Fucking bluebells. I pushed it out of my head when I was a teenager. Deliberately. I thought Lake was being angsty and dramatic for choosing an obsession based on feeling some personal relation to its name. It started when she was 17 and mirroring my mother's bouts of depression. That was at least what it looked like to me. My mother called her every synonym for beautiful under the sun, including Belle, so when Lake was in her unexplainably shitty moods, she was my Blue Belle. When Lake found out that bluebells were flowers, she grew instantly attached. She was fascinated, loved their color, their shape, the way they stared at the floor. My mother bought them whenever she could, but they weren't easily found in New York. Lake researched it and said that most bluebells in the world existed in the UK. Scotland has a bunch. My mom did a golf clap. Our family had a distillery in Scotland. Maybe we'll go visit and see the bluebells while we're at it. Of all Lake's interests that she indulged, I thought this one was a contender for the stupidest. It felt to me like she was romanticizing Lake's tantrums, and I was sure Lake didn't need any more encouragement to pitch those. They drove me insane. I couldn't understand how she could skip into her room singing and come out a walking path of destruction within 5 minutes. Only a decade later did I have the context to understand it. The moods stemmed from contact with her mother. Trish was what withered Lake. She was where Lake went, and whatever secret she harbored. At least the start of it. I was sure that woman wasn't alone in whatever pain Lake still carried. It was too deep, too layered and heavy to have been caused by one person. There had to be others, and the madman in my head slowed to a stop when I considered I could soon enough be one of them. And I couldn't fucking bear that. Anna. I stopped her hands in place. She looked up with big eyes. I knew the look in my face had changed because she was already starting. Don't, Callum, just don't. You made the right decision to let go, you did, so don't you dare. Stop talking, I murmured, letting go of her hands. I changed the shirt I'd been wearing all day. She watched me the entire time, protesting like a woman unhinged. She was still going by the time I was out the door. The car ride to the closest field of bluebells was an hour away. I found nothing in the first one. Nothing again in the next. I'd tracked down, driven to, and searched through a field for every year she was gone by the time the day had passed, and I was back in literal and figurative darkness. I knew she could be anywhere at this point. I'd given Lake a head start to disappear for a second time in fucking Europe, for God's sake. I quietly admired the patience of my taxi driver, who willingly sat with me on the sides of roads for minutes to an hour at a time, wondering what the hell to do next. "I'm sorry," he finally said. He had no idea what I was looking for, but he said it anyway. "Back to the hotel?" Yes, I thought it, but my body overruled my brain. No, one more. The last field was between a wooded area and a brick cottage, maybe a restaurant or bed and breakfast. It was almost pitch black, too dark for me to see. The moon cast a silver light over everything, but I didn't need it to know that my final attempt at finding Lake was also fruitless. The taxi stalled on the side of the empty road, the only light for miles. It beamed ahead at endless nothing. So I got in after a few minutes and had the driver go on. He went a couple yards before the headlights shone on a silhouette I'd recognize anywhere. "Stop." I stared. My hand smacked flat on the window for a second before I had the door flying open and my feet pacing faster with every step toward the shadow of thick waves tumbling over two perfect knees. They hugged up to her chest, the way they always did. I got closer and saw her hair drifting in the breeze like rolling water. The moonlight
highlighted the flyaway strands as I stood before her, still as a statue of an angel in some mystical woodland. Something about it reminded me of the first night we'd had together, as a couple, or at least something like it. It was the night in her dorm room, before I had taken her virginity. She decorated every inch of it with Christmas lights and looked like a goddess from some other world. I remembered how fucking beautiful she was that night in every way. Lake. I knelt as she lifted her head. Her eyes settled on mine, but didn't register me, still somewhere far away. I caught her chin, repeated her name. She didn't say anything, but when I brushed my thumb over her bottom lip, she closed her mouth gently over it, kissing me softly in her daze. Slowly she came to as I sat in the field of dark with her, our patch of flowers lit by the headlights of the taxi. "I thought you left me again." She shook her head. "Where did you go?" I knew only the physical answer. She wet her lips, gave no reply. "Lake, I can't tell you how little she means to me. Anna, I didn't tell her about you. She was there when I heard you were coming back. I was in shock. I was fucking scared, to be honest. I said things in the heat of the moment, and she heard. It could have easily been anyone else." She nodded, let out a breath that told me she was awake again, back on Earth with me. "She asked if I'd ever call you my girlfriend. I said no." I breathed hard, my heart pounding. "I said no because that label would never in a million years do justice to whatever we are and whatever we have. We've never been anything but us, Lake. They can't describe us. They never could, and you know that." Her eyes flickered with life as she gazed with the bluebells at the floor. I reached for whatever I could say to bring her back to me. "Lake, I love you." I fought off the knot in my throat. "I always have. I've never stopped, and I never will." I held her cheeks. Her eyes tried to meet mine, but they struggled, downcast as fresh tears poured in silence and ripped my heart out my chest. "Listen to me." My voice was hoarse as I wrestled out every ounce of conviction in my soul to bring her back to me. "This is it. You need to know that I'll never leave you, Lake, no matter what. So tell me everything, now. Tell me so we can end this and you can be fucking free, Lake. Please." She gasped for breath, every sound she swallowed crying out at once. She finally lifted her wet eyes to me, hanging desperate hands on my wrists as I held her face tight. The tearful words she breathed out came in a whisper just as I rested my forehead to hers. "I made sure they stayed there." "Who? What do you mean?" "Hunt. My mom." A different air escaped her lungs as she said it. "I made sure they would die. I killed them." Chapter 29. Callum. We sat amid a sea of sheets in bed. She dared me to stay still, to say nothing until she was finished. She didn't want me to touch her until I knew for sure I still wanted to. I hated the reason, but I accepted, and it took every fiber of my being to honor the promise as she detailed the misery of what was only her first time at the trailer park with Trish, Hunt, and Dean. The tears never stopped, but her voice eventually found a hollow, eerie calm. "The bar I worked at in Daytona was in a mall. I shouldn't have parked in the same spot every night. That last night, there were no other cars but Hunt's truck. I ran before he even got out, but he had me on the floor fast, blade to my throat. He took my money for gas, and we drove from midnight to morning. I was so dead inside I didn't react to anything. Nothing fazed me. Dean didn't live at the park anymore. He finally left Trish. Trish was waiting outside for me,
shaking her head, cursing, calling me worthless and ungrateful, and every name under the sun as I got out of the car. But the next morning, she was all smiles, and she said she had news that was going to make me love her again, make us a real family. Lake shook her head. She stared out in space, but I knew she was seeing something vivid. That look on her face. She really thought this would be some quick fix, and I thought it was so unfair, she whispered. She was pregnant, 10 weeks along. She didn't even want it. I was so angry. I thought about your mom. I thought Caroline should have gotten a baby, not Trish. She had no love in her body. She had nothing but drugs and hate and bitterness, and yet she got the baby. She got that chance your mom wanted so bad. I only stayed to make sure she'd do right by the baby and get clean, eat well, even though I didn't fully believe she was pregnant till she started showing. I was surprised, though. She did good. The baby came out healthy. Little boy named Matthew. She said it meant gift, and that was what he was for us, a second start, a blank slate and new beginning. It was twisted, though. She said he wasn't, but I knew Matthew was Hunt's because he had the same green eyes I never saw on anyone else in my life. But he was still the most beautiful, peaceful boy. I loved him with all my heart. I wanted to raise him right and give him everything he deserved. Lake closed her eyes and rested her chin in the dip between her knees. She took a break for air. When she went on, it was with a frown that didn't go away. It only deepened with every word. I wound up his sole caretaker. Trish tried for a little, but she was back on the drugs fast, and Hunt hated the baby from day one. He hated when Matthew wasn't asleep, hated that he was hungry, that he needed to be changed. He didn't look at him, never touched him once. When Matthew cried at night, I went to him because Trish wouldn't wake up. I don't know if she was strung out or if she didn't want to. She just didn't do it. But she wouldn't let me put the crib outside either, so I slept in her bed with her at night, and I made sure to stay as close to the baby as possible, right at the edge of the bed. When he cried, I held him, and I couldn't sing, but I sang to him because he liked it. She laughed at herself, letting the tears fall. And I imagined Caroline would be proud of me for being his mom. He wasn't my baby, but I wasn't hers. She still loved me, and I still loved him. The knife twisted my heart. There was nothing but pain and misery in the air, but at the same time I could so vividly see the life I wanted with Lake as she thought of baby Matthew. I wanted so bad to speak, to touch her, but I kept to what she dared me, to wait till everything was out. Matthew was crying one morning, and Hunt took him in his arms. I thought he was going to try to comfort him, but he shook him. I went ballistic and threw every punch I had till I was getting choked out on the floor, and Trish was pulling Hunt off of me. She slapped me, said this wasn't what family did. I was exhausted and fell asleep too hard that night. I only woke up because I was dreaming that Matthew was crying. But he wasn't. I didn't hear a peep from him that night, and when I woke up on the edge of the bed, his crib was empty. I saw the needles on Trish's nightstand. I went to the bathroom because I heard the shower running, and I saw her holding Matthew under the water in the tub. I couldn't stand another second without holding her. I grabbed Lake in my arms and buried my lips in her hair as she resisted. But then she clung to me, holding on tight as she tried to go on, ragged sobs breaking her every sentence. I don't know how long he was feeling that pain for. I hate imagining it. I just thank God I got there in time. She wouldn't let go of him, and he was limp, and I wasn't sure if he was breathing, but I fought her, and I got him, and I brought him to Shanna's. I wanted to save him on my own, and I couldn't bear to leave him, but I knew I couldn't guarantee he'd be safe. I said I'd protect him no matter what, but I didn't know if I really could, and Shanna said we couldn't chance his life. We just couldn't. CPS took him away. He was just sleeping so peacefully in my arms when they came. I couldn't let go. I couldn't do it, but they made me. And I got it so bad from Trish after that. She went crazy. She said I never gave her a chance to be better, that I thought she was worthless. She punched me, pulled out my hair. We fell on the table and broke Hunt's bong, and that was the only reason he stepped in. But he was in some other kind of state. I'd never seen him like that. I don't know what he took that night, but he was choking me so hard my feet didn't touch the ground. Trish went off. She didn't care. She went to shoot up, do something, I don't know. But I couldn't even scream, and Hunt was smiling, saying he was going to kill me like he promised all those years ago. I thought it was it for me, so I started letting go, and it felt kind of nice. I figured I'd at least get to see my grandma. I held on to her, my kiss on her temple and her cheek to my chest. She stopped crying abruptly. Out of nowhere, her voice was light as a feather. But then he let go of me. Maybe he thought I was dead. I couldn't move or see, but I could hear my pulse screaming in my ears, and I took it as a sign to keep fighting. They were zombies again that night, and I went to leave forever. But Hunt slept with the keys to his truck, and Tricia's car wouldn't start, so I went to Shanna's, and I don't remember what I was crying to her. I probably didn't make any sense. I shoved money in her hands, and she wouldn't take it. But she gave me the keys to her car, and said it was on its last breath, but if she'd let it die with anyone but her, it was going to be me. I was peeling out when I saw the lights turn on in Hunt's room. He was behind me in his truck in a minute. Lake pulled away from me, and I knew from the look in her eye that we were closing in on the end of the story. She was looking at me like she was bracing herself, waiting for me to change my mind about her. He was so high. He was already swerving. I made the sharpest turns I could to lose him. It was probably 4 a.m., and the road was empty, and I sped like I had nothing to lose because I didn't. I didn't even stop when I saw his truck crash. I only did when it flipped over and over and down into this ditch, upside down, wheels just spinning. I was so scared, but I went to see. I don't know why. I only realized Hunt wasn't alone in there because I heard my mom crying, and that put me in shock. I didn't know she was there. I could have died when I got close enough to see them. She cried and hugged the white blanket to her chest in agony I could feel as much as I could see. But she kept her voice steady, and she kept her glassy eyes on me. Hunt was gone, she murmured. I could only see the side of his face and one eye, but it was open, and he was dead. I knew that already. They were hanging upside down, and Trish was so covered in blood I didn't know what was bleeding. I felt like I could hear it in her lungs. I'd never seen so much of it in my life. I couldn't believe she could even see me, but she was saying, "It hurts so bad, baby. Help me. Call somebody, please." I could feel the pain she was in, and she kept asking me, "What are you doing? Tell me I'm going to be okay, baby. Tell me what you're going to do." I knew the answer, but Lake went silent for so long that I had to ask her, "What did you do?" "I went to my car." Darkness filled her eyes as she looked at me. "And then I drove away."
Chapter 30. Lake. The flight home from Scotland was a haze. I remembered how Callum held me when I broke down. I didn't think he would ever want to hold me again, but he did. And he held me tight in that bed for an hour, maybe 2 or 3. I was physically and emotionally drained, and at that point, tracking time was a foreign concept. So was thinking of any sort, if it had nothing to do with what I'd done and how I could see it affecting Callum. I remembered hearing Oz's voice in the jet on the way home. He was trying to be hushed, I could tell, because I was sleeping, I think. I was something. It felt like I'd taken a sleeping pill that got me 90% of the way to slumber and kept me awake just enough to have the most vague awareness of my surroundings. But awake or asleep, I couldn't erase the horror in Callum's face. I saw it when I told him that I let my mother die in agony. I hadn't explained to him the fog I was in the second my feet hit the grass and dirt of the ditch the truck rolled into. But I wasn't sure if that was even a valid excuse for what I'd done. I tried telling myself some days that it was, but in my heart I knew I was hoping for it. I was hoping to see them dead. Slow or fast, I just needed it to happen. Callum carried me straight to his bed when we got into the apartment. I was hardly in my right mind, but I was just conscious enough to ache for his kiss in my hair, or a sweet murmur in my ear. But I got neither, and I drifted with exhaustion into a slumber where my heart was free but at once heavy, because I knew Callum couldn't bear the truth of what I'd done, and even though it splintered my heart to a million pieces, I wasn't surprised to wake up the next morning to find him packing my bags, throwing clothes into my suitcase, and tossing my phone and wallet on top before zipping it up. I couldn't read the expression on his face, but I didn't need to when he said, "Get up. You have a flight to catch." He only stared at me as I nodded and cried in silent resignation. I felt like an idiot because I went halfway through the car ride before realizing that wherever I was going, he was coming with me. To make conversation, the driver had asked, "Where are you heading?" Callum's answer took me by surprise. "We're going to Virginia." Before we boarded the plane, Callum stopped me with a fiery look in his eyes. "I've never lied to you before, Lake," he said. His tone was so harsh, so stern that shame dragged my shoulders all the way down. I was ready for him to give me the reaction I'd been waiting so long for. I killed Hunt. I killed my mother. There was no way he wouldn't react. But his speech didn't go down the path I expected. "I said a while ago that you were worth it to me," Callum muttered. "That you always would be, Lake. I told you a long time ago in my bed, after I came back from the hospital, that you were the most important thing in my life, and I'd have your back no matter what, because I loved you. You knew it. You said you believed me." His words hissed between his teeth as he held me tight, with an angry passion that stole all my breath away. When he kissed me suddenly, the other passengers who swarmed around us fell away into a world that wasn't ours. Ours existed just for us, and it wrapped me up in warmth and safety as Callum pulled away to whisper an inch from my lips, "This is the last time I'll ever tell you, because you will never question me again, Lake. But I love you. You need to know that for the last time. I would have loved you through this, without thinking twice about it, and I plan to love you through everything else that comes from this day forward. So don't you do this to me," he said with his distinct love and fury. "Don't make me miss you like that ever again." I agreed, and then we went to Sunstone together. We walked into the dirt lot parked with all the same trailers, including Trish and Hunt's. But like many of the ones I'd passed the first time I stepped foot in there, it was boarded up and empty. Callum predicted every time I felt like I couldn't breathe, and always squeezed my hand at the right moment. When I wasn't staring around me, I watched him take everything in, wearing just a white t-shirt and jeans, but still looking so very out of place. The brisk temperatures had most people inside that day, but we still got our fair share of gaping. I was bundled up and wasn't sure if no one recognized me or if, man or woman, all eyes were just flying to Callum. He had said I would never fully bury Sunstone till I knew that he'd seen it, known it, and still loved me through it. By the time he said that, We could have turned around and gone back to New York. I was convinced of his love. I finally was. But I still took him through the park, and as my old neighbors started to recognize me, introduced him to them. The ones I liked, anyway.
You're the one who's been waiting for her this whole time? Shanna asked when she finally met Callum. She had come out of her trailer and screamed at the top of her lungs when she saw me. But after meeting Callum, I was briefly invisible, which I absolutely understood. His dark blonde hair was messy, undone this morning, and the shirt he wore stretched over his broad frame in a way that was hard not to look at. I'd have told her to run off earlier if I knew you looked like this. Callum laughed. That would have been good, but you've done more than Lake and I could ever ask for. He was holding both Shanna's hands in his, and she was for once completely speechless as he thanked her. But the moment was perfectly ruined when Kip Schroeder cluelessly interrupted with a beer for Callum, and Shanna screeched, I was having a fucking moment here, Schroeder. It was an oddly good time. We sat for most of the day. Shanna made us margaritas without the watermelon because buying the watermelon had always been my job. We sat away from everyone and watched Callum talk baseball with some of the guys. That's a prince right there, she said after some silence. Beauty aside, he's a prince. You hold on to that one. Trust me? I will. I looked at her and she laughed when I tipped her chin to finally face away from Callum and at me. Thank you. For what? Being my only real friend here? That alone meant the world to me. I laughed. But then you went and gave me your car. Hell, I was just dumping it on you so I didn't have to watch it die myself. We laughed, but I could feel the slightest tension at the mention of any sort of death. There hadn't been a single mention of Trish or Hunt since I came. Not from anyone. I wasn't sure if it was a decision, if Shanna had briefed everyone before my arrival, but it worked. It reminded me that other people had existed at Sunstone. It made me realize what a feat it was for them to ever help me forget about Trish and Hunt, if only for seconds at a time. They were the people I should remember. Maybe if I tried hard enough, I could forget that Trish and Hunt had ever existed. Then again, they were always so high, so vacant that they may as well have been ghosts. Don't let it haunt you, Shanna said out of nowhere, as if reading my mind. She hugged me to her chest and didn't elaborate, but she didn't need to, and those were the words we left off on before Callum crushed his third can of Bud Light, said goodbye to the guys, and joined me in saying goodbye to Shanna. He murmured some words in her ear just as we left. I didn't hear them, but they left a brighter smile on Shanna's face than I'd ever seen. We were driving to the airport when he decided he was tired, and we should sleep till morning. We stopped at a motel. I couldn't imagine Callum Pike in cheap fluorescent-lit highway motel with paint-chipped walls and long broken vending machines. But he didn't so much as bat an eye. And in our room, simply because I was with him, I finally felt like I was home. My sweater, scarf, and leggings were strewn in a path that led to our bed in the motel room. The window cracked open enough to let in moonlight. My hot breaths filled the room, my lips parted and still swollen from the never-ending kiss up the stairs. Naked, perfect, Callum sat up in bed, the muscles in his back flat against the headboard as I gripped the top, straddling him, but letting him take control the way he needed. I lifted myself higher so he could trace his breath over the swell of my heavy breasts. They strained to feel him, his tongue and the sweet hot warmth of his mouth. I moaned when he caught my nipple and sucked with urgency. I tightened on his tongue, closing my eyes as I let my head fall back, my hair spilling over the sheets and on his lap. My eyes were wet. It felt like they hadn't stopped tearing up since the field of bluebells. But while they'd yet to dry, I could feel the pain in them drifting slowly elsewhere as Callum moved in me. His hips pumped in a deep,
maddeningly languorous roll. I pulled myself higher and higher on the headboard to make room for his upward thrusts, his cut abs tightening as his smooth, hard dick parted and pierced me, pushing and pulling and rocking away all the hurt. Everything that ever haunted me, that I was sure would never stop until now, because Callum was perfectly gentle and firm as he coaxed it all away. His murmurs were soft, but his touch was strong, dominant, as he filled me completely. He challenged me, stretched me just enough to give me the most powerful but pleasurable sense of fulfillment my body could possibly contain. I let him move, kiss, lick me as he pleased, because everything he wanted, I wanted. Everything he felt, I felt. With a look in my eyes, he relinquished control and I rode him. I gripped the headboard, framed his beautiful face with my forearms, and breathed him, my mouth brushing against his, our kiss on and off as my thighs pumped me slowly up and down his spearing length. He grew in me as I drowned in him, releasing pressure, anguish, and heartbreak into my every stroke over his every inch. We were back to us. Finally. I felt his unwavering love in his grasp of my hips, in his worshipping stare, refusing to break. Our years of struggle manifested in his touch, as his fingers dug into me, owning me, refusing to ever let go. We didn't lose each other for a second. Callum pulsed inside me as he moved me onto my back, laid his hard body on mine, our gaze unbroken. He pulled my leg to his waist and sunk deeper inside, his blue eyes blazing as my mouth parted wider with his every solid ridge inside me. I felt filled and so incredibly good, but his words took me even higher. I'm never going to let go of you, Lake. Never again. Callum's whisper pierced the air of the strange room. He gnashed his teeth as he pumped harder, deeper into me, staking his final claim. You're mine, Lake. You always have been, and you always will be. Do you hear me? Yes, I managed in my pleasure. I hear you. Say my name when you tell me. I'm yours, Callum. My breaths were desperate, hasty, again. I'm yours, Callum. I belong to you. My words fueled the fire in his eyes as he nodded, and with a sudden plunge, I was crying out and he was growling, buried to the hilt in my sex with his mouth in the curve of my neck. His bicep pumped in my vision, every inch of his muscled weight resting on his elbow. It dug in the mattress as his hand gripped the nape of my neck, the other under my knee. Slamming inside me, he reclaimed control with no objection from my lips. My fingers curled around his sculpted jaw as I let it all out, every uncontrolled moan trapped in my body. My eyes squeezed shut as Callum responded to my every sound, with a harsh groan and a deep thrust. The ecstasy blinded me, but I knew that his gaze never yielded, not for a second. He kept it pinned with claim on me, till I was unraveling, gasping for air and shattering beneath him. I reached for him, pulled his face to mine and demanded his breath. I felt the heat of his stare fade only as he kissed me, sliding his arms under my back and pumping me to a relentless finish as he hugged me tight to his chest. You're so beautiful, Lake. Callum's voice was thick with yearning but fulfillment as he gazed down at me, his handiwork. He'd rendered my body limp, writhing with satisfaction as sparks and spasms burst through my muscles. I felt the best kind of useless as I lay for him in bed, throbbing around his shaft and gazing up at his carved, unreal beauty. He leaned forward. I moaned as he flicked his tongue on my nipple. My orgasm did nothing to limit me from further pleasure as Callum took his time on me now, kissing along my shoulders and sucking on my earlobes. I soaked in the joy of watching him find pleasure in me, feeding his need with my body. His mouth brushed all over my skin, left trails of hot, wet kisses gleaming under the moonlight. When I felt him getting close, I let my legs fall open for his thrust, stomach up and back arched. I gazed down my naked side at the tantalizing view of Callum's muscled ribs and clenching ass thrusting slow but deep inside me. The guttural sounds in his throat built gradually, and the control shifted a last time as I clenched like a vice around him. "Lake," he groaned as I held on to his orgasm. "Baby," he pleaded, staring into me, his parted mouth curling in a weak grin as he shook his breathless head at me. I held on to it, held him tight for another few seconds, feeling us pulse together as one before finally letting him go. A second surge of bliss ripped through my body as I watched Callum jerk inside me and roar with a fire and passion I would never question again in my life. Chapter 31. Lake. I was probably 10 years old the last time I woke up feeling so fresh. At that point, I'd been years into my life with my grandma, had long known Callum but had yet to be contacted again by Trish. It was a golden age for me. I didn't realize how truly long it had been since I'd felt pure and complete happiness, till I rose from bed that morning with it filling my heart and my lungs. I even breathed differently. "We're gonna have to work on this," Callum smirked as he pulled me to him from the edge of the bed. His raspy morning laugh was quite possibly the sexiest thing I'd ever heard in my life. "Sleep all right? Better than ever?" "Good." He kissed the top of my head and rolled out of bed. Though my arms still ached to wrap around him, I didn't protest because the view of his naked backside wasn't something to ever complain about. I bit my lip as I watched him pull on a pair of boxers before taking his wallet from the dresser and sliding out something yellow and folded. "Forgot to give this to you yesterday." He tossed it to me. I snorted at the piece of legal pad paper, dirty fingerprints staining its folded corners. I smirked. "You've always been such a romantic. Hey, don't judge a book by its cover. I'd be more forgiving if this was an actual book." I laughed, probably wearing the most quizzical face as I unfolded the paper. I finally had it fully straightened out just as Callum disappeared into the bathroom. Sitting up in bed, I squinted at the blocky yet messy handwriting that I didn't remotely recognize. It certainly wasn't Callum's. Pulling myself to the edge of the bed, I brought what I realized was a letter closer to my face. "Lake, I'm lucky to have never known that you were forced to go back to the park. I left your mother the week after you did. I drove away and I never looked back, but I would have come to get you if I knew. I didn't realize I was worth the life I wanted till I watched scrappy you fight for yours. Thank you for that. And know I admired you for it. You were tough as nails. All that time in that park you thought you were on the verge of breaking, when I knew you were already broken. You were as good as dust and bones and I'd no hope for you, but you still kept fighting. That's something to respect and learn from till the day that I die. I know I was never your family, but the good man who brought me those fine bottles of scotch told me how you survived a second time without me at the park, and it makes me feel like some kind of proud papa. And he was asking for it, so I thought, why the hell not? I'm glad to. I won't be there for the big day, but I gave him my blessing, and I hope you have the beautiful life you deserve. Be good. Always, Dean." I stared in awe at the words. I gave him my blessing. I still wasn't sure I fully understood, till I put the letter down to see Callum before me on one knee. My hand flew to my mouth, and I shook my head because I thought my tears had finally dried. But here they were again, and in fuller force than ever before, as Callum held a little velvet box and told me how much he loved me. "I never told you this." He laughed so gorgeously, because I never had the chance, I guess.
But I've had recurring dreams of you since you went away, and one of them was just a memory of the day it happened, but the other, which came as often as that one did, was a dream I've been having of you since I first met you as a kid, and it changed as we grew older. Obviously, became more realistic, but I've been dreaming of marrying you since I was 6 years old, Lake. I dreamed down to your white dress and your hair being down, off to one side. I guessed if I kept having this dream even after you left, it meant that inside, I always knew you might come back to me. My body could never shut down the part of me that loved you. It was too big and too strong, because you've always been my goal, my dream, and my everything. All I've ever wanted was you. I cried, so damned much. I wanted to sit properly at the edge of the bed, but in my aching joy, I crumbled to my knees in front of Callum, and he laughed as we knelt on the floor together, tears in both our eyes, unable to stop kissing, though he wasn't quite through with his speech. He opened the box, and the ring was a simple but enormous princess-cut diamond that sparkled at me between two smaller matching stones. Lake, Callum murmured, kissing my weak, jubilant body. I grew up on you, and I'm the man I am because of you. I've spent every year of my life since I was 6 years old as half of your whole, and I was at my best that way. You always completed me, and I know we've never officially dated. He grinned that beautiful, sexy grin, but I think we could make it easier on ourselves by making this official, so we can finally have a name. God, just say it, Callum, I begged through my elation. I want to spend the rest of my life watching the way you love. I can't think of anything I want more than to wake up every morning knowing you're my wife, the mother of my babies. Callum, I pleaded, bursting with anticipation. He laughed and gave me a quick kiss to soothe me. When he pulled away, he took my hand and looked at me with more love than I knew existed in this world. Baby. Callum grinned wide. He paused again for effect, and I was ready to smack him, so he laughed and soaked in my reaction for another second before starting again. I would dare you to do it, but I think you're going to say yes anyway, so... Callum! Lake De Palma, will you marry me? Yes, I cried. Yes, Callum. Yes, I whispered, wiping my tears to watch him slide the beautiful ring on my finger. I wanted to stare and admire it forever, but I needed to feel his lips even more. We sat there on the bedroom floor for the rest of the morning, kissing, engaged, in bliss. Finally together. Again and forever. Just us. The way we were always meant to be. In his arms, I could feel his heart as much as mine, and I knew neither of ours had ever been fuller. It had been such a long, crazy, unbelievable fight back to each other. But God, was it worth it?
Epilogue. Callum. 2 years later. We lived for the dares as kids. During the war back to each other's hearts, we ached for nothing but all truth. I knew Lake and I were in a good place when we found a happy medium that leaned a hair more toward the dares. We got married in Scotland, on a smaller island. Logan was my best man because I knew it was important to him. Oz was just happy for an excuse to wear his kilt. My mother gave an embarrassing toast about how she found it amusing that Lake and I thought our teenage love was subtle. I gave Lake the idea to surprise her at the reception.
I can't believe I never thought about that.
Lake had groaned into her hands while we were doing planning. It wasn't your last memory of it, but it was for her. The song, Cheek to Cheek, had lived forever in Lake's heart as a good memory. She'd already been gone by the time my mom waltzed down the hall to the tune, only to discover Lake's bedroom empty, important things packed away, and a note left on her bed. So I figured it was time to make it once again a good memory for my mother. There was no traditional father-daughter dance to be had at the wedding, so after we walked into the grand ballroom as Mr. and Mrs. Pike, Lake surprised my mother by gliding to her with a hand extended. With a dramatic flourish, she tucked a big red flower in her hair. My mom got it before we even played their song. She gasped and squealed loud enough to make even Oz wince, and they danced around the floor to the crooning that would never again do anything but lift my mother's heart. Our guests drank, danced, and laughed all night. Isabel said matron of honor sounded gross and that she'd had the role in too many weddings already, so serving as maid of honor was Shanna, the incredible woman who played such a big role in delivering Lake back to me. She'd actually known before most that I was going to propose. I'd told her to get ready to visit just as we were leaving Sunstone. She flew in early from Virginia because it was actually more of a wedding week, and all our friends from all walks of our lives took part in the festivities leading up to the big day. It was what made the actual night so perfect and filled with true joy, the kind of perfect that even Oz, Logan, and I had to notice.
Fucking great wedding, mate!
Damned good, Logan nodded. I agree, I grinned. They both looked at me at the same time and then shook their heads. I don't even want to imagine how you twisted kids are going to celebrate your honeymoon, Logan snorted.
Fuck, I do,
Oz said. When I cringed, he clarified.
Don't worry, only her end of it. And I promise I'll stop fantasizing about her the second you get home, because, you know, that's your wife.
Lake was my wife. I couldn't stop saying it to myself in my head. We went several places on our honeymoon. We justified that we'd earned the full month off to travel and relax. I waited till our final stop, just an easy trip to St. Bart's, to bust out the whip. Or, rather, the tie. "Don't tell me that's the one," Lake whispered in giddy shock, biting that sexy lip of hers. I kept it tight in my grip even as I whipped off my shirt. "Oh, it's the one." She knew at that point that she was in for it. It was the damned white tie that she'd tricked me with ages ago. She caught on to the camera I'd installed in my room to catch her stealing. I'd been an idiot to think Lake was ever anything but a step ahead of me. I saw it missing, dove into the film, and found her doing a striptease for me on my bed. I made her repeat it for me that night. This time, when she stuck that perfect ass in the air, I brought the tie down on it. I tied it around her ankles when I had her lay on her stomach on the king mattress. Never had she felt so fucking tight. I came home from that honeymoon with several new favorites as far as positions in bed or out of bed. I had a feeling we'd never really stop discovering those. Bedroom adventure aside, I also came back from the trip with new ink. Lake and I had too good of a streak to let me leave a dare open, even if it was from almost a decade ago. Instead of completing it as promised, I'd covered up the L I had done for Lake when I was 20. So, on our honeymoon, I started and finished a fresh, new tattoo of her name. There was ink down my arms, but none on my chest, so it was an appropriate spot. I loved my wife in a way I'd never loved anyone else, so her name was carved over my heart, sitting there all on its own. At least, until our beautiful Ella was born.
Epilogue. Lake. 4 years later. Ella Caroline Pike came into the world at a gorgeous 7 pounds and 8 ounces. She was named with love after Callum's mom, my grandmother, and, well, Ella Fitzgerald, to be totally honest. She was the apple of Callum's eye before he even got to touch her. I saw him brimming with love as he waited to hold her, and the second she settled into his arms and stopped crying, that love overflowed. I never thought Callum and I could be more, even bigger than what we were, But Ella brought us to another level of bliss, and she did every day from that one forward. When he proposed to me, Callum had said that he couldn't wait to spend the rest of his life watching the way I loved. But that pleasure was really mine. He stayed home a lot as I went back to school. I came back to find him passed out on the couch, his dark blonde hair tousled because Ella loved to play with it. She would be either peacefully awake, but more often, fast asleep on his chest. Figured it wouldn't take long for her to discover how awesome it was there. And I'd smile through every minute of making dinner till my husband woke up and came up behind me in our kitchen, kissing the back of my neck. I saw him love me in so many different ways, and no matter how small or large, they meant the world. I had finally stopped sleeping on the edge of the bed, but like lots of girls, was always cold when I got in. Callum started laying on my side to warm it up before I got in. I drank iced coffee throughout the year and was probably too obsessed with pumpkin spice. Callum thought it was completely bizarre, but got it ready for me, to my exact liking, down to the amount of milk as I walked around the house in the morning, brushing my teeth. And she's off. He'd smirk to himself the second I stepped out the bathroom door. On the few occasions that I'd still crawl to the edge of the bed, he'd either pull me back to him or cuddle up behind me, spooning me and brushing his lips along my shoulders. I stirred awake, but never let him know. Too content to enjoy the late-night kisses he needed to give, even when he thought I was asleep. He surprised me one day with something I never even told him had been weighing on me. It was a photo and a letter, written by the beautiful family in Richmond that had taken in baby Matthew, my half-brother. Callum held me as I sat crying at the kitchen counter, reading about what a relaxed but brilliant boy he was, exactly as I'd imagined him to be. Callum asked lightly about Matthew, going on when he saw that I was happy to tell more stories now that I knew he was okay. As his wife, I could not for the life of me figure out why I had ever doubted Callum. His love for me came in so many forms I sometimes didn't even recognize them. But I never, ever took him for granted, not after the years I'd spent fighting to get back to him. I realized how much love I'd missed of his during that stressful time on a night, one of the many, that I lay in bed on his chest. He was asleep. I stared at the rose gold bracelet he had given me for my 27th birthday in Scotland. It was a little looser now. Mommy life had slimmed parts of my body. Certainly not my upper arms or my legs, but my wrist was a little thinner. So as I lay in bed, soaking in the peaceful silence of Callum's easy breaths, I let the bangle slide off my hand. I gazed at it, sitting atop our plush white comforter. It sparkled the way I felt inside, and it was so beautiful, I couldn't believe I had ever let myself wonder if it lacked the meaning I'd expect in a gift from Callum. Years later, I shook my head, scolding myself for what I'd let that writer from the Times drive me to think. I was already back to full appreciation for the gorgeous piece when I noticed an inscription inside it. I'd never seen it before, and as I read it, my lips spread into a slow but enormous smile, realizing that there were even times in our past that Callum had loved me without me fully seeing it. Carved in the rose gold was our distinct declaration of passion and commitment. Despite being married now, being husband and wife, we still couldn't always find the right ways to describe how much we truly loved one another. So I laughed against Callum's warm chest that night, as I read the word I remembered most from the night I lost my virginity to him. Engraved in cursive, it was perfectly plain and simple, because we were everything but. Likewise.
You've just finished the complete story, here on Ember and Echo Audiobooks. Thank you for listening and letting this journey carry you away. If you enjoyed this book, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell, so you'll be the first to know when the next adventure begins. Until then, keep the fire burning.